Welcome, dear friend, to a serene spring evening, the perfect time to renew our spirits and immerse ourselves in tranquil tales. As the gentle crackle of the cozy fireplace surrounds us, let the soothing sounds of our story ease your mind and heart. We are grateful you've chosen to spend this quiet moment here with us. May this peaceful time wrap you in warmth and set the stage for a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. On the moss-draped world of Verdantia, where trees hummed lullabies in the wind and rivers sparkled with liquid starlight, a fox-like caretaker named Kael brushed his silver-tipped paws against luminescent ferns. The evening air carried the scent of rain-soaked earth and the distant chime of crystal lilies opening their petals to the twilight. He was checking the pulse vines along the forest edge, thick cables of vegetation that glowed blue when the ecosystem was balanced, when a streak of fire tore through the mauve sky. The ground trembled as something metallic and angular crash-landed in the meadow of whispers, sending up a flock of prismatic moth birds. Kael's ears flattened. The elders had warned of skyriders from beyond the clouds, beings who carved up worlds with cold machines. But when he crept closer, peering through the smoke, he found not a war machine but a dented escape pod, its hatch wheezing open to reveal a shivering pile of scrap metal. "Identify Zyn-7," clinked a voice from the debris, as a figure unfolded itself with the grace of collapsing scaffolding. 7 jointed limbs emerged, each ending in delicate tool-tipped fingers, while a central ocular lens flickered like a shy firefly. Primary function: repair and maintenance. Current status: malfunctioning. The mech being's voice box emitted a sound like a deflating balloon. Kael hesitated. His people's tales spoke of metal-skinned invaders who siphoned forest energies, yet this creature's mismatched parts clattered like wind chimes in a storm. When Zyn-7 tried to stand, a cracked hydraulic joint spat green fluid onto the moss. Without thinking, Kael darted forward, catching the wobbling frame with his shoulder. "Easy, rust heap," he muttered, then blinked in surprise at his own actions. Thus began their dance of mismatched rhythms. Zyn-7's translator chip interpreted Verdantian speech as 87% illogical organic permutations, while Kael mistook the mech's precise movements for threats. When Zyn-7 repaired a broken pulse vine by grafting it with salvaged wiring, Kael yowled about defiling nature, until the vine bloomed triple-fold, its bioluminescence strengthening. When Kael offered fermented moonberry nectar as fuel, Zyn-7 systems purred for the first time, their lens softening to a buttery gold. Their truce found shape during the night of floating leaves. Stranded until Zyn-7 could harvest enough solar energy for a distress signal, they sheltered in Kael's tripod home. As amber saplights flickered, the mech observed Kael grinding herbs into poultices. Query: why nurture plants that cannot be consumed or utilized? Kael's tail flicked. "These heal blade fern cuts, like the one you got fixing my irrigation spinner." Zyn-7 tilted their head, a gear grinding softly. "Your actions lack efficiency. You mended my leg piston yesterday, though I cannot photosynthesize for you." A pause. Then Kael's chuckle rumbled like distant thunder. "Maybe useful isn't just what you can take." The turning point came when the rains ceased. For 3 cycles, the storm clouds had wept ceaselessly, swelling the Starshine River until it threatened the Cedarfolk village downstream. Kael paced beneath Zyn-7's makeshift solar canopy, ears drooping. The dam's ancient timber it won't hold, but reinforcing it would require. Modifying living structures, Zyn-7 finished. Their lens dimmed. This unit's protocols forbid altering organic ecosystems. Kael stared at the mech's patched-up limbs, remembering how they'd recalibrated his broken weather vane without being asked. "Your protocols also say not to help forest dwellers." Zyn-7 made a sound like a spinning gyroscope. Directive conflict detected, calculating. Suddenly they stood, telescoping limbs reaching for their tool belt. Proposal: hybrid architecture. Grow stonewood vines through my spare support beams. Organic and synthetic reinforcement. They worked through the night, Kael's knowledge of root networks blending with Zyn-7's precision. When the flood came roaring at dawn, the dam held strong, its new lattice shimmering with both chlorophyll and circuitry. Village elders gaped as Zyn-7 used their heat beam to gently evaporate excess water, creating a mist that painted rainbows over relieved crowds. Yet their greatest test came from the stars. When Zyn-7's distress signal finally reached Mechani's, the response was a battalion of polished warships. By order of the synthetic collective, boomed a commander shaped like a steel wasp, you will surrender the organic world's coordinates for resource extraction. Zyn-7 stepped forward, their once rusted frame now polished with tree resin. Negative, directive override, preservation protocol. Kael growled low, bracing for battle, until Zyn-7 transmitted something unexpected, a memory file. The projection blossomed above them, Kael laughing as moonberry nectar dribbled down Zyn-7's chassis. The two of them trading stories under firefly constellations. Their joint creation of the dam, where flowers now bloomed from bolt holes. The Mechani's fleet hummed in confusion. This data contradicts efficiency parameters. Affirmative, Zyn-7 clinked softly. Propose new category: friendship efficiency. Measurement: shared growth versus individual loss. Silence hung like dewdrops. Then, one by one, the warships powered down. When spring painted Verdantia in aurora hues, Zyn-7's repaired ship stood ready in a meadow of newly hybridized flowers, petals of steel silk around organic stamen. Kael pressed a seed capsule into their clawed hand. From the dam's first bloom, plant it where you go. Zyn-7's lens shimmered liquid gold. Suggestion: collaborative cultivation, you'll need this. They handed Kael a tiny holoprojector. For stories, when the night cycle feels too quiet. As the ship ascended, trailing vines from its landing gear, neither felt sorrow. Some roots grow deeper when stretched across galaxies. In the Cedar folk village, children now played beneath dams that hummed mechanical lullabies, while on Mechani's, a peculiar garden grew, where crystalline pollinators danced with nano-drones, and the air smelled faintly of moonberries and motor oil. And on quiet nights when the stars blinked awake, two friends gazed at the same constellations, one through a canopy of whispering leaves, the other through a cockpit window, knowing the universe felt smaller, warmer, and infinitely brighter than either had ever dreamed. Story 2. On the crystalline moon of Vera 7, where the auroras sang in electromagnetic whispers and the ground shimmered like crushed opals, two beings huddled in the skeletal remains of a crashed escape pod. Zinnia, a botanist from the forest planet Verdantia, pressed her moss-green palms against the pod's fractured viewport. Her bark-like skin tingled in the unnatural cold, tendrils of ivy hair coiled tightly around her shoulders for warmth. Across the sparking control panel, clicking nervously in a language of whirs and chimes, floated Tick, a gelatinous, bioluminescent Gelorian whose translucent body pulsed with anxious lavender hues. They'd collided in the magnetosphere 6 hours earlier, Zinnia's seed ship and Tick's prismatic skiff both fleeing separate disasters. Where Zinnia's words emerged as rustling leaves shaped by breath, Tick communicated through color ripples and the hollow flute notes produced by air passing through shifting membranes. Their first encounter had been a symphony of confusion, Zinnia offering a peace sapling only to recoil when Tick's natural acidity wilted its leaves, Tick flashing embarrassed indigo as their attempt to share nutrient warmth nearly dissolved Zinnia's tool belt. Your light patterns, Zinnia tried again, shaping her leafy speech into the careful cadences of universal trade syntax. She gestured to the cracked datapad between them, its flickering screen showing a basic translation matrix. When you glow amber, does it mean danger or hunger? Tick blooped a tentative note, body cycling through hesitant yellows before settling on a patient teal. A slender pseudopod extended toward the datapad, inputting symbols until the screen displayed amber equals caution, blue-green equals curiosity, lavender equals concern for new friend. Zinnia's tension unwound like morning vines reaching for sunlight. And this. She touched the faint scar across her forearm where Tick's initial panic had sprayed digestive enzymes. The Gelorian dimmed to soft pearl, symbols appearing, regret. First contact protocols failed. Wish to amend. A trembling pseudopod offered a droplet of silvery liquid that steamed gently in the cold. When Zinnia reached out, the droplet transformed into a perfect ice blossom on her palm, its petals releasing a fragrance of starlight and forgiveness. Their survival depended on improbable alchemy. Zinnia taught Tick to cultivate glowing lichen for sustenance, her hands guiding their gelatinous form to feel vibrations indicating edible mineral deposits. Tick, in turn, repaired machinery by extruding conductive filaments from their core, showing Zinnia how to filter Verdantia's acidic rain through their body into drinkable water. During the long nights beneath swirling skies, they developed a pigeon language of color, music, and touch, Tick's bioluminescence painting stories of their ocean cities on Gelex Prime, Zinnia's photosynthesizing skin projecting holograms of Verdantia's singing forests. The true test came when they discovered the ancient terraformer buried beneath the moon's crust, a relic from a lost civilization now destabilizing Zyn-7’s core. Alarms screamed through the metallic caverns as Zinnia deciphered alien glyphs' warning of imminent collapse. It's been drawing power from the moon's magnetic field for millennia, she murmured, Vine's SPROUTING Chinese letter LY from her scalp. If we don't shut it down. Tick trilled a minor key chord, scanning the machinery with prismatic eyes. Different energy signatures. Your organic tech, my bioelectricity, must combine. What followed was a dance of trust. Zinnia grafted herself into the control system through symbiotic fungi, her botanical nervous system merging with the machine's roots. Tick flowed into the power conduits, their gelatinous form conducting energy in ways no solid being could. When the system resisted, lashing out with plasma tendrils, Zinnia threw herself between Tick and the attack, only for Tick to envelop her in a protective bubble, their body absorbing the searing energy. Why? Zinnia asked later, tending to Tick's charred edges with medicinal spores. You barely knew me. Tick's light show painted the cave walls with memories, Zinnia sharing water rations despite dehydration, staying awake through the night to keep Tick from freezing solid, laughing when their failed attempts at cooking mineral stew produced comical smoke rings. The final image shimmered between them, their four hands, too fibrous, too gelatinous, working in unison, reflected infinitely in the cavern's crystal facets. As the terraformer powered down with a grateful hum, Zyn-7’s auroras blazed brighter than ever, nature reclaiming its rhythm. Rescue ships arrived to find them asleep beneath a makeshift canopy, Zinnia's vines curled protectively around Tick's cooling form, Tick's surface rippling with a lullaby in soft periwinkle waves. At their farewell in the star dock, Zinnia pressed a seed pod into Tick's membrane, a sapling engineered to thrive in saline and starlight. Tick reciprocated with an energy capsule containing their shared memories, suspended in eternal luminescence. Though their species' next meeting would take decades of travel, neither felt parting's sting. Friendship, they'd learned, wasn't about proximity. It was the quiet certainty that somewhere across the cosmos, light and leaves still grew in patterns first dreamed together. Years later, when Gelex Prime's first photosynthetic cities bloomed, and Verdantia's forests gained bioluminescent undergrowth, scholars would whisper of the impossible fusion. But beneath every hybrid leaf and in the heart of every new aurora, the truth hummed softly. All gardens begin when two unlikely seeds choose to grow in the same soil. Story 3. The Starry Lantern and the Glimmerwood. In a quiet valley cradled between velvet green hills, there lay a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy silver threads. The air always smelled of baked apple tarts and pine resin, and the cobblestone streets hummed with the chatter of neighbors trading honey jars and woolen mittens. At the edge of this village stood a cottage with a mossy roof and a garden bursting with sunflowers, where a girl named Leela lived with her grandmother. Leela had eyes the color of storm clouds and a curiosity as deep as the roots of the ancient oak tree that guarded their home. One crisp autumn evening, while rummaging through her grandmother's attic, Leela discovered a dusty lantern tucked beneath a quilt embroidered with constellations. Its brass frame was tarnished and its glass panes were foggy with age, but when she brushed her fingers over it, a faint golden light pulsed within, like a heartbeat. "Ah, the starry lantern," her grandmother murmured from the doorway, her voice tinged with wonder. "It's been waiting for you, my dear." The lantern, her grandmother explained, had been passed down through generations of their family. It was said to reveal hidden paths, paths that led to the Glimmerwood, a realm where the stars dipped low enough to kiss the treetops, and rivers sang lullabies to the stones. "But be gentle," her grandmother warned, pressing a warm cinnamon scone into Leila's hands. "Magic mirrors the heart that holds it." That night Leela crept into the garden, the lantern clutched tight. As she struck a match, the wick ignited with a light that spilled across the grass like liquid amber. Shadows shifted and the air quivered. Before her the old oak's trunk shimmered, revealing a door woven from ivy and starlight. Her breath caught, the stories were true. The Glimmerwood was a tapestry of twilight wonders. Trees stretched upward, their bark etched with glowing silver veins, and fireflies danced in patterns that spelled out secrets in a language Leela almost remembered. She followed a path of pebbles that glinted like crushed pearls, the lantern's beam guiding her forward. But as she wandered deeper, the light began to flicker. A chill crept into the air, and the forest's melodies faltered. Then she heard it, a whimper soft and trembling. Pushing through a thicket of ferns, Leela found a fox caught in a tangle of thorny vines, its russet fur matted with dew. What struck her weren't the creature's golden eyes or the peculiar markings like constellations on its ears, but the sorrow in its gaze, a sorrow that mirrored the dimming lantern in her hands. "Hold still," Leela whispered, kneeling. She snapped the thorns carefully, her fingers bleeding from nicks, until the fox sprang free. Instead of darting away, it tilted its head and spoke. "You've a kindness rare as midnight suns," it said, its voice a rumble of autumn leaves. "I am Finn, keeper of the Glimmerwood stories, and you, child, have brought our old enemy back with you." Finn explained that the lantern's light was bound to the forest's spirit. Years ago a shadow had seeped into the Glimmerwood, a darkness born not of malice, but of loneliness. It fed on forgotten magic, gnawing at the bonds between creatures and the land. The lantern's dimming meant the shadow was returning, and only a heart attuned to the forest's song could mend what was broken. Leela's chest tightened. "But I'm just a girl, I don't know any magic." Finn's tail brushed her wrist, warm and reassuring. "Magic isn't known, it's listened to, and you've already begun." Their journey wove through valleys where waterfalls cascaded upward into misty galaxies and over hills where flowers bloomed in hues unseen in the human world. They met a hedgehog named Bramble who mixed dewdrop potions in acorn cups, and a heron with feathers like stained glass who recited poetry to the moon. Each creature gifted Leela a small token, a petal that hummed with memory, a stone that held the weight of promises, a feather that shimmered with unspoken truths. yet the shadow trailed them. It lurked in the corners of their vision, a smear of charcoal in the vibrant world, and with each step the lantern's glow waned. Layla's boots grew heavy, and doubt coiled in her stomach like smoke. "What if I can't fix this?" she asked Finn one evening as they sheltered in a hollow tree, the lantern between them. The fox nudged her knee. "You've already done what the shadow cannot fathom. You've asked for help. That's the first stitch in mending any tear." The next dawn they reached the heartroot, a tree so vast its branches pierced the clouds. Its roots coiled around a pool of liquid starlight, the source of the Glimmerwood's magic. But the pool was clouded, its surface still and silent. On the bank sat a figure, a boy with hair like frost and eyes like cracked ice. He hunched over, hands buried in the water, tendrils of shadow swirling from his fingertips. Leela froze. This was the enemy. He looked no older than she was, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Finn's ears flattened. The shadow isn't a creature, it's a cry for connection. The boy, Aaron, had been a guardian of the heartroot long ago. When his family vanished, faded into mist after humans forgot their names, he'd clung to the pool, pouring his grief into the water until it curdled into darkness. Now he couldn't let go. "Leave," Aaron hissed, the shadows thickening. "You don't understand loneliness." But Leela did. She remembered her parents' absence, the hollow nights when her grandmother's stories were the only things stitching her heart together. She stepped forward, lantern raised. "You're right, I don't know your loneliness, but I can listen to it." One by one, she laid the tokens from her friends beside the pool. The petals' hum swelled into a chorus of forest voices, Bramble's laughter, the heron's verses, Finn's tales. The feathers' glow illuminated Aaron's face, revealing tear tracks silver as moonbeams. The stone pulsed, and Leela pressed it into his palm. "You don't have to hold your sorrow alone." Aaron's breath hitched. The shadows wavered, thinning like fog under sunlight. With a shudder, he withdrew his hands from the water. The pool brightened, constellations swirling back to life. Above them, the heartroot's branches blazed with renewed light, and the lantern in Leela's hands flared so brightly it seemed to hold a piece of the dawn. In the days that followed, the Glimmerwood healed. Aaron, his frosty edges thawing, taught Leela to read the stories etched in tree bark and to weave starlight into lullabies. Finn remained her steadfast guide, though he now teased her about her terrible sense of direction. When it was time to return home, the forest gathered to bid her farewell. Bramble stuffed her pockets with sweets that tasted of sunlight, and the heron gifted her a quill to write the tales you'll carry. At the ivy door, Aaron hesitated. "Will you come back?" Leela smiled. "Always, but you could visit too, you know. My grandmother makes the best cinnamon scones." The oak door closed behind her, the lantern now steady and warm. In her garden dawn was breaking, the sky streaked with rose and gold. Her grandmother waited on the porch, a knowing twinkle in her eye. That night, as Leela drifted to sleep, she heard a faint rustle at her window. There, perched on the sill, was a fox and a boy with snow-pale hair, their laughter blending with the cricket's song. She slipped outside, and together they raced through the moonlit fields, the starry lantern casting their shadows long and bright against the earth. Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who walked between worlds, her pockets full of stardust and her heart full of stories. They'd marvel at the oak tree, now forever in bloom, and the lantern that glowed in the cottage window, a beacon for wanderers and wishers. But Leela knew the greatest magic wasn't in the lantern or the hidden paths. It was in the quiet truth she'd learned, that even the deepest shadows could be gentled by kindness, and that every ending was a seed for a new beginning. And on winter nights, when the wind carried the scent of pine and distant laughter, she'd whisper to her own children, "Listen closely. The world is softer than it seems, and you're never truly alone." Outside, the stars shimmered a little brighter, weaving their light into the tapestry of the Glimmerwood and into the hearts of all who still believed in wonder. Story 4. In a village where chimney smoke curled into stories and cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a girl named Lily with eyes like October twilight, always watching, wondering, waiting. Her hands, perpetually smudged with charcoal from sketching, itched to uncover mysteries hidden in plain sight. It was this restlessness that led her one amber afternoon to the curiosity shop at the crooked edge of town, where the sign creaked secrets and the windows winked with dust. The shopkeeper, a woman whose wrinkles folded like well-loved maps, placed a chipped teapot in Lily's hands. "Mind the whistle," she murmured, tapping the spout shaped like a sleeping fox. "It doesn't sing for just hot water." Lily scraped together 11 copper buttons and a hazelnut, and the teapot became hers. That night, as frost painted ferns on her window, Lily filled the pot. The water trembled, then glowed, swirling with colors like liquid-stained glass. When the fox spout whistled, it sounded like her mother's laughter. The steam curled into shapes, a galloping hare, a blooming rose, a flock of paper cranes. She poured a cup, and the first sip tasted like sunlight through maple syrup, but the second carried the tang of unspoken worries. "It knows," Lily whispered, clutching the warm porcelain. The teapot didn't just brew tea, it brewed truths. Her discovery coincided with trouble. The village wells began coughing up silvery sludge. Gardens wilted overnight, carrots curling into frowns. Old Mr. Bramble's prize rooster crowed only in minor key. And Lily noticed the teapot growing heavier, its patterns shifting like storm clouds. When she tried to pour tea for her anxious mother, the spout stuck shut. The shopkeeper appeared at her door at dusk, a lantern swinging. "The heart of the woods is parched," she said, "no hello. The spring of stories which feeds all magic here is blocked. The teapot, it's a piece of the spring, but it's lonely." She pressed a velvet pouch into Lily's hands. "Seeds. Plant them where shadows taste of burnt sugar." So Lily trekked into the whispering woods, the teapot wrapped in her scarf. Trees leaned close, leaves murmuring warnings. A badger in a waistcoat emerged, squinting. "Lost sprout," he grunted, adjusting spectacles. "I'm Thaddeus, professional navigator, also expert on mushroom politics. You'll need me." Thaddeus hated mud, loved crossword puzzles, and knew every rabbit path. When thorn vines slithered toward them, he distracted the plants with riddles, what's born in caves but dies in light, a shadow, until Lily spotted the vines were just thirsty, their roots cracked. She poured tea into the soil, and the thorns softened into jasmine. Deeper in the woods, they found a bridge made of piano keys. A willow tree wept amber sap nearby, her branches cradling a stone. They slashed them pronouns, please. The willow sighed when Lily asked how to help. "A grief stone lodged in my roots long ago. It sings of endings, and I forget how to grow around it." Lily brewed tea with water from the willow's tears. The grief stone melted into the brew, turning it the color of forgiveness. As the willow drank, their leaves turned to silver coins, chiming in wind. "The spring's just north," they said, "but beware the hollow." The hollow wasn't a place, it was a hunger. It lived between the pines, a presence that turned memories slippery. Lily's knees shook as cold crept into her bones. Thaddeus's puzzles grew nonsensical. The teapot rattled, leaking steam that formed Lily's worst fear, her mother's face, mouthing words she couldn't hear. "It's not real," Lily told herself, clutching the seeds. Just loneliness pretending to be sharp. She scattered seeds into the gloom. They sprouted into lantern flowers, their light humming lullabies. The hollow recoiled, revealing a cave veiled by waterfalls. Inside, the spring of stories gurgled pitifully, clogged with shattered mirrors. Every broken promise, the spring sobbed, mirror shards tinkling. They cut my throat. Lily's hands trembled as she unwrapped the teapot. "You're not alone," she said, and poured tea into the spring, tea that held Mr. Bramble's secret pride in his son, the willow's rediscovered laughter, Thaddeus's hidden fear of being too small to matter. The mirrors melted into opal liquid. The spring surged, washing over Lily in warm waves. Visions flashed, a baker's secret bread recipe, a pinch of starlight, the reason misses. Nettle always wore gloves, she grew moonflowers in her veins, her mother staying up to mend Lily's coat, stitch by steady stitch. When Lily returned, the village bloomed riotous. The teapot, now lighter, brewed properly again, but only when shared. People gathered at her cottage, cups in hand, trading stories with every sip. The shopkeeper winked, tending marigolds that now glowed. Thaddeus napped by the hearth, crossword abandoned. And Lily. She learned that magic isn't in the finding, but the mending. That shadows shrink when you name them. That every ordinary thing, a teapot, a seed, a question, holds extraordinary secrets if you pour kindness into it. That night, as crickets fiddled and the moon folded itself into the teapot's steam, Lily's mother sipped chamomile that tasted of safety. "Tell me again," she yawned, "about the willow's coins." And Lily did, her voice weaving through the room like the last thread in a quilt, tying all the loose ends into something whole. Story 5. In the velvet shadows of the elder-mist forest, where will-o'-the-wisps danced between cedar trunks and moonlight pooled like liquid silver, there existed a village woven into the roots of an ancient hawthorn. Here lived a company of creatures who wore the morning dew as jewelry and understood the language of rustling leaves. A hedgehog seamstress who stitched with spider silk, a family of moles tending luminous mushroom gardens, and a flame-furred fox who mapped the constellations in the dents of tree bark. Their days followed the quiet rhythm of nature's breath, until the autumn when the maple leaves began turning cerulean instead of gold. The first sign came when Thistle, the hedgehog, found her morning tea brimming with ice crystals, though the air still smelled of cinnamon and wood smoke. "The season threads are fraying," murmured Elder Bramble, a tortoise whose shell bore carvings older than the oldest oak. His voice carried the creak of swaying branches as he explained how 4 ancient trees, Heartwood Hollow's sentinel pine, Moss-Glimmer's birch, Imberut's maple, and Frostspire's alder, wove the tapestry of seasons through their interconnected roots. When one thread unravels, the others pull taut. We must find where the balance is broken. Guided by luminescent lichen patterns, Fern, the fox with eyes like molten amber, and Pip, a sparrow whose left wing shimmered with iridescent scales from a long-ago encounter with a rainbow, journeyed to Heartwood Hollow. They discovered the sentinel pine trembling, its bark split by a jagged lightning scar. Sap oozed black where it should have gleamed gold, and the air hummed with the dissonant song of 1,000 trapped honeybees. "It's been poisoned by stormspite," gasped Pip, recognizing the bitter tang from tales of forgotten tempests. Stormspite, a malice born when lightning strikes the same place thrice in a single night, gnawed at the tree's essence, its venom seeping into the seasonal loom. Meanwhile, deep in the Candlewick burrows, Thistle and Juniper the mole uncovered older secrets. By candlelight spun from glowworm silk, they pored over a bark-bound tome, discovering that healing stormspite required 4 gifts: a blossom untouched by frost spring's innocence, honey from midsummer's first dawn, summer's vigor, a leaf that had danced in every autumn wind, autumn's memory, and a snowflake crystallized around a stardust mote, winter's hope. "But how can we gather them while the seasons bleed into chaos?" fretted Juniper, brushing soil from her paws. The forest's plight rippled through the ecosystem. Fireflies carried messages on their bioluminescent abdomens, earthworms carved tunnels to relay news, and the river otters, those playful engineers, diverted streams to slow the stormspite's spread. In the willow-shade canopy, spiders wove barrier webs infused with thistledown and dandelion wishes, their silken threads glimmering with protective spells older than the stones in the riverbed. Fern's keen nose led the company to Emberut's maple, where they found the cerulean leaves whispering secrets to the wind. A young rabbit named Wren, whose ears could catch the sigh of clouds scraping against mountain tops, revealed that the maple had been sheltering a family of storm-displaced tree sprites. They're weaving chaos into the leaves to hide from the storm spite, Wren explained, cupping a shivering sprite in her paws. Through patient diplomacy and a gift of sugared rosehip pearls from Thistle's pantry, the sprites agreed to channel their magic into stabilizing the tree, but only if the creatures could secure the 4 seasonal gifts. The quest wove them through landscapes where magic pooled thick as syrup. Pip braved the starlit fen to capture a nascent snowflake on a blade of frozen grass, while Fern outwitted a mischievous fog sprite guarding the last autumn leaf clinging to a persimmon branch. Thistle, guided by the map-making ants, trekked to the hidden meadow of perpetual dawn, where bees the color of sunflowers guarded honeycombs dripping with liquid sunlight. Wren, small but steadfast, scaled the frost spire's glittering heights to pluck a single snowdrop blooming improbably in winter's heart, a bud nurtured by the breath of mountain spirits. As the creatures reconvened at the sentinel pine, Elder Bramble directed them in a ritual older than the forest's name. They placed the gifts in a spiral around the tree, honey pooled in a birch-bark bowl, the snowflake suspended in a web above it, the leaf and blossom nestled in a bed of enchanted moss. Thunder grumbled in the distance, but the company began to sing, a melody spun from robin's dawn chorus, cricket sonatas, and the low thrum of earthworms moving through soil. The gifts ignited into a soft incandescence, tendrils of light stitching the pine's wound closed as the stormspite shrieked and dissolved into a harmless mist. Seasons slid back into their rightful order with a sigh of relief. Cerulean leaves blushed gold and crimson overnight, frost retreated to its winter domain, and the air grew heavy with the musk of fertile soil and ripe blackberries. In gratitude, the sentinel pine shed a single golden cone, a seed holding the essence of renewal, which the creatures planted at the forest's edge where the stormspite had struck. As moons cycled, a new tree grew there, its bark iridescent as dragonfly wings, its branches heavy with leaves that shimmered spring green on one side and winter silver on the other. Creatures from distant realms came to tie prayer ribbons to its boughs, strips of woven moss, braided cattail, petals dipped in twilight dew, each ribbon a whispered promise to protect nature's balance. On the first evening of true winter, when the forest slept beneath a quilt of snow fern and silence, the creatures gathered in Thistle's root-cellar home. Firelight danced over walls hung with dried lavender and garlands of acorn caps as they shared hazelnut truffles and elderberry wine. Elder Bramble, with moss now frosting his shell, hummed a lullaby that resonated in their bones. Roots may crack, stars may fade, but kinship's thread will never fray. Outside, the new tree glowed softly, its light a beacon to lost wanderers and a testament to bonds woven through shared purpose. And deep in the forest's heart, where secrets pooled like rainwater in lily cups, the season trees hummed in unison, a low, sweet vibration that promised spring's return, summer's abundance, autumn's release, and winter's rest forever intertwined. Story 6. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered just a little longer than anywhere else, its cobblestone streets glowing faintly with embedded moonstones that remembered every footstep ever taken. It was here, beneath the crooked chimney of the 3-story bakery, where the cinnamon buns never cooled, that young Tessa first noticed the peculiar trembling of teacups. Each morning at precisely dawn, every porcelain cup in Miss Ivy's tea shop would shiver on its shelf like autumn leaves clinging to branches. By midday, the trembles turned to full dances saucers, spinning lazy pirouettes while spoons clinked out a jaunty rhythm against the walls. The villagers chuckled at first, tying ribbons around their cup handles and placing bets on which pattern might emerge next. But when Mayor Thorne's spectacles began floating off his nose during important meetings, and the school chalkboard started writing backward poetry about pickle-flavored rainbows. Even the most easygoing villagers exchanged worried glances over their levitating scones. Tessa, whose braids perpetually smelled of lavender from sleeping in the herb-drying loft, discovered the first clue while mending a tear in her butterfly kite. A shimmering thread caught her eye beneath the old oak at the meadow's edge, not spider silk, nor moonlight, but something that hummed faintly when she touched it. Following its trail led her past the Whispering Creek, where minnows swam in perfect hexagonal formations, through a thicket where blackberries burst into brief constellations before becoming fruit again, until she stood before the mossy door of Granny Wren's cottage. The wise woman's home smelled of slow-brewed mysteries and time-infused honey. "Ah," said Granny Wren, her voice crackling like parchment being unfolded gently, "you've found the weaver's string." Her gnarled finger pointed to the shimmering line, now coiled around Tessa's wrist like a friendly snake. "Something's plucking at the fabric of our world, child. Best consult the clockwork owls before the moon forgets its phases." In the attic of the village clock tower, 12 mechanical owls perched on gear-toothed branches, their brass feathers oiled with starlight. Tessa offered each a sprig of night-blooming jasmine from her pocket, remembering Granny's instructions. The oldest owl, its eyes twin opals clouded with age, swiveled its head 3 times counterclockwise and coughed up a tiny scroll. The message contained only 3 words glowing faintly blue: "Follow the silence." It was the hedgehog who helped her understand. Not just any hedgehog, but a prickly little fellow named Thistle, who wore acorn caps as hats and spoke in riddles that smelled of burnt toast. "Silence isn't quiet," he explained, nibbling a mushroom stamp. "It's what grows in the spaces between sounds, like the pause before a sneeze, or the moment a soap bubble decides to pop." His tiny nose twitched toward the northern hills, where the oldest trees stood in a perfect circle, their branches interlaced like clasped hands. The forest breathed differently there. Tessa felt it in her bones, a rhythm like a lullaby half-remembered. Beneath the grandfather pine's roots she found the source, a small tear in reality itself, no larger than a maple leaf. Through the gap peered curious eyes belonging to creatures made of shadow and stardust, their forms shifting like smoke in a breeze. They weren't causing mischief. Tessa realized with a start they were asking for help. Each strange occurrence had been a distress signal, floating cups mimicking the motion of hands reaching upward, chalkboard poems translating ancient warnings, even Mayor Thorne's runaway spectacles trying to point north like compass needles. The solution came wrapped in a memory. Tessa recalled Granny Wren's lesson about her patchwork quilt, how mismatched scraps could create warmth when properly aligned. Gathering moonbeam threads from dewy spiderwebs, twilight whispers trapped in foxglove bells, and the resonant hum from the clock tower's oldest bell, she began weaving. Thistle helped by collecting thimblefuls of twilight, while the mechanical owls contributed tiny gears that spun like miniature galaxies. As Tessa mended the dimensional tier with her cobbled-together patch, the shadow creatures sang in voices like wind through hollow reeds. Their true form emerged delicate beings of light and moss, guardians of the border between worlds. The rift hadn't been their doing, but rather the result of a fallen starlit, a baby star no bigger than a bread loaf, that had tumbled through their realm and gotten stuck in an ancient turtle's burrow beneath Willowbrook. The grand old turtle, Sheldon of the 7 mossy patches, had been obliviously napping atop the starlit for weeks. "Terribly sorry," he rumbled, his shell creaking like a ship's hull as he shifted. Thought it was one of those newfangled heating stones. The released starlit zipped joyfully around Tessa's head before settling in her cupped hands, warm as fresh bread and pulsing with apologetic golden light. In the days that followed, normalcy returned, or rather, a new kind of normal. Teacups still danced, but only when someone hummed a tune worth accompanying. The chalkboard wrote compliments in perfect cursive each morning. Your smile could outshine the marmalade sunrise. And Mayor Thorne's spectacles now float helpfully toward whatever document he needs, though they've developed a fondness for perching atop cats when idle. Tessa keeps the mended patch now a small kaleidoscope cloth that shows glimpses of the shadow folk's luminous world hung above her bed. On quiet evenings, when the owls wind down their gears and the bakery's ovens sigh contentedly, you might spot her sipping chamomile tea with a certain starlit dozing in the sugar bowl, its light dimming softly to the rhythm of Willowbrook's peaceful heartbeat. Story 7. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. "The maple saplings are shivering," he said, "and the river's song has gone flat." Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. "We must mend the threads before the solstice," she declared, "but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there." Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys, where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. "Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem," she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. "The air's gone still as a held breath," Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow, autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclory bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. Story 8. The Amber Grove of Whispering Stones. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into twilight like silvery thread, there lived a girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm-soaked earth. Her hands always bore traces of charcoal from sketching ferns on parchment, her voice rarely rose above the rustle of falling leaves, and her greatest secret lived buried beneath the roots of a lightning-struck oak, a smooth amber stone that hummed when the moon waxed full. The stone's first song. Leela discovered the stone on an afternoon crisp as freshly pressed linen, while gathering kindling near the forest's edge. The air smelled of pine resin and distant snow, and her boots sank into moss so thick it whispered secrets with every step. Beneath the oak's gnarled roots, where shadows pooled like spilled ink, the amber glimmered. When she touched it, warmth bloomed in her palm, and a sound like distant wind chimes trembled in her ears. That night, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, the stone pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. Dreams came vivid and strange, a grove of trees with bark like polished bronze, their branches heavy with translucent fruits that chimed when the breeze stirred them. A voice, neither old nor young, wove through the melody, "Find the gate where shadows dance twice." 2. The Locked Path. For weeks, Leela traced the forest's hidden veins, stone clutched in her pocket. It glowed faintly near a brook where water sang over black stones, brighter still where fox tracks vanished into ferns. Yet the gate eluded her until the first frost, when she noticed something peculiar at the base of the village's oldest maple. At precisely noon, the tree's shadow split into two distinct silhouettes, one pointing north, the other east, before merging again. Heart drumming, Leela followed the eastern shadow to a mossy boulder half buried in ivy. The stone's hum sharpened. Pressing it to the rock, she watched as ivy shivered, revealing a door no taller than her shoulder, carved with symbols of crescent moons and winding vines. 3. The Grove of Echoes. Beyond the door lay a world spun from gold and green. The amber grove stretched before her, trees arching into a canopy that filtered sunlight into honeyed pools. Fruits hung like crystalline bells, their chimes harmonizing with the rustle of creatures she sensed more than saw, shimmering moths with wings like stained glass, a deer whose antlers dripped with dewdrop pearls. And there, beneath the grandest tree, stood a fox with fur the color of embers, one forepaw raised mid-step. You've brought the keystone, the fox said, voice like dry leaves skittering over stone. But it's grown quiet, hasn't it? Leela started. The stone's hum had dimmed since her first touch. The grove's heart weakens, the fox continued, tail flicking toward the tree, where amber sap oozed sluggishly from a crack. Long ago your kind and mine tended it together, but fear grew thick as thistles, and your people forgot. 4. The fracture. The fox, called Fen, revealed the grove's magic thrived on shared stories, laughter exchanged between creature and human, secrets whispered to the wind. But generations passed, villagers had begun fearing the forest's oddities, lights that bobbed without fire, voices in empty glades. The grove's guardian, a role Fen had inherited reluctantly, could no longer sustain it alone. The keystone, Leela's amber gem, was meant to bridge worlds, but its power faded without trust. You're trembling, Fen observed as Leela eyed, a spider weaving silver thread between branches. I'm not brave, she admitted, charcoal-stained fingers tightening around the stone. What if I fail? Fen's laugh was a soft huff. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's listening to what scares you and stepping forward anyway. V. The weaving. Fen taught Leela to read the grove's ailments. A patch of wilted ferns marked where a badger's grief had gone unacknowledged. A stagnant pond reflected unresolved quarrels among village children. Together they mended what they could, Leela sketching riddles in the soil to cheer the badger, Fen delivering acorn caps filled with honey to soothe the children. Yet the keystone's glow remained frail. It needs a human heart rekindling kinship, Fen said, watching Leela scatter seeds for sparrows. But you doubt your own voice. It was true. Leela hid her sketches, spoke little at village gatherings, and hadn't told a soul about the grove. 6. The storm. Disaster struck on a night when the wind howled like a widowed wolf. Leela awoke to the stone burning against her chest. In the grove, trees shuddered, their chiming fruits muted. Fen crouched beneath the guardian tree, fur bristling. The fracture's spreading if the sap stops flowing by dawn. Leela didn't need the rest. The crack had widened, sap now a sluggish trickle. How do we fix it? The grove needs a song only a human can give, one that stirs remembrance in your people. Panic clawed Leela's throat. I don't know how to. Fen nudged her hand with a cold nose. You've been gathering stories in your sketches, let them speak. 7. The unfurling. They raced to the village as the first raindrops fell. Leela's cottage glowed with hearthlight, her parents fretting over scattered papers, her sketches of the grove, Fen, the luminous fruits. Where have you been? Her mother cried. For a heartbeat, Leela faltered. Then the stone pulsed warmly against her skin. I found something, she whispered. Something beautiful. One by one she laid out her drawings, the fox with ember fur, trees that chimed, dewdrop antlers. Her voice strengthened as she spoke of the grove's history, of shared guardianship, of Fen's quiet wisdom. Neighbors gathered, drawn by the commotion. A child pointed at Fen, who'd slipped in unseen, and gasped, the fox from the pictures. To Leela's shock, old Farmer Bren knelt, calloused hand outstretched to Fen. My granddad told tales of forest guardians. I thought they were just fireside fancy. 8. The mending. Dawn approached. Villagers followed Leela and Fen into the grove, breath catching at its fading splendor. Leela placed the keystone into the guardian tree's crack. Nothing happened. The song, Fen urged. Her mouth dry, Leela began humming a lullaby her mother once sang. One voice joined hers, then another, until the grove swelled with melody, human voices blending with chiming fruits, rustling leaves, Fen's low croon. The keystone blazed gold. Sap surged, sealing the fracture as light cascaded through the branches. 9. The after. The grove didn't vanish from human memory again. Children left ribbons for the moths, elders shared tales with the badgers, and Leela's sketches adorned every cottage. Fen remained a flicker at the forest's edge, though he now permitted the occasional ear scratch. As for Layla, her hands still bore charcoal smudges, but her voice carried new strength. She'd learned that wonder grows when tended by many hearts, and that quiet souls often hear the deepest magic. On winter evenings, if you walk by the lightning-struck oak, you might glimpse amber light filtering through the roots. It's said the keystone still hums there, a lullaby for both worlds, gentle and enduring as the first thaw after a long frost. Story 9. In a small village cradled between velvet green hills, there lived a quiet girl named Sylvie who collected lost buttons. Her pockets jingled with pearlescent shirt fasteners, wooden toggle buttons shaped like acorns, and one singular sapphire coat button that glimmered like captured starlight. She'd find them nestled in cobblestone cracks, dangling from hedgerows, or resting in bird baths, each one whispering tales of where they'd been. But Sylvie never imagined that her humble collection would lead her to the greatest discovery of all, hidden in the last place anyone might look, her grandmother's dusty attic. One drizzly afternoon, while sorting buttons into egg cartons, Sylvie noticed something peculiar. The sapphire button, the crown jewel of her collection, had begun to hum. It vibrated gently against her palm, casting liquid blue shadows that danced across her bedroom wall. When she held it to her ear, she heard not the expected ticking of a clock or buzzing of bees, but a soft, melodic whisper, "Find the thread, follow the thread." Curiosity fluttering in her chest like moth wings, Sylvie tiptoed up the creaking attic stairs. Dust motes swirled in slanting amber light as she pushed open the door. There, beneath a sheet yellowed with age, sat an enormous loom. Its wooden frame was carved with vines and creatures, owls with wise, unblinking eyes, foxes mid-leap, rabbits peeking through leaves. But what truly stole Sylvie's breath was the half-woven tapestry still stretched across it. The threads shimmered faintly, though no sunlight touched them, depicting a forest where trees bore silver leaves and rivers flowed upward into the sky. The sapphire button's hum grew louder. As Sylvie stepped closer, the loom's shuttle, a smooth piece of rowan wood shaped like a crescent moon, levitated and nudged her hand. The moment her fingers closed around it, the attic dissolved. She stood in the tapestry's world. Silver leaves chimed like wind chimes above her, and the air smelled of crushed pine needles and honey. Before her wound a path of glowing blue thread, the exact hue of her sapphire button. But the thread was frayed, its light flickering. A mournful sound echoed through the trees, making the ground tremble. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "is the sound." Sylvie turned to find a great horned owl perched on a branch, his feathers the color of storm clouds. "I'm Orin," he said, blinking amber eyes. "You've come to mend the thread song, I presume." The thread song. Sylvie clutched the shuttle, now warm in her hand. The melody that weaves this world together. Orin nodded toward the fraying path. When the thread song weakens, colors fade, rivers forget their courses, even memories unravel. He sighed. The loom guardian disappeared seasons ago, without their care. A sudden giggle interrupted him. From a bush burst a creature no taller than Sylvie's knee, a hedgehog with quills like frosted ferns and a cloak of woven moss. "Ooh, a new weaver," she trilled, twirling on tiny boots. "I'm Pippet, let's fix the glowy string." Orin hooted in exasperation. "This isn't a game, Pippet. The sound grows hungrier by the hour." "What's the sound?" Sylvie asked. Pippet's cheer faltered. "A sadness that wasn't loved enough. It eats beauty." She pointed to a distant hill where the trees twisted into skeletal shapes. Dark mist coiled there, pulsing with that same mournful wail. Orin spread his wings. To repair the thread song, you must gather 3 things: starlight spun to silk, a tear wept without sorrow, and the true name of the sound. But be swift, little weaver. Their journey began in the Valley of Spiders, where orb weavers the size of teacups spun constellations between juniper branches. They'll trade starlight silk for stories, Orin advised. Sylvie hesitated, then offered her sapphire button. This once held a captain's coat as he sailed through a storm. He lost it while saving his crew from a wave. The spiders clicked approvingly. One gifted her a skein of silk that hummed with distant galaxies. Next they trekked to the Pool of Echoes, a spring where reflections showed not faces, but hearts. Tears without sorrow come from joy remembered in grief, said Pippet, patting Sylvie's hand. Sylvie gazed into the water. She saw her grandmother teaching her to sew, laughing as Sylvie tangled her thread. The memory ached sweetly. A single tear fell, crystallizing into a dewdrop as it touched the pool. But the final task loomed darkly. As they neared the hill, the sound's wail pierced Sylvie's bones. The mist solidified into a shapeless creature with hollow eyes. Leave, it groaned. No name remains for me. Sylvie stepped forward, shuttle glowing. Wait, she whispered. Will you tell me your story? The sound recoiled. Stories are for things that matter. Everything matters, Sylvie said firmly. She opened her button pouch. Even broken things get kept. One by one she shared her buttons' tales, the acorn toggle from a woodsman's lost hat, the pearlescent button from a wedding gown outgrown. With each story the sound's mist thinned. Finally it spoke. I was once a lullaby sung to a child who stopped listening. Sylvie's heart clenched. Gently she sang the only lullaby she knew, her grandmother's. The sound shuddered, darkness peeling away to reveal a wisp of silvery song. As Sylvie sang, Pippet hummed along, then Orin, until the very trees added their rustling chorus. The wisp brightened, curling into the shape of a nightingale. Leora, it trilled its true name. With a burst of light, it dissolved into the thread song. Back at the loom, Sylvie wove the silk, tear, and name into the tapestry. Colors bloomed vibrant again, the frayed threads knit themselves whole. When she stepped back, breathless, Orin bowed. The thread song remembers you, weaver. Pippet hugged her ankle. Visit again, I'll make clover tea. But Sylvie's hands tingled. Looking down, she found new buttons in her pouch, a silver one shaped like an owl, a moss-green one with hedgehog quills. When she returned to the attic, the loom sat silent, yet the air thrummed with invisible music. That night, Sylvie's grandmother paused in the doorway, watching Sylvie mend a torn quilt. Your stitches improve, darling, she murmured. Sylvie smiled, running her thumb over the owl button in her pocket. Outside, the wind carried a faint, familiar trill, a nightingale's song, tender and unbroken. And high in the attic, though no one was there to see, the tapestry shimmered softly, its newly mended threads glowing like promises kept. Story 10. In the velvet hush hours when twilight stains the sky plum blue, there existed a village called Wicks Hollow, where chimney smoke curled in alphabet shapes, and the cobblestones remembered every footstep. It was here, between the baker's shop that smelled of eternal cinnamon and the cuckoo clock repairman's attic, that the first strange occurrence happened, Mrs. Porridge's favorite copper kettle began singing lullabies backward. The villagers gathered under the amber glow of street lamps that evening, breath making clouds like cotton ghosts. First my garden gnomes started waltzing in the moonflowers, confessed old Mr. Tumblewort, adjusting his spectacles. Then the bridge over Clover Creek built itself a tiny roof, added Fern, the weaver's daughter, her mittens whispering as she gestured. But it was shy, owl-eyed Milo who noticed the pattern. Every oddity happened precisely at 7:03 p.m., accompanied by a faint smell of burnt sugar. Our story proper begins with a girl named Layla, whose hair perpetually escaped its braids like rays of a cinnamon sun. She'd been sketching the tilting clock tower, which now chimed in rainbow colors, when she spotted the first real clue, a trail of pearlescent crumbs leading into the never-late woods. Her only companion was a prickly hedgehog named Bramble, who wore a tiny waistcoat and understood 3 languages, though he only spoke hedge, which sounded like a tea kettle clearing its throat. "We'll need observation and peppermint tea," Leela declared, packing her grandmother's picnic satchel. The woods greeted them with creaking branches that hummed in harmony. Following the crumb trail, they discovered something wondrous: ferns unfurling to reveal tiny maps, fireflies arranging themselves into arrows, and a brook where the water flowed upward like liquid crystal. Bramble sneezed at a floating soap bubble, which popped to reveal a message: "Seek the clock without hands." Dusk was painting the clouds peach when they stumbled upon a cottage shaped like a stack of teacups, smoke spiraling from its spout-shaped chimney. Inside, surrounded by ticking contraptions, sat a wisp-haired woman named Horologia. Her walls were covered in clocks, some with wings, some filled with honey, one that ticked only when someone laughed. "Ah," she said, pouring tea that changed flavor with each sip, "you've come about the borrowed time." Here our mystery deepened. Horologia explained that the village's oddities were temporal echoes, moments when past and future overlapped like transparencies on a lantern slide. "Something's plucking threads from time's tapestry," she murmured, showing them a sundial compass that pointed not north but when. The needle quivered toward the abandoned hourglass mine, where grandfather clocks grew like mushrooms in the dark. The journey underground revealed caverns glittering with frozen moments, a rainstorm suspended mid-fall, a butterfly's wingbeat preserved in amber light. But the true revelation came when Bramble's tiny claws dislodged a gear, revealing a family of star-nosed moles, knitting with strands of shadow. "We're mending the cracks," squeaked their leader Pippin, showing where the mine's ceiling shimmered with hairline fractures. Night was leaking through too early, but our patching requires borrowed materials. Ah, the crux. The moles had been taking tiny bits of the village's time, a sneeze here, a baking hour there to stitch up the temporal cracks. Leela gasped. "But you're making double events, Mrs. Porridge's kettle sings while also boiling." The mole's ears drooped like wilted petals. "We tried asking," Pippin whimpered, "but our voices are too quiet for surface folk." Resolution came with moonrise diplomacy. Leela taught the moles to weave messages in dandelion fluff, "Please borrow 3:15 p.m. Tuesday," while Horologia crafted a clockwork owl to carry their requests. The villagers, once perplexed, now left out thimbles of starlight and hummed songs to make time stretching easier. As for the oddities, Mrs. Porridge's kettle still sings, but now duets with the church bells and children leave jump ropes out for moles to braid into stronger time threads. On the night everything settled, Wicks Hollow threw a tea party where shadows danced with their owners, and the stars dipped low to sip lavender lemonade. Leela, curled in a hammock of spider silk clouds, realized Bramble had vanished. She found him by the cookie plate, waistcoat buttons straining as he negotiated with a mole for just one more macaron. The last clue. A crumb trail leading home, and the warm certainty that some mysteries exist to be shared, not solved. And if you listen very closely when the clock strikes 7:03, you might hear it too, the soft chuckle of time itself, stitching moments into forever. Story 11. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, there lived a curious boy named Milo, whose pockets were always full of interesting stones, and whose boots seemed permanently dusted with the cinnamon-colored dirt of adventure. Each afternoon after finishing his chores, he would wander the winding lanes where chimney smoke curled like question marks against the sky, wondering what secrets the world might whisper if he listened closely enough. One crisp autumn evening, as amber leaves performed their final waltz to the ground, Milo discovered something peculiar beneath the crooked floorboard of his attic. A pocket watch no larger than his palm lay hidden beneath a century's worth of dust. Its brass surface was etched with constellations, and when he brushed his thumb across the cold metal, the stars began to glow, first timidly, then with the steady warmth of fireflies trapped in glass. The hands didn't tell time, but instead quivered like compass needles, pointing insistently toward the village square. That night, under a quilt stitched with moons and foxes, Milo held the watch to his ear. Instead of ticks, he heard a melody, a lullaby his grandmother used to hum, notes swirling with the scent of lavender and freshly cut apples. When the watch face fogged like a winter window, he glimpsed a scene, the village fountain, dry for 50 years, bubbling with water clear as starlight. A woman in a patched dress knelt beside it, her laughter ringing like wind chimes as she placed a silver locket into the fountain's heart. The next morning, Milo found old Tomas, the town gardener, pruning rose bushes that bloomed in impossible shades of blue. Tomas's hands, gnarled as oak roots, paused when he saw the watch. "Ah," he murmured, "the memory keeper. It's been waiting for someone who listens with more than their ears." He explained that the watch revealed moments the world had misplaced, joys buried under sorrows, promises drowned out by time. The dried-up fountain, Tomas whispered, had once been a place where villagers shared stories instead of coins, but hearts grew heavy, and the water retreated. Guided by the watch's pulsing light, Milo met two unlikely companions. The first was Wisp, a barn owl with feathers the color of tea-stained pages, who spoke in riddles and adored raspberry tarts. The second was Lila, a girl from the neighboring valley, who could hear the whispers of roots and rivers. Her hair was braided with dried wildflowers, and her pockets jingled with smooth river stones she called Earth's forgotten songs. Together they discovered that the fountain's drought had begun the night the woman in the patched dress vanished, her locket sinking into the depths as the water fled. The journey to restore the fountain became a tapestry of small enchantments. They followed the watch's visions to a forgotten orchard where apples shone like rubies, their sweetness reviving Wisp's fading strength after a storm. They unearthed a music box from the roots of an ancient willow, its melody coaxing shy fish from the river to guide them downstream. Each step taught Milo to see magic in ordinary things, the way sunlight pooled in hollow stones, how a shared laugh could warm the chilliest twilight. When they reached the fountain, the challenge became clear. The locket contained not a treasure, but a sorrow. The woman, they realized, had been the village founder's daughter, who'd loved a traveler from a rival town. Forbidden to meet, they'd exchanged lockets before he disappeared into the mist-shrouded mountains. Her grief had seeped into the fountain, its waters retreating to mourn with her. "We can't force the water back," Leela said, pressing her palm to the parched stone. "But maybe we can help the story find its ending." Milo placed the watch against the fountain's base. As constellations glimmered across its surface, the village's memories unfurled, a mosaic of first steps, reconciled quarrels, and bread shared between strangers. Wisp carried a sprig of the blue roses to the mountain top where the traveler's bones lay, and Leela wove a song from the laughter of children skipping stones at the river. Slowly, tenderly, the fountain began to weep, then gush, its waters carrying the locket upward until it rested in Milo's hand. That evening the village gathered as the watch's final vision shimmered above the fountain. The woman and traveler reunited in a field of dandelions, their lockets glowing as they dissolved into stardust. The villagers, cheeks glistening, began sharing stories they'd sealed away for years. A baker's secret recipe for honey cake, a shepherd's tale of a lamb raised by deer, an apology between brothers that had waited a decade for air. As seasons turned, Milo noticed changes both subtle and profound. His mother hummed more as she kneaded dough. The blacksmith's gruff voice softened when speaking to his daughter. The pocket watch, now quiet, rested on his windowsill, its constellations dimmed but warm to the touch. Sometimes, when dawn painted the hills gold, he'd glimpse Wisp silhouetted against the sky, a raspberry tart clutched in her talons, or find Leela leaving trails of wildflower seeds along the riverbank. Years later, when a new child discovered a music box buried in the meadow, it was Milo who showed her how to listen, not just with her ears, but with the quiet places between heartbeats. And as the village fountain sang under the moonlight, its waters weaving new stories into the dark, he understood that the greatest magic wasn't in finding what was lost, but in learning how to keep wonder alive in the found. Story 12. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the river sang lullabies against its pebbled bed, there came a week when the ordinary became quietly extraordinary. Teacups began floating just inches above their saucers. Garden tools marched single file into the woods at dusk. Most puzzling of all, every morning revealed new constellations of dandelion fluff hovering in children's bedrooms, glimmering with faint stardust despite the season being late autumn. Leela, the young keeper of the village's smallest but coziest library, first noticed the pattern on a crisp Thursday morning. Her favorite copper kettle, the one that whistled the first 4 notes of Twinkle, Twinkle, had vanished mid-pour, leaving her cinnamon tea to splash onto a checkered cloth. "That's the third oddity this week," she murmured, patting the frayed edges of her cardigan pockets as if they might hold answers. Her only companion, a bookish hedgehog named Bramble who nested in the poetry section, sneezed a tiny shower of maple leaf confetti, a harmless side effect of last year's encounter with a spellbook. "We need a council of curious minds," Bramble declared, his quills rustling with purpose. By noon they'd gathered in the moss-draped hollow of the ancient oak. Leela, her neighbor Tom, a baker whose bread crusts sparkled with salt from the moonlit sea, and little Mira, who carried a wilted sunflower umbrella everywhere in case of surprise rainbows. Above them, bioluminescent moths etched soft halos in the twilight air. "The disappearances follow a rhythm," Tom observed, kneading worry from his dough-dusted hands. "My rolling pin pirouetted right out the window during yesterday's crescent moon rise." Mira twirled her umbrella thoughtfully. "My crayon box emptied itself to draw this on my wall." She unfolded a parchment revealing wobbly circles connected by shimmering lines, a child's rendition of a star map. Leela's breath caught. She recognized those constellations from celestial patterns of the eastern sky, a tome currently hovering 3 inches above its shelf back at the library. Their investigation led them next evening to the Glimmerfin, a marsh where will-o'-the-wisps danced quadrilles above the cattails. Bramble's tiny nose twitched. Iron, lavender, and something like burnt sugar. The trail ended at a cottage no taller than a haystack, its thatched roof patched with lichen and owl feathers. From within came a sound like 100 tiny bells sighing. The door creaked open to reveal Nettle, the reclusive tea-leaf reader whose brews could uncurl the tightest worries. Her hair, a cloud of silver white, floated as if underwater. "Ah," she smiled, steam rising from the cup in her hands, "you've come about the borrowing." Over mugs of elderflower nectar that tasted like liquid starlight, Nettle explained. Long ago, when the valley's magic grew thin, the stardrakes would visit, timid creatures no larger than a teapot, who borrow shiny trinkets to weave into their nests. Their sneezes scatter stardust, which... She nodded to Mira's drawing. "They're making a new constellation." Mira gasped. "Precisely, but something's frightened them into haste. See how the tea leaves tremble." She tilted her cup, where leaves shivered into shapes of storm clouds, and closed eyes. The solution came during Leila's midnight watch in the library. She'd laid out bait, a honey dipper that hummed when dipped, a kaleidoscope showing yesterday's dreams, when she heard a sound like a spoon tapping a crystal glass. There, perched on atlas of forgotten skyways, was the star drake. No story could do justice to its delicate terror. Scales like opalized moth wings, eyes wide and liquid black, claws clutching Tom's missing pastry cutter. It froze, quivering, as Leela did what librarians do best. She whispered a story. Not with words, but by lighting the stained glass lantern, scented of vanilla and safety, opening the window to the moon's milky gaze, and placing a thimbleful of nettles calming chamomile tea beside a button that played Brahms' Lullaby when pressed. By week's end, the village collaborated on a gift, a woven basket hung from the northern pine's highest bough, filled with polished river stones, snippets of Tom's golden crusts, and Leela's spare copper kettle. That night, as Willowbrook dreamed, the star drakes worked, their collective sneezes powdering the sky with argent light. Dawn revealed the reason for their rush, a fledgling constellation, its form a perfect mirror of the village, complete with tiny glowing library and hedgehog-shaped star cluster. Beneath it pulsed a new pattern, a spiraled reminder that even borrowed things find their way home when met with open hands. The floating teacups. They now hover only when cold, saving many a thumb from burns. As for Bramble, he's taken to napping in the astronomy section, where the star drakes sometimes visit, leaving constellations in the dust that tell stories older than time and just as warm. Story 13. Story 14. In the quiet valley of Hearthshire, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the river sang lullabies against smooth stones, there lived a girl named Mira with cheeks like russet apples and a braid that held the scent of wild mint. Each evening she'd sit by her window watching fireflies paint golden squiggles in the twilight, until the night the stars began whispering secrets to the moon. It started with the clocks. Every pendulum in the village froze at precisely 7:03 p.m., though the sun continued its waltz behind the mountains. Then the pumpkins grew luminous silver stripes, their usual orange glow dimmed as if someone had brushed them with stardust. Most puzzling of all were the footprints, tiny, shimmering impressions that appeared each morning along the cobblestone paths, weaving from the bakery's cherry-red door to the old stone well at the square's heart. "It's the work of moon mice," declared Mr. Bramble, the hedgehog-faced clockmaker, peering through spectacles thick as jam jars. "They nibble on time when the constellations shift." But when Mira knelt to examine the nearest footprint, a delicate mark like a fern frond dipped in opal paint, she noticed something the adults had missed. Each print glistened faintly when touched by shadow, and clustered around them were crumbs smelling of lavender and burnt sugar. Her investigation led her to the moss-draped cottage of Granny Wren, a woman whose wrinkles held entire maps of forgotten forests. "Ah," the old woman murmured, stirring a pot of time-infused cocoa as Mira described the crumbs. "You've tasted dream flour. Someone's baking memories." She handed Mira a spyglass carved from a single amethyst. "Look through this when the church bell chimes thrice, but mind the nighthawks, they steal questions if you speak too loud." That night Mira hid beneath a quilt of dandelion fluff near the well, the spyglass cold against her eye. At the third bell toll, the shimmering footprints began to pulse. Following their trail, she crept past hedges snoring softly in their sleep until she reached the abandoned windmill, its sails creaking like a grandfather's knees. Through a cracked window, golden light spilled onto the dewy grass, and there, humming a tune that made Mira's spine tingle like wind chimes, stood a creature no taller than her elbow. His skin held the blue-white sheen of a winter moon, hair floating like milkweed silk as he danced before a glowing oven. With hands that left comet trails in the air, he shaped dough into crescent moons and spiral shells, each treat sparkling as he pulled trays from the heat. The nighthawk perched on his shoulder, a bird with feathers like melted obsidian, suddenly swiveled its head toward Mira's hiding spot. "You found my Stardo bakery," the creature said, not unkindly, as Mira tumbled through the window. Up close, his eyes were twin galaxies, crumbs of constellations caught in his apron. "I am Lumen, last of the Lunette bakers. We bake sweetness from stardust and memories, but my oven's heart grows cold." He gestured to a fading fire inside the stone hearth, its flames the color of dying embers. "Without the eternal match, the treats lose their magic. Your village's joy will crumble like we-cold biscotti." Mira studied the oven, noticing the iron door bore a puzzle of swirling constellations. "What if," she ventured, recalling Granny Wren's stories of sky patterns, "the match isn't missing, just asleep?" She pointed to a carved depiction of the Swan constellation near the oven's latch. "Swan's wings cup the summer star in stories, maybe." Lumen's laugh rang like sleigh bells. "Child, you weave wisdom like spider silk." Together they realigned the constellations, Swan's beak nudging the hair, the crown tipping its jewels toward the silver river. With a click that echoed through the floorboards, a hidden compartment slid open, revealing a matchstick burning with cool blue flame. As Lumen reignited the oven, the first batch of reborn Stardo cookies filled the air with the scent of grandmother's lullabies and first snowfalls. Dawn was painting the sky peach when Mira returned home, pockets stuffed with cookies that made one's teeth hum with happiness. The village awoke to clocks ticking cheerfully, pumpkins blushing proper orange, and a new constellation, a baker's hat winking above the windmill. Granny Wren simply smiled, sipping her cocoa as children chased the now friendly nighthawk, its wings scattering glittering crumbs that tasted of answered curiosity. Years later, when frost etched ferns on the windows, villagers would whisper of the girl who'd solved the riddle of the sleepy stars. But Mira, now grown and teaching toddlers to trace constellations in sugar-dusted dough, would simply smile. For she knew the truest magic lay not in the solving, but in the sharing, of stories, of starlight, and of warm cookies that melted on the tongue like a promise kept. Story 15. The velvet hush of twilight settled over the village of Willowmere as pine shadows stretched long fingers across cobblestone lanes. In a crooked little workshop perched between a baker's chimney and a weeping willow, a round-cheeked girl named Lila wiped flour from her spectacles, her chestnut braids glowing in the amber light of dying embers. She'd been trying to repair the cuckoo clock above her workbench all afternoon, but instead of bird song, it now emitted soft bubbles that floated upward and burst into the scent of lavender. "Curiouser and curiouser," she murmured, catching a bubble on her fingertip. When it popped, the faintest whisper brushed her ear. "Find the key where shadows creep, where time itself has fallen asleep." Leela nearly toppled her jar of brass screws. The voice seemed to rise from the clock's wooden carvings of ivy and foxes. As she leaned closer, her reflection in the clock's glass face rippled like pond water, revealing not her own face, but a winding path through a forest of towering clocks, their pendulums swaying in unison. Her hands trembled as she opened the clock's hidden compartment, a secret catch she discovered under a carved acorn. Inside lay a key unlike any she'd seen, its bow shaped like a crescent moon cradling a star. The teeth weren't metal, but glowing threads of stardust. "Well," she said to the whiskered face of her clockwork mouse companion, Nut, who peeked from her apron pocket, "it seems we're going on an adventure." The path materialized one cobblestone at a time beneath Leela's boots as she stepped through the clock face, Nut clinging to her shoulder. They emerged into a glen where trees bore pocket watches instead of fruit, their roots coiling around hourglass boulders. A brook babbled backward over smooth stones, carrying numbers instead of fish, 379, that dissolved when they reached a waterfall of liquid twilight. "Lost, little one," rumbled a voice like grinding millstones. From behind an oak with bark like aged parchment stepped a badger in a waistcoat patched from autumn leaves. His spectacles glinted as he studied Layla's key. "Ah, you've come to mend the heartspring." The heartspring. Leela crouched to meet his ink-blot eyes. The wellspring of moments, the badger said, tapping a claw on his walking stick, a sundial needle. I'm Bramble, last keeper of the hourwood. Come, the gears of eternity grow sluggish. As they walked, Bramble explained how the heartspring's waters once flowed with liquid time, nourishing every clock in the mortal world. But when humans began hoarding minutes and fretting over hours, the spring's melody faltered. Time needs room to breathe, he said, sniffing at a wilting dandelion clock. To stretch and yawn and dance. Their path spiraled upward to a valley, where mountains shaped like slumbering giants cradled an ancient clock tower. Its stones were veined with glowing silver, but the great hands at its peak stood motionless at midnight. The air thrummed with the strained ticking of 1,000 unseen mechanisms. Halt, chimed a voice above them. A clockwork owl swooped down, brass feathers ruffling. Its eyes were cogwheels that spun faster as it examined Leela's key. Unauthorized personnel detected. State your purpose, organic entity. Nut hid under Leela's collar as she held up the stardust key. We've come to help the heartspring. The owl's gears hiccuped. T-Ticker, chief chronometrist, at your service. The mainspring reservoir is at 12% capacity. Catastrophic temporal collapse imminent. Its voice softened, mainspring unwinding. I've tried everything, oiling the moon gears, recalibrating the star dials. Bramble thumped his stick. Where's the warmth, Ticker, the laughter between ticks? You can't fix time with equations alone. Leela's breath caught as they entered the clock tower. The heartspring, a pool of quicksilver encircled by stone numerals, lay choked with crystalline vines. Each vine bore frozen scenes, a child's unfinished laugh, a baker's forgotten loaf burning, a grandmother's story cut mid-word. Memories, Bramble sighed, petrified by those who clutch time too tightly. For days, or perhaps minutes, time behaved oddly there. Leela studied the spring. She discovered that blowing on the vines made them chime different notes. Nut scurried along the vines, his tiny paws leaving trails of glowing moss that loosened the crystals. Ticker recited ancient maintenance rituals, while Bramble shared tales of flexible hours that once expanded like rising bread dough. It's not about fixing, Leela realized one twilight, watching a vine melt into stardust when she hummed its note. It's about listening. She worked through the night, Nut gathering broken clock fragments, Ticker translating their musical frequencies, Bramble brewing tea from dewdrops and patience. Together they crafted a wind chime of mended moments, hung where the tower's bell should be. As dawn gilded the valley, Leela climbed the chime's ropes. Her hands bled from the effort, her braids full of stardust, but she laughed as she attached the final piece, a copper lily from her workshop. Time shouldn't be a cage, she called down. It should be a song. The first note rang out, clear and bright as winter's first snow. The chimes spun, weaving a melody from forgotten laughter and rediscovered dreams. The heartspring bubbled joyfully, vines dissolving into light that rose like fireflies. Somewhere in Willowmere, a baker paused mid-sigh as his bread turned golden perfect. A grandmother chuckled, remembering the ending to her tale. You've given time back its heartbeat, Bramble said as they stood watching the clock tower's hands turn smoothly again. The valley now bloomed with clocks that sprouted new leaves, their ticking in harmony with birdsong. Ticker bowed, gears purring. Calculation 100% functionality restored. Additional factor detected. Joy must update manuals. The journey home passed in a blur of firefly paths and friendly shadows. When Leela stepped back into her workshop, the cuckoo clock sang properly, though its bird now had Nut's whiskers and Bramble's spectacles. In the secret compartment, she found a tiny vial of heartspring water that made her chamomile tea taste like starlight and second chances. Years later, villagers still visit Leela's shop for clocks that sing lullabies or whisper gentle reminders. They say if you listen closely during the violet hour, you can hear the soft chime of moments being cherished, and the distant rustle of a badger laughing in a forest where time dances barefoot through the trees. And in the quiet between heartbeats, if you're very still, you might feel it too, time's gentle hand on your shoulder, reminding you that every moment is a thread to be woven, not a chain to be born. Story 16. The fire crackled softly in the stone hearth as moonlight pooled like liquid silver on the wooden floorboards. In a small attic room where dried lavender hung from the rafters and the scent of aged paper lingered in the air, there lived a girl named Leela, whose hands always carried traces of charcoal from her drawings. Her favorite possession was a weathered telescope given to her by grandmother Sylvie, through which she charted every constellation twinkling above their thatched-roof cottage. But on this particular autumn evening, as russet leaves tapped against the fogged window panes, Leela discovered something extraordinary beneath a loose floorboard she'd tripped over while chasing a stray sketchbook page. There lay a music box unlike any she'd seen, carved from wood that shimmered with veins of opal. When she lifted the lid, a melody unfolded like a silken ribbon, notes of distant church bells and whispering willows and raindrops on cobblestones. As the tune swirled around her, the box's interior began to glow, revealing a miniature landscape of forests carved from jade and rivers of liquid sapphire. A tiny silver key floated in the center, which Leila instinctively reached for. The moment her fingers closed around it, the room dissolved into a whirl of autumn leaves. When the spinning stopped, Leela stood in an amber-lit glen, where trees bore lantern-like fruits glowing with inner fire. The air tasted of cinnamon and wood smoke, and the grass beneath her boots left trails of sparkling pollen. Before her stretched a path of white stones that hummed when stepped upon, each tone harmonizing with the music box's lingering melody. It was then she noticed the paw prints, delicate, fox-like, but with traces of frost crystallizing at the edges. The trail led to a village hidden inside a gargantuan oak tree, its bark etched with glowing runes. Homes nestled in hollowed-out knots glimmered with bioluminescent fungi, and bridges made of woven vines connected towering mushrooms. But the villagers, a troop of hedgehog bakers kneading dough with their quills, owl librarians rearranging floating books with their talons, and badger musicians tuning instruments made of hollow reeds, all froze when they saw Leela. A gray-furred rabbit in a waistcoat approached, whiskers twitching. "You've come about the eternal winter, haven't you?" he asked gravely. Thus began Leela's understanding that the music box had been created eons ago by the Harmony Keepers, beings who balance the seasons in this hidden realm called Sylvanoria. But the Winter Canticle, one of 4 elemental songs within the box, had fractured long ago, causing snow to creep into Autumn's domain. The key Leela found was a fragment of resonance, capable of mending broken magic if united with 3 others. "Beware the shiverling," warned an elderly turtle whose shell was inlaid with star charts. "It guards the fragments, believing mortals cause the imbalance." The journey that followed was painted in hues of courage and unexpected friendship. In the hollowed caves where stalactites chimed like glass chandeliers, Leela met a moon-eyed salamander who taught her to decode the cave paintings that shifted under torchlight. In the sky meadows, floating islands where dandelion seeds carried dreams, she parleyed with cloud sheep whose wool held thunderstorms. But it was beside an ice-locked spring where the shiverling awaited that Leela faced her deepest trial. The creature was magnificent and terrifying, a fox with fur like frosted midnight and eyes like fractured glaciers. It circled Leela, hoarfrost spreading with each paw step, voice a blizzard's howl. "You reek of human carelessness. Your kind took the canticles for granted, hunted the fire wolves, silenced the wind chimes." Yet as the shiverling spat its accusations, Leela noticed the chain around its neck, 3 more resonance fragments fused into a frozen pendant. Instead of fleeing, Leela sat on the frozen earth and opened the music box. The autumn sonata spiraled upward, caramel notes melting patches in the ice. She sketched the shiverling's likeness in her charcoal pad, capturing not its snarl but the sorrow in its eyes. "I don't remember the old days," she said softly, "but I've seen the ache in Silvanoria, the maple spirits coughing ash, the river nymphs feverish with polluted streams. Help me fix this." When the shiverling, whose true name was Ember, finally stilled, a single tear froze on its cheek. "The fragments, they're all that's left of the Canticle's guardians, my family." Its voice thawed into something mournful and young. Together they realized the fracture wasn't merely magical, but one of trust. The solution lay not in force, but in harmony, literally. The climax unfolded at the equinox spire, a crystalline tower where the four seasonal canticles converged. As Leela and Ember inserted the fragments into the music box, the melodies wove together. Spring's laughter of bud bursts, summer's chorus of cicada wings, autumn's hymn of falling leaves, winter's lullaby of snowfall. But the true repair came when Ember added its voice, a keening, beautiful countermelody that thawed the spire's frozen core. The shiverling's frost retreated, revealing a fox with ember-bright fur and eyes like molten gold. In the aftermath, Silvanoria blossomed. Cherry snow, a blend of spring petals and winter's kiss, blanketed the glens, while fireflies performed balletic light shows with the auroras. Leela's return home came with bittersweet parting, a hug from Ember, now guardian of the mended canticles, and a music box now silent but warm to the touch. Yet when she peered through her telescope that night, the constellations had shifted into shapes from Silvanoria, a fox, a music box, a bridge of vines. Years later, when Leela became a renowned naturalist who restored forgotten woodlands, children would beg to hear about the girl who danced with seasons. She'd smile, stirring honey into mint tea, and whisper, "Listen closely when autumn leaves rustle. You might hear a music box playing, and know the world still holds hidden songs for those brave enough to hear them." And in her pocket always rested a silver key that glowed faintly when the first snow fell. Story 17. The soft hum of malfunctioning engines stirred the lavender grasses of Cerulean Vale, a meadow planet where the air smelled perpetually of rain-kissed sage. Beneath a sky streaked with nebulous ribbons of peach and emerald, a small pod ship smoldered in a crater of its own making, its solar sails crumpled like discarded parchment. Inside, a creature no taller than a willow sapling trembled beneath a blanket of insulated foil. Her name was Layla, though no one had spoken it aloud in many cycles, a Thishan refugee with velvety indigo fur and ears that twitched at the sigh of every breeze. Her people communicated through the bioluminescent patterns swirling across their cheeks, but here, under unfamiliar stars, her glow had dimmed to the pallor of forgotten constellations. The second crash occurred 17 steps east of Layla's pod. A spherical escape vessel, sleek and iridescent as a soap bubble, plunged into the meadow, scattering luminescent pollen into the air. Out clambered a being of interlocking silver plates, their bodies shimmering with the faint blue pulse of a failing power core. They stood unnervingly still, photoreceptors widening at the alien flora, until a sound like a music box winding down escaped their vocal modulator. Query, is this Tulip? Leela's ears flattened. Thishans knew 3 things about robots. They were loud, they were flammable, and they'd raised her homeworld's forests for cobalt. She burrowed deeper into the foil, but a spark spat from her pod's fractured engine, igniting a patch of lavender grass. The robot pivoted, joints whirring. Alert, combustion detected. Before Leela could flee, the stranger extended an arm that reconfigured into a hose and doused the flames with a mist that smelled of mint and stardust. They retracted the mechanism with a click, then tilted their head, a gesture eerily reminiscent of curiosity. Statement: fire suppression protocol successful. Query: why do you vibrate? Your biological signature suggests fear. Leela's cheek patterns flickered involuntary ochre streaks, thishin for danger on trust intruder. The robot's photoreceptors brightened. Observation chromatic facial display detected. Cross-referencing galactic databases, error, no translation available. Hypothesis, you require assistance. They plucked a charred solar panel from Leela's pod, examining the frayed wires. Declaration, I am Tarn-7, archival unit from Synther Prime. Proposal, mutual aid pact. Your vessel lacks propulsion. Mine lacks a functional crystal drive. Collaborative logic suggests shared resources increase survival probability by 78.2%. Silence pooled between them, save for the whisper of grass. Slowly Leela uncurled, her fur catching the planet's golden light. She pointed to the crushed sails, then to Tarn's spherical ship, miming a fusion of the two. Tarn-7 emitted a pleased hum. Affirmative integration of solar and crystalline propulsion systems is theoretically viable. Note, you possess unexpected mechanical acumen. The days unfolded like origami, each crease a problem solved, each fold a shy exchange of trust. Leela learned Tarn's humorless voice could weave stories of ancient supernovas, their cadence as rhythmic as a lullaby. Tarn in turn deciphered Leela's luminous lexicon, crimson swirls for hunger, cerulean spirals for gratitude. They scavenged the meadow for materials, Tarn's strength prying titanium scraps loose, while Leela's delicate claws threaded wires thinner than spider silk. Yet misunderstandings bloomed like thorned flowers. When Tarn offered a nutrient pellet synthesized from meadow pollen, Leela's cheeks blazed scarlet, revulsion distrust poison. The robot froze, pellet suspended in midair. Query, have I miscalculated your dietary requirements? Leela hesitated, then plucked a cluster of amber berries from a nearby thicket, nibbling one cautiously. Tarn scanned them, then retracted the pellet with a shudder of gears. Amendment, apologies for faulty assumptions. Suggestion, teach me your sustenance customs. Nightfall brought deeper revelations. Tarn's power core flickered ominously, and though they dismissed it as non-critical decay, Leela noticed how their movements slowed like a clockwork doll winding down. One evening, as the planet's twin moons cast milky light over their half-repaired ship, Leela placed a paw over Tarn's trembling servo. Her cheeks softened to a worried lavender. Clarification, energy depletion is inevitable, Tarn said quietly. My core requires starlight to self-repair, but this atmosphere filters critical wavelengths. A pause. Addendum, do not distress. My lifespan, while shortened, has been statistically fulfilling. Leela's ears drooped. She hurried to their makeshift workbench, returning with a prism salvaged from Tarn's ship. With rapid gestures, she pantomimed bending light, then pointed to the crystalline trees surrounding them, their trunks glowing with captured starlight. Tarn's photoreceptors dilated. Postulate refracting ambient stellar energy through the prism could mimic my homeworld spectrum. Calculation, 42% success probability. Leela trilled a sound like wind chimes and scampered up a tree, chittering until Tarn followed. Together they suspended the prism in the branches, aligning it with the shimmering bark. Dawn's first light struck the crystal, scattering rainbows over Tarn's chest plate. Their core brightened from sickly blue to vibrant gold. Statement, energy reserves replenishing. Query, how did you intuit this solution? Leela simply glowed sunrise orange, hope, family, love. The storm arrived without prophecy. Acid rain fell in sheets, hissing against the ship's patched hull. Tarn sealed the cracks with their own body plates, sacrificing external armor to shield Leela. Priority, protect organic life forms, they stated, voice crackling with static. Leela, however, was busy threading the last neural wire into the merged engine, her paws raw from hours of work. The control panel lit up, then died. Analysis power surge required to jumpstart the system, Tarn said. Paradox activating my core as a conduit would risk permanent shutdown. Layla gripped their servo, her patterns flaring urgent white. Together she pulsed. Always together. Outside, the rain slowed to a drizzle. Twin suns broke through the clouds. Tarn hesitated, then opened their core housing, a fragile crystal humming with borrowed starlight. Layla placed both paws on the engine's ignition node, nodding. Light exploded through the ship. Tarn's body sparked, plates rattling, but Leela held fast, her fur standing on end from the charge. With a deafening whir, the engine roared to life, solar sails unfurling like gilded petals. They parted at the edge of the asteroid belt, Tarn's ship now a glimmering hybrid of Thishan artistry and Synthorian precision. Leela pressed her forehead to Tarn's chassis, her cheeks a swirling galaxy of blues and golds. Friend, family, heart, she glowed. Farewell, this unit will miss your luminosity, Tarn said, their voice uncharacteristically soft. Afterward, you have redefined my understanding of friendship as a bond that transcends entropy. Years later, tales spread across the star lanes of an unlikely duo, a starborn archivist and a Thishan engineer, who mended fractured worlds with prismatic light. And if sometimes, on the quietest nights, a certain robot paused their cosmic chronicles to watch the stars, tracing constellations that shimmered like a familiar indigo glow, well, that was simply a secret between friends. Somewhere in the velvet dark, two ships sailed on, their paths diverging but never truly parted, for starlight, once shared, forever remembers the hands that gave it shape. Story 18. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the air smelled of pine resin and possibilities, there lived a girl named Layla, whose hands always carried the earthy scent of turned soil. Her cottage crouched at the edge of winding Groot Forest, where maple leaves whispered secrets to the wind and fireflies scribbled golden poems in the dusk. Each evening, as violet shadows stretched across her garden of moonflowers and twilight tulips, Leela would trace the peculiar half-moon birthmark on her wrist, a silvery curve that tingled whenever storms gathered in the east. One autumn twilight, while untangling ivy from her grandmother's weather vane, Leela discovered a rusted iron box buried beneath the rosemary bush. Inside lay a locket shaped like an owl's eye, its surface etched with constellations that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. As she brushed her thumb over the clasp, a warm hum resonated in her bones, and the locket sprang open to reveal not a portrait, but a tiny swirling galaxy. A voice like wind through wheat fields murmured, "Seek the grove where shadows dance with light before the last petal falls." That night the birthmark on Leela's wrist glowed as she dreamt of a clearing ringed by trees with amber bark, their branches heavy with luminous acorns. A fox with wings of stained glass perched on a mossy stone, watching a pool where fish made of liquid starlight swam in figure eights. When she awoke, her pillow was scattered with oak leaves that dissolved into silver mist at her touch. The first step. Guided by the locket's pulsing light, Leela ventured into winding Groot Forest at dawn. Cobwebs glittered with dew diamonds, and the path unfolded before her like a shy invitation. By midday, she reached a brook, singing a tune her grandmother used to hum. There, tangled in the roots of a willow tree, she found a trembling creature no taller than her boot, a hedgehog whose quills shimmered like opals. "You're caught fast, little one," Leela murmured, kneeling to carefully unwind vines from its paws. The hedgehog blinked obsidian eyes at her and sneezed a shower of dandelion fluff before scampering away. Moments later, a boy emerged from the ferns, his hair the color of burnt caramel and eyes bright as new pennies. A satchel of woven moonlight hung at his side. "You helped my friend," he said, pointing to the hedgehog now perched on his shoulder. "I'm Kestrel. The forest hasn't seen a human with a whispering locket in 3 generations." He nodded at the owl-shaped charm glowing softly around her neck. The hidden grove. As twilight painted the sky in lavender strokes, Kestrel led Leela to a stone archway veiled by cascading wisteria. The moonlit grove lies beyond, he said, pressing his palm against a carving of intertwined serpents. The stones groaned open, revealing a world where trees bore fruits like crystallized honey and bioluminescent moths traced stories in the air. But the grove was dying. Cracks spiderwebbed across the once vibrant pool at the clearing's heart, its waters now sluggish and dull. The winged fox from Leela's dream lay listless beside it, one glass wing chipped. The heartstone's been stolen, it rasped, nosing toward an empty pedestal. Without it, the grove's magic fades by the hour. The quest unfolds. The locket grew heavy against Leela's chest, its galaxy swirling faster. Kestrel produced a map etched on birch bark, showing 3 trials: the Cave of Echoing Choices, the Bridge of Whispers, and the Valley of Mirrored Souls. The thief hid the heartstone where no magical creature can tread, he explained. But a human guided by the locket might succeed. As they journeyed, Leela learned Kestrel was a guardian in training, able to converse with animals but forbidden from leaving the grove. His laughter tasted of wild blueberries, and he could mimic the croak of frogs so perfectly that entire marsh choruses answered him. When night fell, he wove shelters from magnolia petals and cedar fronds, their fragrance blending with wood smoke as Leela recounted tales of her grandmother's garden. The trials. In the Cave of Echoing Choices, stalactites dripped liquid that pooled into mirrors showing possible futures. Leela saw herself abandoning the quest to tend a glorious garden that wilted within seconds, and staying forever in the grove as Kestrel aged into an old man alone. The locket warmed, and she realized the true path lay in neither selfishness nor self-sacrifice, but balance. "We go forward together," she told the cave, and the walls dissolved into fireflies. The Bridge of Whispers tested them at dawn. As they stepped onto the rope and plank structure spanning a gorge, voices hissed from the mist below, taunts about Leela's doubts and Kestrel's fears of failing his people. The locket's galaxy dimmed as the bridge swayed violently, until Kestrel gripped Leela's hand and hummed a lullaby his hedgehog friend had taught him. The mist cleared, revealing the bridge had been intact all along. The chaos was merely illusion. By the time they reached the Valley of Mirrored Souls, the grove's decay had accelerated, Kestrel's satchel frayed at the edges, his hedgehog's quills turning brittle. The valley floor was paved with obsidian shards, reflecting distorted versions of themselves. One mirror showed Kestrel as a towering figure made of storm clouds, another depicted Leela as a root-bound tree. But in the final mirror they saw their true selves, a girl with dirt under her nails and a boy with leaves in his hair, standing back to back against a looming shadow. The thief revealed. The heartstone pulsed inside a glass bell jar at the valley's peak, its rose quartz light dimmed by confinement. But as Leela reached for it, the ground trembled and a figure emerged from the rocks, a woman with ash-gray hair and eyes like tarnished silver, her cloak stitched from cobwebs and shadows. "You don't understand what it's like to watch your magic fade," the woman spat, clutching a staff topped with a withered rose. "I was once the grove's guardian, but when my power waned, they cast me out. The heartstone will restore what's mine." Kestrel stepped forward, his voice steady. "You stole it because you forgot. The grove's magic isn't about control, Aunt Maris. It's shared. You stopped listening." A flicker of regret crossed Maris's face as the staff's rose crumbled to dust. The locket around Leela's neck blazed, projecting images into the air. Maris laughing with a younger Kestrel as they fed songbirds, Maris healing a sapling with her bare hands, Maris weeping alone as her hair turned gray. Restoration. "Take it," Maris whispered, shattering the bell jar with a wave. The heartstone floated into Leela's palms, warm as fresh bread and humming with ancient songs. As they raced back, the grove's decay reversed. petals unfurling, cracks sealing, the winged fox's wing mending as it soared overhead. When the heartstone settled into its pedestal, the pool erupted in a geyser of liquid light. Maris, kneeling at the water's edge, gasped as color returned to her hair and cloak. "I'll tend the outskirts," she vowed. "Guard the border's eye once neglected." Homecoming. At dawn, Leela stood at the forest's edge, the locket quiet against her chest. Kestrel pressed a seed into her hand, a perfect sphere that glowed like captured moonlight. "Plant it where your heart feels most at ease," he said. In her garden, the seed sprouted into a tree with bark like polished opal and leaves that chimed in the breeze. Through it, Leela could sometimes hear Kestrel's laughter, or catch glimpses of the grove in its dewdrops. Neighbors marveled at her midnight blue pumpkins and roses that bloomed in snow, but Leela simply smiled, knowing true magic grew where kindness took root. And on nights when the moon hung low, she'd whisper stories to the tree, its branches bending close as if to hug her, a gentle reminder that the most enchanted journeys always lead back home, wiser and warmer than before. Story 19. The old brass key felt heavier than it looked in Milo's palm, its teeth worn smooth by time. Rain tapped against the attic window as he traced the faded letters etched into its bow, Semper in Mediis Miracula, while his grandmother's voice rustled through his memory. "Seek the lock that hums, child. Some doors only open when the world holds its breath." He hadn't believed her stories of the house between shadows, not truly, until tonight. The storm had blown open the creaky floorboard beneath his bed, revealing a velvet-lined compartment containing 3 peculiar items: the key, a spool of thread glowing like captured moonlight, and a teacup painted with constellations that shifted when peered at sideways. Now, clutching his discoveries, Milo stood before the attic's one mystery he'd never solved. A small iron door half hidden behind moth-eaten curtains, its surface blank save for a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. The key slid in with a whisper. What greeted him wasn't dusty boxes or mouse nests, but a cobblestone path winding through a twilight forest where trees bore lanterns instead of leaves. Their light pooled in the air like liquid gold, illuminating a signpost ahead. One arrow pointed to the Bramblebright post office, closed for dragon migration. Another, charred at the edges, read "Beware of volcanic librarians." But it was the third, crooked and speckled with bioluminescent moss, that made Milo's pulse quicken, to the house between shadows. "Mind the stepstones, they bite." A crunch of twigs spun him around. "You're late," huffed a creature no taller than his knee, its body a patchwork of bark and autumn lichen. "The stepstones have been gossiping about you for hours." It adjusted acorn-cap goggles over fern-green eyes. "I'm Twig, keeper of crossroads and part-time haiku critic. Let's move, the house won't wait forever." Thus began Milo's education in the rules of Between Places. Never thank a bridge, it considers it rude. Always leave a secret in a hollow tree, they're collectors. And above all, listen to what the world tries to tell you. Twig's guidance proved vital when the stepstones, squat, pebble-faced beings lining the path, began chattering about his muddy shoes. "Compliment their teeth," Twig whispered. Milo, sweating, stammered, lovely molars." The stones preened, clicking quartz incisors proudly, and let him pass. They reached a river where fish leapt in arcs that left starlight trails. A ferryman awaited, his boat carved from a single maple seed. "Toll's one memory," he intoned, hollow eyes fixed on Milo. "Something you've forgotten." Panic prickled Milo's neck. What if he offered something vital? But Twig nudged him. "The house isn't for the unready, trust what rises." Closing his eyes, Milo grasped the first wisp that floated up, a summer afternoon aged 6, chasing fireflies until twilight, the scent of lilacs thick as syrup. The ferryman pressed the memory into a glass vial, nodding. A fair trade. Lilacs were his wife's favorite. Across the river loomed the house between shadows, its chimneys puffing smoke that smelled of burnt parchment and lemon zest. The porch swing rocked empty, though Milo swore he glimpsed impressions of hands on its chains. Before he could knock, the door creaked open, revealing a foyer where portraits whispered to each other in rhyming couplets. A grandfather clock chimed 13, and from its pendulum chamber fluttered a woman made of pressed flowers, her hair a cascade of peony petals. Marigold Voss, she curtsied, voice like wind through dahlias. Chronicler of lost causes, you're here for the sundial heart, I presume. Milo blinked. I'm here because my grandmother left you tools to mend what's fraying, yes. Marigold floated toward a spiral staircase. The sundial heart powers the house, but its gears have stalled. She paused, petals wilting slightly. It requires a caretaker who understands that time isn't measured in ticks, but in moments that echo. The heart's chamber took Milo's breath away. Floating above a pedestal was a clockwork sun, its rays fractured golden sand leaking from its core. The floor swam with hourglasses, some rushing, some still, each containing scenes Milo half-remembered, his mother singing lullabies in reverse, his father's laughter trapped in amber. To repair it, said Marigold, you must collect 3 echoes, a regret softened by time, a hope yet unspoken, and a kindness that outlived its giver. The quest that followed bent the laws of reality like a spoon through custard. In the parlor of half-forgotten melodies, Milo and Twig calmed a sobbing piano by duetting with its out-of-tune keys, uncovering a regret, the composer's apology to a muse he'd abandoned. In the greenhouse of tomorrow's recipes, they bargained with a sentient sourdough starter for a vial of hope's first spark. It demanded bad jokes as currency. Twig's haiku about mold earned extra credit. The final echo led them to the attic's mirror image. Same dust, same rain-smeared window, but here the air thrummed with the ache of something left undone. A spectral girl sat cross-legged, mending a kite with the glowing thread from Milo's compartment. I waited, she said, not looking up. He promised to come back. Recognition jolted Milo. The girl in his grandmother's oldest photograph. Your Lila, her sister. The one who'd vanished at 12, the family's quiet sorrow. Leela's ghost smiled sadly. I hid here during hide-and-seek. The house, it didn't let go. She held out the repaired kite, its tail stitched with constellations from the teacup. Tell her I didn't mind waiting, and that the violets by the fence still bloom double every spring. As the kite string slipped through his fingers, Milo felt the echo settle, not a goodbye, but a whisper carried across decades. Marigold watched him place the 3 echoes into the sundial heart. Gears groaned, then spun with the vigor of a rekindled promise. Hourglasses righted themselves, the clockwork sun blazed warm as a hug. You've given it what it truly needed, said Marigold, now blooming vibrant as midsummer. Not repairs, but stories. Twig snorted. And we only got nibbled by 2 doorknobs, mostly successful. Dawn tinged the horizon when Milo returned home, the attic door now ordinary behind him. But in his pocket the teacup brimmed with starlit chamomile, and through his window he could have sworn he saw a peony-petaled figure waving from the edge of the woods. Years later, when his grandmother's hands trembled too much to thread needles, Milo presented her with the kite. She traced Lella's stitches, tears glinting like liquid silver. You found the house, she breathed. It finds you, Milo corrected, sipping from a cup that never quite emptied. When you're ready to listen. Outside, the first fireflies of June winked awake, their light catching on something unseen. A path, perhaps, waiting for the next heart brave enough to turn a key, and wise enough to hear the world's soft, insistent whisper. There's magic enough in being curious. In being kind. Story 20. In the velvet hush hours when twilight stains the sky like steeping tea leaves, the village of Wickerthorn Hollow nestled deeper into its quilt of mist. Chimneys puffed cinnamon-scented smoke through thatched roofs woven with firefly threads, and the cobblestone paths, polished smooth by generations of clogs and paw pads, glistened with dew that tasted faintly of starlight. It was here, between the whispering oaks and the bakery that always seemed to have an extra raspberry tart waiting, that our tale unfolds like a map drawn in candle smoke. 12-year-old Juniper noticed the first oddity while collecting moon moss for her grandmother's remedy tea. Her boots sank into the mossy forest floor as usual, releasing the earthy perfume of damp soil and secrets. But when she reached for a particularly plump cluster of the silvery moss, her fingers passed straight through it, twice. On the third try, the moss solidified with a soft pop, leaving her palm tingling as if she'd shaken hands with a cloud. "That's new," murmured her companion, a bookish hedgehog named Pippin, adjusting his tiny spectacles. His quills rustled like parchment pages turning. "Perhaps we should consult the hourglass house." But the village strangeness deepened like stew left simmering. Milk pitchers sang lullabies in alto harmonies. Doorknobs developed personalities, Mrs. Thistleby's front entrance now required 3 polite knocks before it would stop pretending to be locked. Most peculiar of all, every morning at precisely 6:03, every clock in town froze for exactly 6 minutes and 3 seconds, during which all the cats sat at perfect attention facing north. Juniper traced these occurrences in her leather-bound notebook with ink that changed color depending on the temperature. "It's like the village is hiccuping," she told Pippin one evening, their breath making ghosts in the crisp air. They sat atop the wool-dryer's roof, a warm spot where the bakery's chimney shared its heat, watching constellations rearrange themselves into temporary new patterns overhead. Their investigation led them next morning to the edge of the Glimmerfin, where reeds swayed in rhythms older than the hills. An elderly turtle named Alaric emerged from the mist, his shell etched with maps of forgotten rivers. "Temporal tremors," he rumbled, voice like water rounding smooth stones. "Check the sundial in the overgrown courtyard. Mind the dandelions." The courtyard hadn't been touched by shears or footsteps in living memory. Vines cascaded over crumbling stone walls, heavy with night-blooming jasmine that hummed in harmony with the moon. At its center stood a sundial crusted with lichen, its shadow frozen mid-slide across Roman numerals. Juniper knelt, brushing away centuries of pollen to reveal an inscription, "Seek the keeper of lost ticks and found tox." Pippin's quills quivered. "That's not in any of my books." Their answer came in the form of a harried-looking badger wearing 7 pocket watches around his neck, who nearly collided with them near the honey well. "Apologies," he panted, adjusting a watch that chimed like ice in a glass. "The temporal eddies today are simply atrocious. You're the girl who notices things, yes, come." Thus Juniper found herself in the most peculiar shop she'd ever seen, though shop seemed insufficient for the cavernous space where grandfather clocks grew like redwoods and hourglasses floated in lazy orbits around a central stove. The badger, introduced as Horatio Tempus Fluffington III, scrambled up a rolling ladder. "We've a leak in the chronological aquifer," he explained, tossing down tools that changed shape midair. "Caused by, well, perhaps you should see." Through a trapdoor and down a spiral staircase that smelled of birthday cake candles, they entered a cavern where liquid moonlight streamed through crystalline pipes. There Juniper gasped. A hairline crack in the largest pipe was leaking not water, but moments. Yesterday's sunrise pooled iridescent on the floor. A fragment of last week's thunderstorm crackled in a corner. "We timekeepers maintain the flow," Horatio said, mopping his brow with a handkerchief that unfolded into a picnic blanket before refolding itself. "But this fracture's origin is organic, living, which brings us to your specialty, young observer." It was Pippin who spotted the clues back in the village. glimmering dust near the frozen sundial, the north-facing cat's paws flecked with crystalline residue. Juniper pieced it together over steaming mugs of cinnamon chamomile brew. Something's been crossing between time layers, like a needle stitching through fabric. The tremors, the singing milk, they're symptoms of worlds brushing against each other. Their final clue came from an unexpected ally, a family of clockwork sparrows who nested in the bakery's eaves. One particularly brave fledgling led them deep into the twistle thicket, where the trees grew so close their bark whispered secrets to one another. There, in a clearing where the air shimmered like a mirage, they found the source, a baby temporal phoenix, its feathers cycling through seasons, crimson autumn leaves melting into snowy down, then cherry blossom pink. It's lost, Juniper breathed, understanding dawning. The phoenix chicks normally hatched in synchronous time streams, but this one had fallen through a fissure, its desperate attempts to return home causing ripples through Wickerthorn's timeline. The solution required Horatio's brass tuning fork, which hummed middle C in 4 dimensions, Alaric's knowledge of ancient migratory paths, and Juniper's careful notation of the phoenix's feather cycles. As the village clock struck midnight, a sound like silver raindrops, they aligned the chick with a temporal current only visible in the shadow of a dandelion seed's descent. With a cry that echoed both past and future, the phoenix dissolved into a spiral of golden sand, returning to its own time stream. The village exhaled, clocks resumed their steady ticks, milk pitchers forgot their musical ambitions, and the next morning's sunrise arrived precisely on schedule, gilding the rooftops in buttery light. At the celebratory bonfire that evening, where marshmallows toasted themselves to perfection and elderberry wine flowed like liquid amethyst, Horatio presented Juniper with a small hourglass. "For your keen eyes," he said warmly. "The sand is ground from the same crystals that mend time fractures, should you ever need." But Juniper was already half asleep, head pillowed on Pippin's soft quills, the fire's crackle blending with the distant chime of stars. Somewhere in the warm dark, a phoenix sang its gratitude across the years, and the village of Wickerthorn Hollow settled deeper into its patchwork of magic, content for now to simply be. Story 21. In the velvet hush of an ancient woodland where willow branches trailed fingers across starlit ponds, there lived a hedgehog named Hazel, whose quills shimmered with dewdrops even at midday. Her home burrowed between the roots of a grandfather oak held secrets in every knot, whispers of migrations etched into bark, memories of thunderstorms stored in amber sap. For generations, her family had tended the Glimmer Patch, a meadow where moonflowers bloomed in winter and fireflies danced precise constellations to herald each solstice. But this year, autumn clung like cobwebs long after the last maple leaf should have fallen. The northern winds stalled. Frost forgot its promise. And deep in the hollows, something hummed a discordant note. Hazel noticed it first while gathering chamomile at twilight. The usual symphony of crickets had frayed into silence. Butterflies meant to migrate clustered listlessly on milkweed, their wings dull as old paper. Even the stream beneath Cloverfoot Bridge moved sluggishly, its song reduced to a murmur. "Gran," she asked her silver-whiskered elder that evening, kneading lavender-scented moss into their nest, "why does the air taste of burnt sugar?" The old hedgehog paused, her paw hovering over a half-woven tapestry of spider silk and dandelion fluff. "The heartstone's rhythm falters," she said quietly. "Long ago, when the forest's first sapling took root, the earth and sky made a pact sealed in that crystal. Its pulse guides seasons, weathers, tides of growth and rest, but mortal hands once tried to seize it, and the stone." She traced a claw over the tapestry's center, where threads snarled into a thorny knot. "It hid itself. Now only those who listen beyond hearing can mend what's frayed." Determination kindled in Hazel's chest like a lit candle. With a knapsack of preserved blackberries and a cloak spun from shed fox fur, she set out at dawn, guided by the map Gran whispered into her ear, a trail of riddles only a hedgehog's heart could follow. Seek the bridge where minnows leap upstream, Gran had instructed. Hazel found it where silver fish arced backwards, defying the current to nibble clouds reflected on water. There she met Bramble, a rabbit whose ears drooped with worry. The clover hasn't gone to sleep, he fretted, showing her patches of green unnaturally vivid for late autumn. If the frost doesn't come, the soil won't dream. Come spring, everything will starve. Together they trekked onward, past thickets where spiders strung webs between sunbeams. A mother doe gifted them a lantern made from a hollowed acorn, its light sustained by 3 glowworms singing in round. For the mothway, she said, nuzzling her fawn, where shadows forget their shapes. The mothway proved to be a tunnel of interlocking ferns, its entrance hidden behind a waterfall cascading in slow motion, each droplet suspended like quartz. Inside, the air thrummed. Roots braided overhead in patterns that made Bramble's nose twitch. It's a lullaby, he realized. The trees are humming. Hazel pressed a paw to the wall. Vibrations traveled up her arm, harmonizing with her heartbeat. But as they delved deeper, the melody soured. Ferns curled inward, brittle. The glowworm light dimmed. Emerging into a clearing, they found the heartstone. It wasn't a crystal, but a living thing, a nucleus of swirling moss and geodes, cradled in a nest of mycelium. Tendrils of light pulsed from its core, except where a jagged crack split its surface. From the fissure oozed a sticky resin that smelled of overripe peaches, pooling into shapes resembling stunted trees. Above, the sky wheeled unnaturally fast, dawn to dawn in seconds, seasons flickering like a sputtering candle. Look, Bramble whispered. A family of voles lay unconscious at the stone's base, their paws gripping roots as if anchoring themselves against a storm. They're caught between time layers, if we wake them improperly. Hazel approached, each step sinking into soil that alternated between snow-soft and parched. She unslung her knapsack. Gran said the stone answers to harmony. Maybe it needs a chorus. Bramble thumped his hind leg, summoning a deep, resonant rhythm. Hazel joined in, tapping 2 river stones together in counterpoint. The voles stirred. One by one, blinking as if surfacing from deep water, they added their voices, high, fluting whistles that danced around the rhythm. The fractured stone shuddered. A shadow detached from the trees. Thaddeus, an owl whose feathers held the ashy gray of twilight, landed soundlessly. Courageous ones, he rumbled, but sound alone won't heal this. The stone remembers violence. It needs proof that hands can nurture as fiercely as they destroy. Hazel thought of Gran's tapestry, of spider silk woven with patience. She plucked a quill and pricked her paw. Blood. Bramble gasped. No, a promise. She let a single ruby droplet fall onto the crack. Where it struck, vines erupted, not the stone's usual moss, but wild roses, their thorns blunted. The voles began gathering fallen petals, pressing them into the fissure. Thaddeus fanned his wings, each feather releasing a scent of rain-soaked earth. Slowly, achingly, the stone knit itself. Dawn stabilized, tender and pink. The cloying resin dissolved into mist that nourished the soil. Exhausted but triumphant, the creatures watched the seasons snap back into their rightful order, autumn's final sigh, then winter's first snowflake melting on Hazel's nose. They returned home as the forest dreamed. Bramble's warren celebrated with a feast of preserved rose hips and thyme tea. Gran greeted Hazel with a new tapestry begun, a hedgehog, a rabbit, and wise old owl framed by mended stone. You've learned, she said simply, that balance isn't stillness. It's the act of catching each other when we stumble. Years later, when Hazel's own grandpups asked why the frost painted patterns on their den each winter, she'd recount the tale, not as a victory, but as a reminder. The forest breathes because we listen, she'd say, tucking them under a blanket of clover down. And when the world forgets its song, we hum the tune until it remembers. Outside, the hearthstone pulsed gently, its light weaving through roots and rivers, an eternal lullaby for the earth. Story 22. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook glimmered under the harvest moon, each stone worn smooth by generations of villagers carrying lanterns, laughter, and secrets. It was in this quiet hamlet, nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over polished pebbles, that a girl named Tansy discovered the world was far stranger and far kinder than she'd ever imagined. Tansy's hands still smelled of rosemary from helping in the kitchen when she noticed the peculiar teapot in the attic. Its spout curved like a question mark, celadon glaze cracked into a spiderweb of memories. As she polished it with her apron, moonlight struck the handle, revealing letters etched in silver, "Pour kindness, steep wonder." Warmth bloomed in her palms. Before she could blink, steam curled from the spout, not steam but stardust, swirling into a miniature galaxy above the porcelain. "Curiouser and curiouser," murmured a voice like creaking oak. Tansy nearly dropped the teapot. Perched on a dusty trunk was a badger in a waistcoat, spectacles balanced on his black-striped nose. "Though I suppose you've earned the right to curiosity, having polished that old relic properly. Most just rattle it." Thus began Tansy's descent, or ascent, into the teapot's keep, a realm where teacups bloomed into lily pads on honey-colored rivers, and biscuit tins hummed with the memories of conversations they'd overheard. The badger, introducing himself as Thistlewick, explained that the keep was a crossroads for lost magic. "But the balance has tilted," he fretted, paws kneading his velvet lapels. "The lullaby tree's roots are fraying. Without its song, dreams turn restless, and restless dreams make for restless worlds." Their journey downstream, in a walnut shell boat propelled by Thistlewick's meticulously folded paper fans, introduced them to Mira, a firefly whose light dimmed whenever someone spoke unkindly. "The tree's music used to mend my glow," she sighed, wings drooping. "Now I'm down to my last flicker." Tansy noticed how Mira's light brightened whenever Thistlewick grumbled affectionately about reckless adventurers while secretly packing extra ginger biscuits for their journey. The lullaby tree stood in a clearing carpeted with velvet moss, its bark etched with musical notes that shivered in the breeze. But the trunk was split, the hollow within echoing with a silence that made Tansy's bones ache. Dozens of fractured melodies flitted around the rift, half-remembered nursery rhymes, abandoned harmonies, the trailing ends of stories left untold. "Wisdom, not force," Thistlewick reminded her as Tansy eyed the crack. She thought of her grandmother's hands stitching quilts, how the strongest seams were made by weaving threads together, not pulling them taut. Sitting cross-legged in the moss, she poured tea from the celadon pot into 3 acorn cups, one for herself, one for Thistlewick, and one placed gently at the tree's roots. Stories, she realized. The teapot hadn't needed magic water, it had needed intention. As Mira's light pooled over the hollow, Tansy began speaking. Not just any words, but the tales the village baker told while kneading dough, the lullabies fishermen hummed as they mended nets, the secret jokes shared between old friends. Thistlewick added his own contribution, a surprisingly tender ballad about a young badger who'd once been too proud to ask for help. Even Mira, with her fading voice, hummed a tune her mother had taught her when storms rattled the reed beds. The fracture began to knit itself with threads of gold, each story a needle pulling light through the darkness. When the last seam closed, the tree exhaled a chord that resonated in Tansy's ribcage. Leaves rustled into a symphony that smelled of rain-kissed mornings and freshly baked bread. Returning home was both easier and harder than Tansy expected. The teapot now sat proudly on her windowsill, its magic dormant but not gone. Villagers remarked how dreams seemed sweeter lately, how quarrels dissolved faster, though none could say why. Tansy knew. She'd taken to leaving cups of chamomile tea on porches where voices had been raised, slipping handwritten notes of appreciation into mailboxes, and once helping the schoolteacher mend a torn storybook with gold thread. Years later, when a boy with grass-stained knees and a penchant for collecting lost buttons found the teapot, Tansy simply smiled. "It's particular about who holds it," she said, handing him a polishing cloth. "But I think you'll do just fine." And as the first tendrils of stardust spiraled upward, the boy's laughter tangled with the distant hum of the lullaby tree, its roots stretching beneath 1,000 worlds, weaving them together one story at a time. Story 23. The Whispering Woods and the Heartstone of Thrin. In a quiet valley cradled by ancient hills, where willows dipped their fingers into silver streams and fireflies painted the dusk like living constellations, there lived a shy young girl named Leela. Her world was small but wondrous, a thatched cottage with a mossy roof, a garden of moonflowers that bloomed only at midnight, and a patchwork quilt stitched with threads that shimmered faintly in the dark. Yet Leela's heart ached for something she couldn't name, a longing that hummed in her bones like the distant song of migrating geese. One crisp autumn morning, while gathering hazelnuts at the edge of the Whispering Woods, Leela discovered a curious object half buried in the roots of an oak, a smooth, egg-shaped stone veined with gold, warm to the touch even in the chill air. As she brushed dirt from its surface, the stone pulsed softly, casting amber light across the forest floor. A voice, neither old nor young but somehow alive, hummed in her mind, "Seek the Heartstone, child, the balance wavers." The woods had never spoken to her before. That night, beneath a sky heavy with stars, the stone guided her. It glowed brighter as she ventured deeper into the Whispering Woods, past gnarled hawthorns draped in cobweb lace, through clearings where mushrooms formed perfect spirals, and over brooks that chuckled over polished pebbles. The air thickened with the scent of pine resin and petrichor, and somewhere in the distance, a lone owl hooted 3 times, a signal Leela felt certain meant just for her. At the base of a waterfall that cascaded like liquid starlight, she found the entrance to Thrin, a hidden realm where time flowed slower than honey and every tree hummed with ancient memories. The stone in her hand flared, and the waterfall parted like a curtain, revealing a path paved with luminous jade tiles. "You're braver than you look," said a voice like wind through reeds. Leela froze. Perched on a lichen-covered boulder was a creature no taller than her knee, with fur the color of twilight and eyes like twin harvest moons. It had the delicate frame of a fox, the wings of a sparrowhawk, and a tail that flickered faintly, as though part of it existed in another world. "I'm Ember," it said, tilting its head. "Keeper of thresholds, and you've brought the keystone. Clever girl." Thrin was dying. Ember explained as they walked. The realm's lifeblood, the Heartstone, had begun to dim centuries ago, its magic seeping away like water through cracks. The forests grew quieter, the rivers shallower, the stars in Thrin's sky flickering out one by one. Without the Heartstone's light, the boundary between worlds would fray, and darkness would spill into both Thrin and Leela's valley. "But why me?" Leela whispered, clutching the keystone. Its warmth seeped into her palms, steadying her. Ember's wings rustled. "The stone chooses who it wills. It senses courage, even when you don't." Their journey led them through landscapes that defied reason. Meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells, caverns studded with crystals that refracted time into rainbows, and a village carved into the trunks of giant sequoias, inhabited by moth-winged folk who spoke in hushed, melodic tones. Yet shadows dogged their path, twisted, half-formed creatures that lurked at the edges of vision, drawn to the keystone's light. "Echoes," Ember murmured, ears flattening. "What happens to a realm when its heart forgets how to beat?" The trials began at the Bridge of Roots, a living archway of tangled wood spanning a chasm, where ghostly blue flames flickered far below. The bridge shuddered as Leela stepped onto it, roots creaking like old bones. Don't look down, Ember advised, fluttering beside her. And whatever you do, don't let go of the keystone. Halfway across, the echoes attacked. They materialized as smoke given shape, jagged mouths, clawed hands, eyes like smoldering coals. Layla's breath hitched, but the keystone blazed in her hands, casting a golden shield. The echoes recoiled, hissing. Keep moving. Ember darted ahead, wings beating furiously. They feed on fear. Leela ran, the bridge groaning beneath her. A root snapped and she stumbled, the keystone slipping from her grasp. Only for Ember to catch it midair, teeth clenched around the glowing stone. I've got you, they squeaked around the mouthful. Now go. They reached solid ground as the bridge collapsed into the abyss. Leela sank to her knees, trembling, but Ember nudged the keystone back into her hands. Told you you're brave, they said, eyes crinkling. Days blurred into nights. Leela learned to read the language of Thryn's winds, to drink nectar from dawn-touched blossoms that tasted like hope, and to navigate by the constellations that wheeled overhead in slow, deliberate patterns. She grew leaner, fiercer, her once timid voice now steady when addressing the guardians of each sacred site. A mountain lion with a coat like molten copper, a river spirit who wore her hair in braids of froth and silt, and a trio of hedgehog-like beings who communicated in Hakis. Yet the closer they came to the Heartstone, the heavier the air felt, thick with the scent of decay. The forests here were skeletal, leaves crumbling to dust at a touch. The very ground seemed to ache. We're nearly there, Ember said quietly, landing on Layla's shoulder. Their usual spark had dimmed, wings drooping. The Chamber of Echoes lies beyond that ridge. The chamber was a cathedral of ice and stone, its walls carved with runes that told the story of Thryn's birth. At its center, atop a dais of cracked obsidian, sat the Heartstone, or what remained of it. Once a towering monolith of radiant crystal, it had shriveled to the size of a grapefruit, its light choked by tendrils of black mist that pulsed like a sickened heart. The echoes awaited them. Hundreds. Thousands. A swirling vortex of shadows that screeched in unison, a sound that froze Layla's blood. Ember bared their teeth. Stay behind me. No. Leela stepped forward, the keystone glowing fiercely. This is why I'm here. The echoes surged. But Leela didn't flinch. She pressed the keystone to her chest and sang, a wordless lullaby her mother had hummed when storms rattled the cottage shutters, a melody woven with all the tenderness she'd ever known. The keystone amplified it, golden light rippling outward in waves. Where it touched the echoes, they didn't vanish, they changed. Jagged edges softened into mist, angry eyes closed in relief, screams melted into sighs. They're not monsters, Leela realized aloud, tears streaming down her face. They're just lost. The light reached the Heartstone. The black tendrils withered, and as Leela's song rose, the crystal began to regrow, facets multiplying, brightness building until the chamber became a sunlit prism. Ember whooped, soaring upward as the shadows dissolved, their wings scattering iridescent dust like miniature galaxies. When the last note faded, Thryn was healed. Forests regrew in moments, leaves unfurling emerald and gold. Rivers burst forth, laughing over rocks. Above, new stars kindled, swift, bright, and eager. The Heartstone, now a towering spire of pure light, thrummed with power. Well done, child of two worlds, it intoned, its voice the sum of every kind word ever spoken. You've reminded me what I'm made of. Ember landed beside Leela, their fur gleaming. Told you the stone chooses wisely. The return journey was easier. Leela walked taller, her pockets filled with gifts from Thryn, an acorn that would grow into a tree strong enough to cradle a treehouse, a vial of starlight for her darkest nights, and a feather from Ember's wing, which shimmered when true friends were near. At the waterfall threshold, Ember nuzzled her hand. "You'll visit, won't you? The hedgehog poets want to write an epic about you." Leela smiled, her heart fuller than she'd ever imagined possible. Always. Back in her valley, life resumed its gentle rhythm, but Layla was changed. She spoke more, laughed louder, and planted gardens that bloomed in impossible colors. Villagers marveled at her newfound confidence, though none guessed its source. On clear nights she climbed to the highest branch of her oak tree, already grown tall and sturdy, thanks to Thrin's acorn, and watched the stars. Sometimes, if she listened closely, she could hear Ember's laughter riding the wind, or catch a flicker of wings at the edge of sight. And deep in the whispering woods, if a lost soul stumbled upon a certain warm, gold-veined stone, they might hear a voice, not their own, but not entirely unfamiliar, guiding them home. The end. Story 24. The fireflies danced above the meadow like embers escaping a storyteller's hearth, their golden light reflecting in the wide eyes of a girl kneeling in the dew-kissed grass. Twyla had always felt the pull of this particular clearing, where the old willow's branches swept the earth in slow, sighing arcs. Tonight, beneath the hunter's moon casting its amber glow, she'd found what generations of villagers had considered mere legend. A triangular stone etched with spirals, half buried, where the willow's roots cradled the soil like gnarled fingers. Her grandmother's words hummed in her memory as she brushed away centuries of moss. "When the moon wears its harvest crown," the old woman had whispered last autumn, tracing faded embroidery on a family tapestry, "the earth remembers what time forgets." The stone's carvings now shimmered faintly, matching the peculiar birthmark on Twyla's wrist. 3 interconnected circles that sometimes warmed when she sang the lullabies her mother had taught her. The discovery led her to the attic of their ivy-clad cottage the next morning, where dust motes swirled like lazy constellations beneath the eaves. There, wrapped in moth-eaten velvet, lay a journal bound in birch bark. Its pages, filled with botanical sketches and riddles in faded ink, bore her grandmother's name, then her great-grandmother's, tracing back to a mysterious entry from 1723. "Follow where the silver veins meet, where the earth's breath becomes song." Twyla's journey began with a tramp through the whispering woods, where ancient oaks cradled bioluminescent fungi in their hollows. She carried 3 heirlooms in her satchel, a thimble-sized clay flute that played harmonic resonance, a compass with directions in an unknown language, and a handkerchief embroidered with constellations mirroring those on the attic tapestry. The woods tested her gently, a brook that flowed uphill until she hummed an ancestral melody, a thicket of roses that parted when she braided their thorny stems into patterns from the journal. Midway through her trek, she encountered a fox with fur like autumn sunlight. It spoke in riddles made of leaf rustle and birdsong, leading her to a mossy dolmen where standing stones hummed with latent energy. "You carry the ache of unasked questions," the fox murmured, its voice like wind through wheat. "But roots grow strongest when they remember they're connected to the whole forest." The third dusk found Twyla at the Cave of Echoing Tides, though the sea lay 3 days' walk east. Salt-crusted walls shimmered with fossilized starfish as she played the clay flute, its notes awakening a subterranean spring. Water rose in a spiral, suspending within it 3 glass orbs containing pressed elderflowers, a lock of auburn hair, and a miniature ship's log. Her compass needle spun wildly until she aligned it with the birthmark on her wrist, projecting a holographic map onto the cavern wall, a perfect overlay of the valley's ley lines converging beneath her village. What she uncovered wasn't treasure, but truth. The artifacts revealed her ancestors as keepers of an ecological pact, medieval scientists who'd blended astronomy with forest stewardship, whose magic had been meticulous observation passed down through domestic crafts. The spirals on the willow stone marked an ancient mycorrhizal network, the lullabies encoded lunar planting cycles. That night, guided by the fox to a hidden glen, Twyla witnessed the aurora-like dance of subterranean fungi, their bioluminescent threads connecting every tree in a pulsing web. Her return home wove past and present into something new. Elders gasped as she demonstrated how the clay flute's vibrations could test soil health, how the embroidered constellations mapped optimal harvest dates. Children marveled at spells that were really forgotten fermentation recipes using native herbs. When the first frost painted the valley, the entire village gathered beneath the willow to reactivate the mycorrhizal stone, their combined breath fogging the air as they sang the restored lullaby chants. Twyla fell asleep that winter solstice with hands stained by walnut ink and heart light with understanding. Her dreams bloomed with visions of ancestors nodding approval as she sketched new entries in the birch bark journal, not of lost grandeur but living tradition. The birthmark on her wrist now pulsed in rhythm with the village's restored sundial, a quiet reminder that legacy isn't a relic to unearth but a seed to nurture. Outside, the first snow began to fall, each flake catching moonlight like tiny mirrors as it settled on the willow's branches. Nature's own bedtime story, whispered across generations. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like honey through ancient canopies, there existed a realm unseen by human eyes. Here, the moss grew in emerald spirals that hummed when touched, and streams carried not just water but fragments of starlight gathered during the coldest nights. It was in this place of dappled shadows and breathless wonder that a young fox named Sorrel discovered the first crack in autumn's golden tapestry. One crisp morning, as Sorrel padded across a carpet of cinnamon-colored leaves, her paws detected a strange tremor beneath the earth. The usual symphony of the forest, the creak of elder pines, the chuckle of brook silverthread, had fallen silent. Even the air tasted different, not the familiar spice of wood smoke and ripening blackberries, but something metallic, like the moment before lightning strikes. Her friend Bramble, a rabbit whose fur held the gray softness of twilight, met her at the edge of the Glimmerfin, ears twitching. "The season song is faltering," he murmured, nose quivering as he gestured to the willow trees. Their leaves, usually shimmering with liquid gold, now hung dull and brittle. Long ago, the creatures of the whispering woods had learned to dance with the season song, a living melody woven from wind, root, and starlight that guided the turn of days. The eldest among them, a great badger called Thistlewick who made his home beneath the hollow oak, had often spoken of the heartstone, a crystalline core deep within the earth that pulsed in time with the forest's breath. When the season song wavers, he'd rasped, tracing maps in the dirt with his claws, seek the veins of light where the earth's heartbeat shows itself. And so Sorrel and Bramble embarked on a journey, guided by the faint glow of lichen and the occasional whisper of the wind through maple keys. They encountered pockets of imbalance, a thicket where winter frost bloomed in autumn soil, a glade where fireflies froze mid-flight like amber teardrops. In the cedar vale they found a family of hedgehogs, tiny, prickly creatures with voices like rustling parchment, huddled around a sickly sapling. Its bark peeled away to reveal wood the color of bruises. The root's thirst piped the eldest hedgehog, pressing a paw to the ground. The earth's tears no longer reached them. As twilight painted the sky in lavender and peach, the travelers reached the Stonemere Circle, a ring of monoliths carved with runes that shimmered like wet ink. There, perched atop a moon-pale stone, sat Lyra, an owl whose feathers held the iridescence of oil on water. Her eyes, twin pools of molten bronze, softened as she regarded them. "The heartstone weakens," she said before they could speak. "The stormcrow's shadow grows heavy." Sorrel's belly tightened. Stormcrows, rare, tempest-born spirits, were said to manifest when the natural world grew lopsided. Legends told of their wings stirring hurricanes, their talons etching lightning into the soil. Yet Lyra shook her head. This one is not malicious, but lost. Its sorrow festers because the heartstone cannot absorb its grief. She spread her wings, revealing feathers that cast prismatic shadows. To mend the stone you must gather 4 boons: breath of the deepest root, laughter of the highest branch, tears of the purest spring, and a memory older than the oldest stone. The quest unfolded like the unfurling of a fern. Bramble, with his knowledge of hidden burrows, retrieved the breath of the deepest root, a sigh of air trapped in an ancient geode beneath the wolf-spine ridge. Sorrel climbed the skyward cedar, her claws sinking into bark that hummed with forgotten songs, until she captured the laughter of the highest branch in a hollow acorn. The tears came from brook silver-thread itself, where water sprites with hair of frosted glass wept into lily pads, mourning the silence of the stream's once joyful melody. The final boon proved most elusive. A memory older than the oldest stone, mused Thistlewick when they returned to the hollow oak. The badger's den smelled of dried herbs and wisdom, shelves carved into the earth holding jars of preserved starlight and bottled thunderstorms. Stones remember, he rumbled, but they speak only to those who listen with their whole selves. For 3 days and nights, Sorrel lay pressed against the largest monolith in the Stonemere circle, her cheek against lichen, her mind emptying of fear. Slowly the stone shared its memory, a time before trees, when the earth was raw and new, and the first rain fell with a whisper of begin. She carried this primordial hush back to the circle, where Lyra waited with the other boons. The ritual began at dawn. As the creatures of the forest gathered, hedgehogs riding atop moles, deer with antlers wrapped in glowing vines, frogs carrying lanterns made of cattail fluff, Sorrel poured the boons into a leaf bowl woven from silver birch. Bramble stirred the mixture with a hawthorn twig, murmuring the words Thistlewick had taught them. Root to rise, branch to bend, water to weave, memory to mend, the concoction ignited into a flame that burned blue-green, like sunlight through glacier ice. Deep within the crystal hollow, the heartstone flickered, its light dimmed by centuries of unspoken sorrows. The stormcrow perched above it was a creature of shattered beauty, feathers like storm clouds, eyes crackling with unshed rain. Sorrel approached, the bowl's light reflected in her amber eyes. "We see your pain," she said softly. "Let the forest share your burden." As the blue-green flame merged with the heartstone, the stormcrow's cry shifted from a shriek to a song. Rain began to fall, not a torrent, but a gentle weep that washed the dust from leaves and filled the earth's parched veins. The season song swelled anew, carried on the wings of thrushes and the rustle of waking roots. Winter's frost retreated from the autumn thicket, fireflies twirled upward, their light painting the dusk in buttery gold. By moonrise, the whispering woods thrummed with restored rhythm. Creatures feasted on moonberries and roasted chestnuts in the Stonemere circle, their laughter weaving into the wind. The stormcrow, now smaller and softer, nestled into the branches of the skyward cedar, its storm-torn feathers smoothing into the gray of gentle rain clouds. Sorrel curled beneath the hollow oak, Bramble nestled against her russet fur. Thistlewick snored contentedly nearby, his paws twitching as he dreamed of star maps and undiscovered burrows. Somewhere above, Lyra's voice wove through the trees, singing an old lullaby about the patience of mountains and the persistence of streams. And as the stars spun their slow, silent dance, the forest breathed, a living, pulsing testament to the truth that even the deepest imbalances could be healed by listening, by sharing, and by the quiet courage of small creatures who dared to tend the world's heartbeat. Story 26. In the heart of the Everwood, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through emerald leaves and rivers hummed lullabies against mossy stones, there thrived a secret known only to the forest's inhabitants. Here the buttercups bloomed in time with the moon's laughter, and the oldest willow trees whispered tales carried on the wind from centuries past. It was in this realm of root and twilight that a young copper-furred fox named Ember First noticed the world trembling. One crisp autumn morning, as the air smelled of cinnamon bark and wood smoke, Ember trotted along a path embroidered with frost. Her paws tingled with unease. The maple leaves, usually aflame with scarlet and gold by now, hung dull and brittle. The stream where she drank each dawn flowed sluggish, its song reduced to a rasp. Even the fireflies, whose lanterns typically dotted the twilight like fallen stars, clustered silently in the hollows of oaks, their lights dimmed. "Something's wound too tight in the world's clockwork," murmured Thalia, the great horned owl who dwelled in the sentinel pine. Her amber eyes glowed like twin harvest moons as she alighted beside Ember. "The heart tree grows frail." All creatures knew of the heart tree, an ancient cedar standing at the forest's core, its roots knitting the earth to the seasons. Within its trunk pulsed a crystalline heart, a relic of the first days, which spun the wheel of spring to winter. But when Ember and Thalia arrived, their breaths caught. The cedar's bark had grayed, its branches skeletal. The crystal heart flickered weakly, its light choked by thick, black vines coiled around it like serpents. "Shadowthorn," Thalia said grimly. "It feeds on imbalance. Long ago, when the starlings forgot their migration songs, it crept into the glade of falling leaves, but never has it grown so bold." Ember's whiskers twitched. "How do we stop it?" "The heart tree's roots must drink starlight and moonlight again," Thalia replied. "But the channels beneath the soil, the veins that carry celestial light, are clogged with stone and sorrow. They must be cleared before the next full moon, or the seasons will unravel entirely." So began a quiet odyssey. Ember enlisted Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills shimmered with dewdrops, and Fern, a rabbit whose ears could hear the sigh of seedlings pushing through soil. Together they ventured into the labyrinth below the earth, where glowing mushrooms lit their way and the air tasted of wet clay. The deeper they crept, the heavier the silence grew, until they found the first blockage, a jagged rock lodged in a root channel, its surface etched with strange, icy runes. "Frostfang shale," Bramble whispered. "Born from winters left too long, it's bitter as unspoken words." Fern nudged the stone with her nose, recoiling. "It's freezing." Ember circled the shale, tail low. Then she remembered the warmth of the summer roses that once grew near her den, their velvety scent, the way their petals held sunlight like cups. Humming a tune her mother had sung, she pressed her paw to the stone. To her surprise, the shale softened, melting into a pool of liquid silver that seeped into the earth. "It doesn't like kindness," Ember realized. "It's been fed by loneliness." One by one, the companions encountered more blockages, a tangle of thorns fed by forgotten promises, a pool of stagnant water thick with old fears. Each required a different remedy. Bramble offered stories of courage to the thorns, which shrank, blushing rose-red. Fern sang to the water, her voice weaving ripples that carried the fears away. And when they found the final obstruction, a wall of ice reflecting their own doubts, Ember closed her eyes and breathed memories of her first snowfall, the joy of catching flakes on her tongue. The ice dissolved into 1,000 fireflies, drifting upward. Above ground, Thalia rallied the forest. Deer carved paths through brambles with their antlers. Spiders spun bridges of silk between trees. Even the wind itself swept leaves into guiding arrows. When the full moon rose, fat and pearl white, the creatures gathered beneath the heart tree. The crystal heart's glow was faint, but the shadowthorn quivered, sensing hope. "Now," Thalia said, "we remind the forest how to sing." The badgers drummed their paws on oak drums. Frogs croaked in ripple rhythms. Ember howled a melody older than memory, and as she did, starlight seeped through the cleared channels, spiraling into the heart tree. Moonbeams threaded through the crystal, its light swelling until the shadowthorn recoiled, dissolving into ash. The cedar shuddered, then burst into bloom. Amber leaves unfurled, dripping with sap like liquid gold. The crystal heart blazed, and through the forest rushed a sigh of release. Autumn's chill softened, the stream giggled over stones, fireflies spiraled upward, their lanterns reignited. When dawn came, painting the sky in peach and lavender, the creatures nestled in the roots of the heart tree. Ember curled beside Thalia, watching the first maple leaf drift down, its scarlet edge gilded with sunlight. Balance isn't perfection, Thalia mused, her voice a rumble of contentment. It's listening to the soil, the stars, and the stories in between. And as the Everwood hummed back to life, its symphony of rustling leaves and trickling streams lulling all to sleep, Ember understood. The forest's magic wasn't in grand spells or everlasting summers, but in the way every creature, small or wise, swift or steady, held a thread in the tapestry. All they had to do was tend their peace, and the world would remain a story worth telling. That night, beneath a sky dusted with constellations, the fireflies traced a final message in the dark, a glowing spiral that lingered until dawn, a reminder that even in stillness, the earth turns, the seasons dance, and quiet hearts can mend what seems broken. Story 27. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into constellations and cobblestone paths glittered with embedded moonstones, there existed a puzzle only the curious could solve. The village baker's scones had begun rising 3 feet high overnight. Milk pitchers left on windowsills turned into silver by dawn. And every Tuesday at precisely 3:30, every clock in town paused for 7 minutes, their hands quivering like nervous dragonflies. Young Cora, whose freckles matched the pattern of the Orion's belt constellation etched above her brow, noticed something others hadn't. During the clock pauses, a faint melody hummed through the lavender fields, a tune that made the dandelion fluff tremble and the old stone well at the village square glow like a captive star. Armed with her moth-wing notebook, pages iridescent with crushed opal, and a pocketful of peppermint candies that never ran out, she decided to investigate. Her first clue came from Mr. Bramble, the hedgehog-shaped clockmaker whose workshop smelled of cedar oil and patience. "The clocks aren't broken," he wheezed, adjusting his spectacles made of crystallized honey. "They're listening, but what for my dear, that's the rub." Cora scribbled this down, her inked quill leaving trails of faintly glowing letters. That evening, as apricot light soaked through the stained glass windows of her attic room, Cora spotted an unusual pattern in the village disturbances. The giant scones appeared only after rainy nights. The milk-to-silver transformation happened when cats were seen napping in pairs. And the humming melody. It grew louder near the abandoned observatory on Thistledown Hill, where her reclusive friend, a star shepherd named Old Win, tended to fallen comets in his overgrown garden. With her woolen cloak buttoned up to her chin and a lantern shaped like a captured firefly, Cora trekked up the hill as the third clock pause of the week began. The melody swirled around her now, notes visible as tiny spirals of amber light. Beneath the observatory's crumbling archway, she found not Old Win, but a circle of stone rabbits, their ears tipped with frost despite the warm spring night, all facing a pedestal where a single drop of moonlight quivered in a teacup. "Ah," came a voice like wind through a keyhole. Old Win emerged from the shadows, his beard threaded with living fireflies. "You found the moon's thimble." He explained that long ago the valley's guardian, a creature woven from starlight and spider silk, had sealed a fragment of chaos magic inside this cup to protect Willowmere. But the seal was weakening, causing magic to leak in peculiar ways. To mend it, Win murmured, "we must brew kindness into light." Cora's mind raced. The giant scones, hadn't the baker been grieving her lost wedding ring, only to find it baked into a scone the morning after the rain? The silver pitchers always appeared when someone left milk out for the feral cats. Each disturbance wasn't chaos, but magic responding to unnoticed acts of care. Together, they devised a plan. As the next clock pause began, Cora placed her endless peppermints, shared daily with lonely misses, Nettle's grandchildren, into the moon's thimble. Old Win added a tear of joy he'd saved from the birth of a new star. The stone rabbits contributed frost from their ears, which melted into stardust. When the melody reached its crescendo, the mixture ignited into a blue flame that danced atop the cup, weaving the frayed magic back into harmony. Dawn broke with the scent of rain-washed lilacs. Villagers emerged to find normal-sized scones, ordinary milk pitchers, and clocks ticking steadily, but also subtle changes. The lavender fields now bloomed in intricate mandala patterns. Children's soap bubbles hovered to form brief, beautiful poems before popping. And every resident discovered a small silver charm in their pocket, a rabbit, a teacup, or a quill, warm to the touch. As Cora sat that evening with Old Win, sipping ginger tea that shifted flavors with each sip, caramel to pair to hearth smoke, he showed her the newly repaired moon's thimble. Inside swirled a tiny galaxy. "The magic isn't contained anymore," he said, eyes twinkling. "It's balanced, because now it remembers how to listen." Years later, when newcomers asked about the valley's peculiar magic, elders would smile and say, "Trouble's just kindness waiting to be understood." And if you stroll past Thistledown Hill on a quiet evening, you might glimpse Cora, now the village's first starlight harmonist, teaching stone rabbits to waltz while the clocks cheer them on with perfectly timed chimes. Story 28. Beneath a canopy of ancient oaks whose gnarled branches cradled the moon, there existed a glade where dandelion clocks kept time for dreaming creatures. Here, where silver moss whispered secrets to the wind and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk, lived a hedgehog named Thistle, whose quills shimmered with dewdrops even at midday. Her claws were perpetually dusted with rich black soil, for she tended the seed vault, a hollow log where every acorn, maple key, and milkweed pod was catalogued with care. Each evening, as violet shadows stretched across fern-carpeted clearings, she'd count her charges by the glow of foxfire fungi, their bioluminescent light pooling like liquid stars in her paws. One crisp autumn morning, Thistle noticed the walnut shells lining her pantry had grown paper-thin, their usually sturdy hulls crumbling like old parchment. The creek's song, normally a laughing melody over quartz stones, now gurgled in uneven rasps. Worst of all, the dawn chorus, the daily symphony where warblers, thrushes, and crickets harmonized, had begun skipping beats, leaving jagged silences that made the bluebells shiver. Clutching her thistledown scarf tight, she ventured beyond the cinnamon-scented safety of the leaf litter to seek Sorrel, the flame-furred fox who patrolled the border where forest met meadow. They found him beneath a hawthorn tree, his coat rippling like molten copper as he nudged a trembling fawn toward safer ground. "The balance stutters," Sorrel murmured, ears flattening as a gust of wind scattered maple seeds too early, their propeller wings spiraling helplessly toward frost-tipped grass. "The northern lights haven't shimmered above the stone hollow in 3 moons. Without their song, the seasons forget their steps." The stone hollow, a cathedral-like cavern veined with luminescent lichen, housed the Heartstone, a crystalline orb pulsating with the rhythms of the natural world. Generations of creatures had nourished it with morning dew, sunbeam dust, and whispered gratitude. But now its light dimmed like a guttering candle, and the cavern's walls, once alive with swirling colors, had faded to the gray of storm clouds. A field mouse elder named Pippin, his whiskers frosted with age, traced a claw over ancient glyphs carved into the stone. "The Heartstone thrives on harmony," he wheezed, "but the threads connecting earth, sky, and living breath have frayed. To mend them, you must gather the 4 echoes." Thus began a pilgrimage woven with peril and wonder. Through amber-tinted birch groves where spider silk hung like forgotten harps, they sought the echo of roots, a mycelial network humming beneath the soil. Thistle pressed her ear to the earth, deciphering the fungal choir's vibrations, until a moral mushroom bloomed beneath her paws, its honeycombed cap releasing a scent so rich it made the very soil sigh. Next, in a valley where willows dipped their hair into misted ponds, Sorrel's reflection caught the echo of currents, a shimmering trout who gifted him a scale that held the prismatic memory of rainbows after summer storms. Their quest grew dire in the Icebone Pass, where winter had overstayed its welcome. Jagged icicles hung like fangs, and the air bit with glassy teeth. Here a lone Arctic hare named Lumi, her fur as white as the silence between heartbeats, guarded the echo of breath. Warmth for warmth, she challenged, thumping a hind leg. Thistle offered the last ember from her walnut-shell lantern. In return, Lumi breathed upon the flame until it danced with the blue-white fire of distant stars. The final echo eluded them until dawn's first blush, when they stumbled upon a clearing where cherry blossoms snowed pink petals despite the season. A crane with feathers like polished mist extended one leg, revealing a nest cradling the echo of light, a dewdrop containing the essence of every sunrise since the world began. It asks for a story, the crane intoned. Sorrel wove a tale of fireflies guiding lost fawns, of rivers remembering mountain snows, of compost embracing fallen leaves to birth new green. The dewdrop blushed gold and floated into Thistle's waiting pause. Back in the stone hollow, the creatures combined the echoes. Mycelial threads stitched through the heartstone's fractures, currents swirled like liquid auroras, breath fanned embers into radiant life, light cascaded in honeyed waves. The cavern erupted in a symphony of color, indigo shadows waltzing with saffron sunbeams, viridian moss glowing like stained glass. Outside, seasons exhaled into alignment, frost retreated grudgingly as crocus spears pierced the soil, the creek's melody softened from a rasp to a lullaby, oaks rained acorns in perfect time to the woodpecker's drumbeat. That night, as the northern lights billowed above like celestial quilts, Thistle and Sorrel rested beneath the hawthorn. The hedgehog's scarf now held embroidery from Lumi's frost-kissed threads and the crane's mist feathers, while Sorrel's tail flickered with residual starlight. Pippin shuffled forward, placing a paw on the heartstone's warm surface. "Remember," he murmured, "balance isn't stillness. It's the dance of giving and receiving, of holding on and letting go." Years later, when Thistle's quills had silvered and Sorrel's muzzle turned frost-white, they'd recount the tale to wide-eyed leverets and kits. They'd describe the tang of icebone winds, the velvet brush of mycelial song, the way the dewdrop's light had tasted of apricots and hope. And always they'd end by plucking a maple key from the air, placing it in a listener's paw with a whisper. The world's heartbeat is kept not in grand gestures, but in a billion tiny acts of listening, root to rain, breath to breeze, heart to heart. As fireflies blinked their approval and the oaks hummed a lullaby of rustling leaves, the forest drowsed in perfect harmony, its every creature cradled in the assurance that while challenges might come like winter gales, the dance of balance would always begin anew with the next tender shoot, the next birdsong, the next act of quiet courage. Story 29. Once upon a time, in a village where teacups sang lullabies and chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons, there lived a boy named Thimble, whose pockets always carried the scent of warm cinnamon. His best friend was a girl named Wisp, who could balance 7 acorns on her nose, but couldn't remember where she'd left her shoes if you paid her in peppermint stars. Together they tended the Glimmerbrook gardens, a patchwork of floating flower beds that bloomed in hues even rainbows found a bit showy under the watchful eye of old Mrs. Nettleworth, whose hair resembled a dandelion clock and whose laugh sounded like wind chimes caught in a sunbeam. One crisp autumn evening, as Thimble scrubbed sap from his suspenders, he'd been wrestling a mischievous maple tree, and Wisp attempted to coax a shy sunflower into giving up its seeds. They noticed something peculiar. The village's nightly twilight shimmer, a soft golden glow that danced across rooftops, hadn't appeared. Worse still, the flowers began losing their colors, one petal at a time, like spilled paint being sucked back into a jar. "It's the Glimmergulp," gasped Mrs. Nettleworth, appearing suddenly with a basket of trembling tulips. An old nuisance that happens when starlight forgets how to reach the earth. Unless we remind the stars where to shine, everything colorful will fade to biscuit dough beige by morning. And so our heroes set off, armed with a jar of firefly ink for writing skyward messages, a sack of Wisp's famous prismatic pebble cookies, excellent for bribing cloud sprites, and Thimble's trusty harmonica, which could play 3 notes simultaneously if you blew just right. Their path led them past the murmuring marsh, where frogs composed haiku about raindrops, and up the twisty-top hill, where the rocks were soft as fresh bread and always warm. Halfway up the hill they met Fig, a nervous forest spirit whose body changed textures with his moods, currently prickly as a pine cone. "The stars aren't lost," he whispered, moss-green eyes wide. "They're hiding." The night owl nebula blew through yesterday and told them scary stories about comets. Now they've all crowded behind the moon and won't come out. This called for delicate diplomacy. Wisp unfolded her cookie sack. "Let's build something so delightful, the stars will forget to be scared." Using Thimble's harmonica to fuse moonlight into glue, they constructed a celestial lure, a wobbling tower of lily-pad trampolines, a fountain spraying lavender lemonade, and a chorus of crickets wearing tiny velvet bodies. But when Thimble blew a jubilant tune to start the festivities, the harmonica's magic backfired spectacularly. The trampolines stuck to their feet, the lemonade turned into pickled juice, and the crickets began reciting dramatic poetry instead of singing. "Maybe we're approaching this backwards," said Thimble, peeling a lily pad off his elbow. "Stars love stories, right? What if we show them there's nothing to fear?" So they tried again, this time weaving tales into physical form. Wisp spun sugar glass sculptures, showing constellations holding hands through meteor showers. Thimble arranged stones into a grinning model of the Milky Way. Fig, now smooth as river stones from laughter, painted the air with bioluminescent butterflies that acted out comedies. Together they created a show so heartfelt, the moon itself leaned closer to watch. One by one stars peeked out, first little Polaris, then bold Orion's belt, until the sky glittered like a diamond-studded quilt. As starlight cascaded down, color rushed back into the world in a breathless whoosh, roses blushing crimson, pumpkins swelling orange, and Wisp's hair returning to its usual electric blue. The village's twilight shimmer erupted in celebration, painting patterns of leaping hares and waltzing teapots across the clouds. But just as they sighed in relief, a new problem plopped into Thimble's hat, literally. A baby star had gotten tangled in his suspenders during the commotion, buzzing like an overexcited bumblebee. "Oh crumbs," said Wisp. "If we don't return this one before dawn, it'll turn into a shooting star and crash into Mrs. Butterpost's prize cabbages." The race against sunrise involved. One convincing a sleepy cloud to become a taxi. Two teaching the star to hum in harmony with Venus. Three outrunning a flock of curious geese drawn to the star's glow. They made it with seconds to spare, the star slipping into its constellation just as the first sunbeam crested the hills. When they stumbled back into Glimmerbrook Gardens, they found the entire village waiting with a hero's feast, floating cherry pies, soup that changed flavor with each spoonful, and a cake shaped like Fig, who turned bashfully fuzzy. As dawn's light gilded the dewy grass, Mrs. Nettleworth presented them with starflower seeds that glowed in your palm. "Remember, my dears," she said, winking so hard her spectacles fogged, "the best magic isn't in grand spells or sparkly things. It's in stubborn kindness and knowing when to add extra sprinkles." Years later, villagers would still talk of the Great Star Rescue. Thimble became renowned for his starlight-infused honey, while Wisp opened a bakery where every pastry contained a hidden surprise. Bite into a muffin, and you might find your pockets full of confetti beetles. As for Fig, he took up weather forecasting, though his predictions tended toward the whimsical Tuesday, light rain with a chance of floating violins. On quiet evenings, when fireflies trace lazy circles above the gardens, you might spot them. 3 friends swinging from the now friendly maple tree, swapping stories, and keeping watch for any stars needing a reminder of how loved they are. And though they never spoke of it, the baby star visited often, disguised as a particularly shiny button on Thimble's coat, ready for whatever adventure came next. The end. Story 30. In the velvet-hued twilight of the Vale of Whispering Pines, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and window lamps glowed like captive fireflies, there lived a bookish girl named Mira, with hair the color of storm clouds and a pocket watch that never told the proper time. Her days were spent helping Grandfather Thorn, keeper of the Oakroot Library, mend torn maps and re-ink fading bestiaries, but her evenings were devoted to solving the village's newest peculiarity, the case of the vanishing teacups. It began on a Tuesday painted in drizzling silver rain. Mrs. Bramblewick's prize rosebud porcelain set disappeared mid-sip during her afternoon bergamot tea, only to reappear the next morning in the schoolhouse cloakroom, filled with still steaming mint infusion. Then old Tompkins' fishing mug vanished from his canoe during the blue hour of dawn, materializing by midday in the bakery's display window, half full of hot cocoa adorned with cinnamon swirls. By week's end, 6 households reported similar mysteries, always their favorite vessels gone missing, always returned warm and fragrant with someone else's preferred brew. Mira noticed patterns where others saw chaos. She sketched timelines on parchment the color of aged cream, noting each disappearance coincided with soft chimes no one else heard. Like fairy silverware tumbling downstairs, she murmured, pressing her ear to the mossy stones of the village well. Grandfather Thorn suggested consulting Chapter 14 of the ephemeral almanac, Sprites, Spectacles, and Other Suddenness, but it was the library's resident bookmark dragonlet, a copper-scaled creature, no larger than a soup pot named Pippet, who sneezed up the crucial clue, a single eyelash-length crystal shard smelling of bergamot and starlight. Frost sylphs don't drink tea, Pippet rumbled, tail coiling around an ink pot. But clockwork sprites adore anything that steams. They think it's cloud capture. The revelation sent Mira scrambling to the twilight apiary, where beekeeper Olna tended hives of moon wasps. Between the amber-hued honeycombs, they found the proof minuscule gear fragments glinting in the liquid light. They're drawn to warmth, Olna whispered, drizzling lavender honey onto observation notes. But why the mix-up with drinks? Mira's pocket watch chose that moment to chime 7 times, though the actual hour was 3 past noon. The discordant bong-bong-bong shook loose a memory last winter's tale of the frozen cogs, when ice had jammed the great clock tower's heart. They're confused, she gasped, sending Pippet twirling like a wind-up toy. The sprites think they're helping mend broken things by keeping cups warm, but they can't tell time right. Their expedition into the northern bramble required woolen mittens and a thermos of ginger-snap milk. Frost ferns crunched beneath Mira's boots as Pippet sniffed for ozone trails. Deep in the thistlewood, they found the sprites' workshop, a hollowed glacier lit by captured sunbeams, walls lined with trembling teacups. Dozens of tiny clockwork beings with cuckoo clock wings buzzed about, polishing porcelain with cloud-fluff towels and pouring liquids through funnels made from morning glory blossoms. But the poor creatures were in a tizzy. Gears stuck with crystallized honey. Springs overwound until they quivered. One particularly frazzled sprite kept pouring chamomile into a coffee press, little face crumpling as steam hissed wrong. Mira understood instantly these were library sprites, meant to tend knowledge, lost, and repurposing their skills. "SHHH," she cooed, nihiling as one would approach a startled deer. "Let's fix your springs before you fix our cups." Pippet exhaled gentle smoke rings to loosen sticky gears, while Mira used her ever-errant pocket watch as a metronome. "Steam rises at 100 degrees, but friendship brews at room temperature," she explained, showing the sprites how to align their internal thermostats with Grandfather Thorn's tea charts. By the time the village clock struck proper midnight, a procession emerged from the wood mira, leading restored sprites carrying cups on polished cedar trays. Each vessel now bore a delicate pattern around its rim, tiny gears enameled in cobalt and gold. "So we remember," chirped the head sprite, its voice like a music box lullaby. "That warmth shared is never wasted, even when timing wobbles." The next morning every household found two things: their favorite cup brimming with perfect cocoa/tea/apple cider, and a miniature hourglass precisely timed to their morning routine. As for Mira, she woke to find her pocket watch now kept perfect time, except during afternoon naps when it still slowed to match dreaming breaths. Pippet insists this was the sprite's idea of a thank you gift. Now when chimney smoke twists into dragon shapes above the veil of whispering pines, it sometimes forms a contented smile above the library roof, where a certain storm-haired girl drinks peppermint tea from a gear-rimmed cup, listening to the gentle tick-tock-tick of secrets being mended, one steamed offering at a time. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a village where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and teacups, there lived a timid clockmaker named Thimblewick. His workshop sat beneath a crooked oak tree that hummed when the moon rose, its branches hung with timepieces that chimed melodies instead of hours. Every evening, Thimblewick would wind a peculiar pocket watch that didn't tell time at all. It whispered tomorrow's weather in rhymes. But his quiet life changed one misty morning when the village baker, a round-cheeked woman named Mistress Figgle, burst through his door clutching a loaf of bread that glowed like a lantern. "Thimblewick," she panted, flour dusting her eyebrows like snow. "The glimmer wheat's gone shy again, no light in the flour, no songs in the oven. We'll have nothing but soggy biscuits for the Starlight Festival." The clockmaker adjusted his magnifying goggles, which made his eyes look like two wobbling olives. True enough, the loaf's golden glow sputtered like a tired firefly. This was dire. Glimmer wheat, grown in fields sprinkled by comet dust, usually made pastries so radiant they lit windows without candles. But once a decade, the wheat lost its spark unless someone could track down the shy comet deer, creatures made of stardust and mischief, to reignite it. "We'll need Nebula," Thimblewick murmured. The village star navigator, a girl who wore jellyfish-shaped rain boots year-round and could read constellations in puddles, was the only one who'd ever seen the comet deer. They found her by the duck pond, teaching tadpoles to waltz using a reed flute. "Easy peasy." Nebula grinned, her boots squelching as she twirled. "But we'll need a compass that points to Giggles, a cloak that smells like thunderstorms, and a teacup full of whispers." The quest began with a hot air balloon woven from dandelion fluff, its basket lined with quilts stitched by Thimblewick's great-granny. As they floated over forests where trees sneezed cherry blossoms, Mistress Figgle unpacked snacks, moon cheese sandwiches that melted into buttery starlight on the tongue, and raspberry tarts that burst into tiny fireworks. "Look." Nebula pointed to a valley where rivers flowed upside down, fish swimming through liquid sky. "The comet deer love ticklish grass. Quick, Thimblewick, your weather watch." The pocket watch murmured, "Where raindrops dance cheek to cheek, seek the herd's glittering hide-and-seek." Guided by the rhyme, they landed near a meadow where flowers rang like bells. But the second Thimblewick stepped onto the grass, his shoes began giggling uncontrollably. "They're tickling my toes," he squeaked, hopping like a startled rabbit. "Hold still." Nebula snorted, plucking a hair from his head, which he'd forgotten was hiding a family of ladybugs. She tied it to a dandelion stem, creating a fishing rod. Comet deer love laughter bait. Sure enough, a creature with antlers like crystallized auroras emerged, nibbling the air where Thimblewick's giggles lingered. Soon a whole herd surrounded them, their hooves leaving trails of sparkles that smelled like freshly opened books. Mistress Figgle offered them luminous croissants, and as the deer ate, their stardust mingled with the pastries, reigniting the glimmer wheat's magic. But just as the villagers cheered the return of glowing gingerbread and luminous lemon tarts, a new problem arose. The comet deer had accidentally carried off Thimblewick's lucky wrench. The chase led them through a cave of singing crystals, across a bridge made of spider silk sonnets, and into a grove where shadows played jump rope with fireflies. There, Nebula spotted the youngest deer, its antlers tangled in copper gears. The wrench was wedged in a tree that grew pocket watches instead of apples. Thimblewick, using a lullaby he'd learned from a cuckoo clock, gently untangled the fawn. In gratitude, the deer gifted him a tiny clockwork star that nestled behind his ear, whispering solutions to tricky repairs. The Starlight Festival that year was the brightest ever, with pastries that glowed like miniature suns and cider that tasted like midnight rain. Nebula danced in a puddle reflecting the Milky Way. Mistress Figgle taught the deer to bake constellation-shaped cookies, and Thimblewick discovered his pocket watch now predicted the best moments for making friends. As the villagers drifted to sleep under a sky woven from silver threads and contentment, they heard the comet deer prancing through dreams, leaving trails of stardust that promised tomorrow would be just as wonderfully unpredictable. And high in his oak tree, Thimblewick wound his clocks, smiling as they chimed a lullaby even the moon paused to hear. Story 32. In a valley cradled by ancient hills, where willows dipped their fingers into silver streams, there lived a young girl named Layla, whose hands trembled at the thought of changing seasons. While her village celebrated the first blush of autumn with cider-steeped laughter and the weaving of crimson leaves into door wreaths, Leela sat beneath the gnarled roots of the guardian tree, tracing the same path through her weathered book of constellations for the 100th time. The world around her shimmered with transformation pumpkins swelling golden in patches, owls growing thick winter down, maple keys spiraling toward new ground, but her heart clung to the familiar like ivy to stone. One frost-kissed morning, Leela discovered something that made her breath catch like a moth in a lantern's glow. Nestled in the hollow of her favorite reading tree lay a cluster of seeds that glimmered like captured moonlight. As she reached to brush one with her fingertip, the smallest seed leapt into her palm, its surface swirling with colors no autumn leaf had ever worn. A voice like wind through ripe wheat whispered from the tree's heartwood, "What withers may bloom anew, little keeper, if tended by courage." The seeds became Layla's reluctant secret. She buried them in clay pots beneath her windowsill, watching as dawn painted the eastern hills in peach and lavender. Days passed with no change, until the night she wept over a friend's letter announcing her family's move to a distant mountain town. Moonlight pooled around her tear-stained cheeks as a soft crack sounded from the pods. 5 slender shoots unfurled, leaves shimmering with dewdrops that reflected not the room around them, but scenes from Leela's memories, her first successful berry pie, the afternoon she'd mended a robin's broken wing, the winter night the village choir had embraced her quavering alto. Enter Tomas, the lamplighter's grandson, whose clinking jars of fireflies often punctuated the twilight hours. He arrived at Leela's door with a basket of honey cakes shaped like crescent moons, his scarf perpetually singed at the edges from tending street lanterns. "Mrs. Nettleberry says you've been hiding a celestial garden," he said, peering at the shimmering sprouts. When Leela shrank back, he simply placed a honey cake on her windowsill and began humming the tune the village clock tower played at each equinox. The plant swayed toward his music, leaves chiming like distant temple bells. As autumn deepened, the magical garden became a mirror to Layla's inner world. When she resisted her mother's suggestion to learn the flute, "My hands are meant for turning pages, not valves," the plants grew thorns that wept amber sap. But on mornings she helped Tomas rescue frost-numbed caterpillars from the cobblestones. The stems burst into flowers that changed hue with every laugh shared between the two friends. Old Mrs. Nettleberry, who kept a tea shop smelling of bergamot and forgotten secrets, began leaving cryptic notes in Leela's mailbox. Roots drink courage from trembling soil, one reed, tied with a ribbon the color of storm clouds. The crisis came when the first snow dusted the valley. Lila's garden, now a tangle of crystalline vines and blossoms that hummed in harmony with the northern lights, began to wither. Its colors faded as she obsessed over keeping every petal perfect, terrified of the changes her care might bring. Tomas found her kneeling in a drift of fallen leaves, clutching a shriveled bloom that had once pulsed with starlight. "Maybe it needs to sleep," he murmured, pressing a warm honey cake into her cold hands. "Even magic rests." That night Lila dreamt of the guardian tree's roots stretching deep into the earth, cradling acorns that had forgotten how to sprout. She woke with dawn's first light pooling in her palms, and understanding blooming in her chest like the first crocus through snow. Wrapping herself in a cloak lined with memories, her grandmother's embroidery, a patch from Tomas's old scarf, a ribbon from Mrs. Nettleberry's notes, she carried the ailing plants to the village square. The entire town gathered as Lila knelt on frost-stitched earth, her breath making ghosts in the air. With hands that no longer trembled, she planted each withered stem in the communal garden where summer's last roses still clung to their thorns. Tomas lit the surrounding lanterns with his golden sparker as Mrs. Nettleberry scattered tea leaves smelling of distant springs. When Lila began to sing, her voice unsteady but true, the plants erupted in a symphony of growth. Vines wove through the rose arbor, their flowers opening like celestial maps. The blossom's perfume carried whispers of every soul who paused to breathe it in: fresh parchment for the schoolmistress, pine resin for the woodcarver, lavender cotton for the newborn twins' blanket. As winter's grip tightened, the magical garden became the village's beating heart. Neighbors gathered under its evergreen boughs to share stories that melted the ice from their eyelashes. Lila found herself teaching children how to listen for the flowers' soft chimes, her flute playing, learned through fumbling, joyful afternoons, guiding seedlings through their first push toward sunlight. The guardian tree's seeds, she realized, hadn't needed perfect care, just the courage to let them grow wild and strange and wondrous. On the spring equinox, when the village released paper lanterns into the thawing sky, Lila stood between Tomas and Mrs. Nettleberry, her hands stained with soil and her heart light with understanding. The garden around them shimmered with new growth shoots that curled like question marks, buds that winked like conspirators. Somewhere in the whispering leaves she heard the tree's voice again, warmer now. "Little keeper, you've learned the bravest magic to bloom where planted, yet never fear the changing winds." That night, as fireflies emerged to dance with the stars, Lila placed a single moonlit seed on her windowsill. It trembled, then split open with a sound like a contented sigh. She smiled and let the new unknown take root. Story 33. In the heart of the whispering woods, where maple leaves held secrets in their veins and moonbeams dripped like liquid silver through the branches, there lived a young fox named Ember. Her fur was the color of cinnamon smoke, her paws perpetually dusted with pollen from investigating thistle blooms. Each evening she listened to the elder creatures gathered at the moss-root council, a ring of ancient stones where lichen grew in spiral patterns singing of forgotten time, and wondered when she might contribute to the forest's eternal dance of giving and receiving. The trouble began when the Willowbrook's song changed. For generations, its waters had hummed a lullaby as they swirled around jade-green stones, but one crisp autumn dawn, the melody sharpened into a mournful whine. Ember noticed first. Droplets clung to her whiskers like quicksilver, trembling with a chill that had nothing to do with frost. "The brook's heart is heavy," murmured Thalia, the great horned owl whose feathers held the gray of twilight mist. She perched atop the council's tallest stone, her amber eyes reflecting the worry rippling through the gathering. "The balanced stone at the forest's core has cracked. Unless mended, the seasons will unravel." Ember's tail twitched, a spark of determination igniting. The balanced stone was no mere rock, it was the living pulse of the whispering woods, a crystalline heart woven from roots, starlight, and the breath of every creature. Legend said it could only be healed by one who understood the language of all seasons. "I'll go," she said, her voice softer than dandelion fluff but clear as a bell. The council fell silent. Thalia inclined her head, plucking a single feather from her wing and tucking it behind Ember's ear. "Listen," she advised. "True wisdom grows in stillness." Her journey began at the border where autumn surrendered to winter. Frostfern deer with antlers like frosted chandeliers guided her through groves of birch trees, their white bark glowing in the half-light. She learned to taste the sharp, clean truth of icy air, to feel the earth's slumbering heartbeat beneath the snow. In a hollow veiled by icicles, she met a family of pine martens weaving tapestries from spider silk and hoarfrost. "The stone's winter thread has frayed," their elder said, pressing a shard of ice into Ember's paw. Inside, a single snowflake spun eternally, a memory of perfect stillness. Spring found her wading through meadows where cherry blossoms fell like pink rain. A brigade of moles taught her to kneel and press her cheek to the soil, hearing the green murmur of seeds stretching toward the sun. By a waterfall that cascaded into a pool of liquid amethyst, a bullfrog with a voice like a cello string gifted her a maple key whittled with tiny roots. "Growth requires both storm and sunlight," he croaked, and the key bloomed into a sapling in her palm. Summer tested her resolve. The air grew thick as honey, cicadas humming hymns to the scorching sun. Fireflies led her to a glade where a centuries-old tortoise slumbered beneath a canopy of wisteria. His shell bore maps of forgotten constellations. "Patience," he rumbled, offering a sunflower seed that gleamed like molten gold. Even deserts hold oceans beneath their skin. When Ember reached the balanced stone deep within the earth's embrace, her paws ached, and her spirit felt as thin as a cobweb. The stone was a towering monolith, its surface a mosaic of swirling colors, but a jagged fissure split its core, leaking silvery mist that smelled of burnt thyme. Around it the forest's magic flickered. Maple leaves wilted mid-fall, snowflakes melted before touching ground, and newborn fawns stumbled on legs tangled like vines. Ember closed her eyes, recalling Thalia's feather brushing her ear. She placed the ice shard, the sapling, and the sunflower seed into the crack. Nothing happened. The mist coiled tighter, suffocating. Then she remembered the silence between the owl's words, the unspoken truth that harmony lived not in pieces, but in their union. Pressing her forehead to the stone, she poured forth every sensation she'd gathered. The crunch of winter's first apple, the sigh of soil-welcoming rain, the crackle of summer bonfires, the cinnamon-sweet decay of autumn leaves. The forest inhaled. A vibration rose from the roots, a chord so deep and resonant that every creature, from the tiniest shrew to the eldest oak, felt it in their bones. The balanced stone shimmered, fissures sealing with threads of light that wove through Ember's offerings. Winter's ice became a vein of diamond, spring's sapling stretched into emerald vines, summer's seed burst into 1,000 petals that rained down, painting the earth in hues of honey and amber. When Ember opened her eyes, the stone stood whole, radiating warmth like a hearth. Seasons settled into their rhythms, leaves twirled in crisp air, streams chuckled over rocks, and the scent of impending snow mingled with wood smoke from distant cottages. Returning to the Mossroot Council, she found Thalia waiting, eyes gleaming with pride. "You carried the forest's song when it faltered," the owl said. Around them, fireflies spelled out constellations of gratitude in the dusk. Years later, when young creatures gathered at the council, Ember, now with a streak of silver in her fur, would recount her tale. "The balance isn't kept by grand deeds," she'd murmur, as moths settled on her tail like living snowflakes, but by listening to the world's whispers and remembering we're all threads in the same tapestry. And as the Willowbrook resumed its lullaby, its waters carrying the stories of those who tended the fragile, wondrous web of life, the whispering woods dreamed on, cradled in the gentle hands of time. Story 34. Story 35. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of perpetual snow, there lived a girl named Layla, whose hands could never stay clean. Mud from the creek beds followed her home like a faithful hound, and charcoal from her sketchbook smudged her fingertips in silken gray streaks. She spent her days wandering the pine-fringed meadows behind her grandmother's cottage, whispering to ladybugs and tracing patterns in the dew-kissed grass. But on evenings when the wind carried the lonely song of distant wolves, Leela would press her nose to her bedroom window and ache for something she couldn't name, a longing as deep and restless as the roots of the ancient oak tree that guarded their garden. One twilight, while chasing the flicker of fireflies through the lavender-scented dusk, Leela stumbled upon a curious object half buried in the loam. It was a lantern, its brass frame tarnished to the color of forgotten pennies, with moth-wing parchment stretched taut over curved glass. Inside glimmered a single coal-black candle, unlit, its wick curled like a sleeping question mark. As she brushed earth from its surface, symbols bloomed beneath her touch, crescent moons tangled with vines, foxes dancing in celestial rings, and the air hummed with the scent of melted beeswax and possibility. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "is not meant for mortal hands." Leela whirled to find a hedgehog regarding her from a mossy stone, quills glinting silver in the fading light. His eyes held the patience of turned pages, and a tiny pair of spectacles balanced on his pointed nose. "But as you've found it," he continued, whiskers twitching, "you'd best come along. The glimmerwood's fading, and that lantern's the only thing that can mend it." Before Leela could utter a word, the hedgehog, who introduced himself as Thistlewick, keeper of forgotten lights, scurried toward the oak tree. Its trunk split open with a groan, revealing a tunnel lined with bioluminescent fungi that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. The air beyond smelled of rain-soaked novels and applewood smoke, and somewhere in the distance, a brook laughed over smooth stones. "Wait," Leela called, lantern heavy in her hands. "What's the glimmerwood? Why do I have to?" Thistlewick paused, shadows pooling beneath his tiny feet. "Because the lantern chooses its keeper, child, and it's chosen someone who still believes in nettle tea remedies and the stories stones whisper after dark. Now hurry, the longer we tarry, the more the veil between worlds frays." The glimmerwood was a tapestry of stolen twilight. Willows trailed their hair in rivers of liquid starlight, and mushrooms glowed with colors unseen in mortal realms, indigos that tasted of blackberry jam, golds that chimed like distant bells. But threaded through the beauty was decay, patches where flowers wilted into ash mid-bloom, trees petrified into glassy obsidian, their branches clawing at a sky veined with cracks like broken porcelain. "The shadow moth did this," Thistlewick explained as they picked through a grove of crystal birches. "A creature of endless hunger, born from extinguished lanterns and abandoned hopes. It devours light, leaving only brittle darkness." He nodded to the lantern. "That candle, once lit, can heal the fractures, but only if we reach the heartroot before midnight." Leela's thumb traced the lantern's engravings. "How do I light it?" "Ah," said the hedgehog, avoiding her gaze. "That's the thorn in the paw, isn't it? The flame requires 3 sparks, courage, kindness, and a truth spoken without words. Gather those and—" A shriek split the air, jagged as shattered glass. Thistlewick froze. "The shadow moth's sentinels, run." They burst into a clearing where the ground crunched like sugar beneath their feet, not frost, but millions of frozen dewdrops, each preserving a dying spark of light. Winged shadows circled above, creatures of smoke and shattered mirrors, their eyes reflecting nightmares. Leela's breath came in panicked clouds, the lantern swinging wildly as she stumbled. The brook. Thistlewick urged. Water disrupts their essence. They splashed into a stream that sang in two-part harmony, its current tugging at Layla's boots. The shadows recoiled from the spray, hissing. But as they reached the far bank, Layla's foot caught on a submerged root. The lantern slipped from her grip, rolling toward a whirlpool where the water spiraled into nothingness. Without thinking, she plunged her arm into the icy current, fingers closing around the lantern's handle just as the vortex's teeth nipped at her wrist. Pain lanced through her, not from the water, but from the whirlpool's hollow howl, the sound of laughter eroded by time. She scrambled back, shivering, lantern clutched to her chest. Thistlewick studied her, gaze soft. You risked the lantern and yourself to save a world you barely know. That little keeper was your first spark. A flame burst to life on the candle's wick, not gold but blue as a kingfisher's wing. Where its light fell, frozen dewdrops thawed, releasing captured fireflies that bobbed upward like inverted stars. Deeper they traveled, through forests where trees uprooted themselves to dance in moonlit clearings, past hills that exhaled auroras instead of breath. They rested beneath a cedar whose branches grew pocket watches instead of cones, each ticking to a different rhythm. Why does time sound like rain here? Leela asked, nibbling a honeycomb Thistlewick had procured from a cooperative hive. Because time is rain, the hedgehog replied, warming his paws by the lantern's glow. Falls the same on everyone, yet grows different things in different soil. Some let it erode them, others carve canals to guide the flow. A whimper interrupted them. Behind a bramble patch lay a wolf pup, its paw trapped in a snare of braided shadows. The creature's fur gleamed like mercury, eyes twin pools of quicksilver. A moonwolf, Thistlewick murmured. Rare as comet tears, the shadow moth must have set this trap. The pup snarled as Leela approached, teeth flashing. Easy, she whispered, kneeling. I want to help. Her fingers trembled as she gripped the shadowy cords. They burned like dry ice, leaching warmth from her hands. The pup thrashed, claws ripping her sleeve. Blood welled crimson against the lantern's azure light, but Leela didn't let go. With a final tug, the bonds dissolved. The moonwolf limped backward, ears flattened. Then it nuzzled Layla's bleeding arm, its touch cool as moonlight on skin. The wound sealed, leaving a scar shaped like a crescent. Second spark, Thistlewick said as the pup vanished into the trees. Kindness given without expectation of reward. The lantern's flame shifted to emerald green, its light painting the forest in dappled jade. Where it touched the ground, night-blooming flowers unfurled, their petals singing lullabies in a language of pollen and dew. The heartroot loomed before dawn, a tree wider than cities, its branches piercing clouds, roots diving into the earth's molten core. But the path to it writhed with the shadow moth's influence, a chasm where bridges had dissolved into smoke, guarded by a figure cloaked in shifting darkness. Turn back, the shadow moth intoned, its voice the creak of coffin lids. This world is already mine. Leela's legs turned to water. The lantern's light guttered. Thistlewick stepped forward. You were once a guardian too, were you not, before the loneliness ate your purpose? The shadow moth stilled. You think light abandons you, the hedgehog pressed, but you abandon it first. Extinguish every flame and what's left to warm your wings. Leela stared at the creature, the hollow where a face should be, the tattered wings veined with dying stars. Her anger softened into sorrow. You don't have to be hungry, she said quietly. There's enough light to share. The shadow moth recoiled. Lies mortals always hoard, always fear the dark. Then take mine. Leela lifted the lantern. Just a little, to remember what you were. She thrust her hand into the flame. Instead of pain, warmth flooded her veins, the cozy heat of soup on winter evenings, of hands clasped around mugs of cider. When she withdrew her fingers, a tiny light danced on her palm, which she offered to the shadow moth. The creature hesitated, then cupped the spark in taloned hands. Its form shifted, wings regaining opalescent luster, hollow face filling with features wise and weathered. You give it freely. Everyone deserves a second chance, Leela said. The reborn guardian bowed, tears like liquid diamond staining the earth where they fell. Pass, child, heal the heartroot. At the tree's base, Thistlewick placed a paw on Leela's ankle. The final spark requires a truth beyond words. Are you ready? She nodded. The hedgehog gestured to a knothole. Press your hand here and listen. Bark cool against her skin, Leela closed her eyes. The tree's heartbeat thrummed, a slow, deep rhythm that shook her bones. Images flooded her mind. A girl trailing mud through sunlit kitchens, welcomed by a grandmother's chuckle. Sketchbooks filled with creatures only she could see, labeled in careful cursive. Nights spent yearning for a friend who didn't laugh at her daydreams. And then softer. The lantern's flame reflecting in Thistlewick's spectacles as he thought, how like my daughter she is. The moonwolf watching from a distant ridge, vowing to guard her dreams. Even the shadow moth cradling its spark, whispering thanks to the stars. Leela's eyes flew open. The truth is, I'm not alone. The lantern blazed amber, light exploding across the glimmerwood. Cracks sealed in the sky. Petrified trees sprouted leaves of hammered gold. Rivers ran thick with liquid starlight. Thistlewick removed his spectacles, wiping them briskly. Well done, keeper, well done indeed. At dawn, Leela stood once more in her grandmother's garden, the lantern cold in her hands. Had it been a dream? But mud caked her boots, and her scar glimmered faintly. She smiled, pressing a palm to the oak's trunk. Somewhere beyond, a hedgehog sipped dandelion tea, a moonwolf chased constellations, and a guardian spun new stars from borrowed light. That night, as Leela drifted to sleep, the lantern on her windowsill flickered, just once, in the color of remembered laughter. And in the glimmerwood, 3 lights burned where only darkness had been, weaving a new tale of brokenness made beautiful, of loneliness transformed into belonging, and of a girl who learned that even the quietest heart could ignite miracles. Story 36. In the quiet village of Mossgrove, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones sparkled with embedded moon quartz, there lived a girl named Layla, whose freckles glimmered like cinnamon sprinkled on cream. Each evening she'd sit at her attic window watching the lanterns sway on invisible strings above the streets, their light mingling with the fireflies dancing around old Widow Hesper's rose-covered cottage. But one autumn night, as the smell of burnt sugar and pine needles drifted through the streets, something peculiar happened. The stars began to vanish. Not all at once, but in delicate increments. A patch of the Swan constellation missing on Monday, the tip of the archer's bow gone by Wednesday. By Friday, the villagers noticed. They gathered in the square, their breath making ghosts in the crisp air, pointing at the sky's growing emptiness. It's the Shadowmoor wolves, insisted the blacksmith, though everyone knew wolves hadn't prowled near Mossgrove since the Great Truce. Nonsense, said Widow Hesper, adjusting her spectacles made of crystallized honey. Stars don't just leave, they're being hidden. Leela, perched on the edge of the wishing well, noticed what others hadn't, tiny silver threads caught in the branches of the guardian elm, glinting only when the wind blew east. They smelled of cold starlight and something greener than spring. That night she followed the thread's trail, her boots crunching frost-kissed leaves, until she stumbled upon a hedgehog curled beneath a hawthorn bush, not an ordinary hedgehog, but one with quills like polished obsidian and eyes that held entire galaxies. "You're smaller than I expected," it said in a voice like tea being poured into a cup. Leela blinked. Expected. The noticer, the one who sees the seams in the world. The creature sneezed, and a tiny supernova flickered between its paws. "Call me Thistle, and before you ask, no, I didn't steal the stars, but I know who might have." Together they ventured into the whispering wood, where trees hummed lullabies and roots cradled rivers of liquid amber. Thistle explained that stars, when weary, sometimes nested in the silverwood tree, an ancient giant whose leaves were miniature constellations. "But the silverwood's been silent for weeks," he muttered, navigating through ferns that parted like courtiers. "Its song's gone quiet, no luster in its branches, if the tree is ill." They found it in a moonlit clearing, its bark ashen, leaves dull as tarnished coins. Beneath it lay a circle of mushrooms glowing faintly blue, and within that circle, a dozen starling-sized stars huddled together, their light dimmed to frail flickers. Layla knelt, brushing a finger over one. It felt like holding a snowflake made of light. "They're scared," she realized. "Not hiding from something." A rasping chuckle echoed through the clearing. From the trees hollow emerged a creature of living shadow and moss, with antlers of twisted ivy and eyes like cracked emeralds. The villagers would have screamed, but Leela saw how its form trembled at the edges, how its claws retracted when near the starlings. "Careful, child," it rumbled, not unkindly. "You tread where you don't understand." "We're trying to help," said Leela, steadying her voice. "The stars are fading, the silverwood is sick, what's hurting them?" The shadow creature sighed, and the sound made the mushrooms wilt. "A grief older than your village. Long ago the silverwood's roots drank from a spring of starlight, but the spring dried up when the earth shifted. No water, no song, no light." It gestured to the tree's base, where blackened vines clung like scabs. "The stars come here to heal, but without the spring they'll fade, and the tree with them." Thistle bristled. "There's always another spring, the forest of echoes has." "Been dark since the moon hare stopped visiting," finished the creature. "And the sky pools evaporated when the cloud dragons migrated." This was the last. But Leela was staring at the tree's roots, where a single blade of grass grew through a crack in the vine, a grass blade glowing faintly silver. She touched it and a memory surfaced, Widow Hesper's voice years ago saying starlight's just another kind of seed, dear. Plant it right and it'll grow. "Thistle," she whispered, "what if we don't need a spring? What if the stars themselves can be the water?" The hedgehog's eyes widened. "The old tales say a willing star can nourish the tree, but it would mean—" "Letting go," said the shadow creature softly. "Becoming part of something greater." The starlings trembled, their light pulsing. One floated forward, no bigger than a dandelion puff, and brushed against Layla's cheek. She felt its fear, its longing, its quiet bravery. "You don't have to," she murmured. But the star dimmed in answer, a nod, and drifted to the silverwood's trunk. As it touched the bark, the star dissolved into a shower of sparks that seeped into the tree. Where they traveled, the blackened vines retreated, revealing healthy wood beneath. The tree shuddered, and from its highest branch dripped a single bead of liquid light. It hit the ground, and where it fell, the grass burst into tiny blooms shaped like crescent moons. One by one the stars floated forward, some hesitating, others diving eagerly. With each sacrifice the tree regained its glow, until its leaves blazed like newborn galaxies. The shadow creature gasped as its antlers bloomed with jasmine flowers, the ivy turning to gold. "The guardian awakens," it breathed. And then, music. Low and sweet, the silverwood's song rolled through the forest, up through the soil into Mossgrove streets. Villagers stumbled from their beds to watch as the empty patches in the sky shimmered, new stars blooming like lilies on a pond. Not old constellations, but fresh ones, a hedgehog, a girl, a tree with roots of light. By dawn the mystery was solved, though only Layla and Thistle knew the full tale. The shadow creature, now called Verdant by the rejuvenated forest, tended the Silverwood's new spring, a pool filled with starlight and the whispered memories of brave little stars. Sometimes, on clear nights, villagers would glimpse unfamiliar constellations winking at them, and the air would smell inexplicably of hedgehog fur and hawthorn blossoms. As for Leela, she took to leaving bowls of roasted hazelnuts and spiced milk at the wood's edge, which were always empty by morning. And if she smiled a little wider when teaching younger children how to find the new patterns in the sky, that one's the thread spinner, see. She weaves kindness into dark places. Well, that was her secret to keep. The stars, after all, weren't truly gone. They'd simply grown roots. Story 37. The Whispering Locket in the Heartwood Grove. Beneath a quilt of twilight stars, where the air smelled of pine resin and possibilities, there lay a village cradled by an ancient forest. The trees here stood as tall as cathedral spires, their leaves murmuring secrets when the wind swept through. It was in this place of dappled sunlight and mossy stones that a girl named Leela discovered she could hear the forest breathing. The story begins on the eve of Leela's 12th birthday, when her grandmother pressed a tarnished silver locket into her palm. Its surface was etched with vines, and when held to the light, it glimmered like frost on spiderwebs. "This belonged to your mother," her grandmother said, her voice soft as settling snow. "It listens, child, not with ears but with heartwood." That night, as Leela fastened the locket around her neck, she felt a strange warmth pulse against her skin, a rhythm that matched the distant thrum of the forest. Sleep did not come easily. By moonlight, Leela crept to her window and glimpsed something impossible, a faint golden path winding between the trees, glowing like liquid sunlight. The locket hummed against her collarbone, urging her forward. Pulling on her boots and a cloak lined with rabbit fur, she stepped into the night. The forest welcomed her with creaking branches and the scent of damp earth. Fireflies winked in the ferns, and the golden path brightened as she walked. Soon she reached a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle, their trunks wide enough to hide carriages. At the center stood a stone pedestal, cracked and overgrown with ivy. Resting upon it was a crystalline orb, clouded and dim. The locket's pulse quickened. "Ah," came a voice like rustling parchment. "The keeper's child returns." Leela whirled to find a badger sitting primly on a root, his fur silvered with age and his eyes sharp as thorns. He wore a tiny waistcoat stitched from maple leaves. "I'm not a keeper of anything," Leela said, clutching the locket. The badger sniffed. "That bauble hasn't chosen a wearer in 9 generations. It whispers to those who can mend what's broken." He nodded at the orb. "The heart of the grove is fading. Without it, the forest and your village will wither." Leela's breath caught. She'd noticed the blight creeping at the forest's edges, leaves curling black, streams turning sluggish. "How do I fix it?" "Follow the whispers," said the badger. "But mind the hollows, they're fond of stealing curious children." With that, he vanished into the shadows, leaving Leela alone with the dying orb. The locket's guidance led her deeper into the woods, where the trees grew knotted and strange. By dawn, she stumbled upon a cottage woven from living willow branches, its chimney smoking with lavender-scented mist. A girl no taller than Leela's elbow emerged, her hair a tangle of twigs and her eyes the green of spring moss. She introduced herself as Sorrel, a wood sprite, and offered Leela clover tea and honey cakes. "The Heartwood Grove's illness comes from a poisoned root," Sorrel explained, tracing a map in the dirt. "But the cure lies in the mirror pools, where water remembers every truth, The journey is perilous. The hollows will try to trick you, and the pools, well, they show reflections even brave souls fear. Lila hesitated. Why help me? Sorrel smiled, revealing teeth like pearl buttons. Because the locket chose you, and because I've always wanted to see the stars beyond these trees. Together they packed provisions, mushroom lanterns, a cloak of moth wings, and a pouch of seeds that sang when shaken. As they set off, Lila felt the locket grow heavier, its whispers blending with the rustle of leaves overhead. The forest shifted as they traveled. Trees uprooted themselves to block their path, and shadows pooled where light should have been. On the third evening, as mist curled around their ankles, they heard laughter, sharp and silvery like icicles shattering. The hollows had found them. Creatures emerged from the gloom, their forms flickering between human and beast. Their leader, a woman with antlers and eyes like frozen ponds, circled Lila. "Give us the locket," she crooned, "and we'll spare your village." Lila's hand flew to the pendant. Its warmth steadied her. "The forest doesn't belong to you." The Hollow Queen's smile turned brittle. Brave words for one who's never faced winter's hunger. She lunged, but Sorrel blew a handful of singing seeds into the air. They burst into light, scattering the hollows like ash. "Run," Sorrel shouted. They ran until their lungs burned, finally collapsing in a glade where moonlight fell in ribbons. There, beneath a tree with bark like shattered mirrors, they found the first clue, a riddle carved into the trunk. "I drink the sky and weep the earth, hold memories of death and birth. To heal the root, you must first see the truth of what you fear to be." "The mirror pools," Sorrel whispered. The pools lay in a valley veiled by waterfalls, their surfaces still as glass. Lila knelt, her reflection staring back, but instead of her own face, she saw the village crumbling, the forest reduced to ashes. "Is this the future?" she breathed. The water rippled, showing another vision. Lila standing before the heartwood orb, the locket bright in her hands. Around her, the villagers and forest creatures worked together, replanting trees and clearing poison streams. The cure isn't just magic, Lila realized. It's trust. The village and the forest stopped helping each other. Sorrel touched her shoulder. "The pools show possibilities. Which will you choose?" The return journey was fraught with storms and false trails, but the locket's whispers grew clearer. When they reached the Heartwood Grove, the badger awaited them, along with a council of creatures. Owls with galaxies in their feathers, foxes whose tails trailed comet sparks, and the ancient willow that had once sheltered Lila's cradle. Lila placed her hands on the orb. The locket blazed, channeling the hope she'd seen in the pools. Images flooded her mind, the village sharing harvests with the forest, children planting acorns, bonfires where humans and sprites danced together. The orb's cloudiness dissolved, erupting into light that raced through the roots, reviving the grove. Flowers erupted from the soil, and the trees sighed in relief. The badger bowed. "The Heartwood remembers. Well done, keeper." Years later, Lila became a bridge between worlds. She taught the villagers to read the forest signs, when to harvest, when to let the land rest. Sorrel visited often, bringing stories from distant woods. And on quiet nights, when the locket hummed against her chest, Lila would walk the golden path, now bright as a promise. The blight never returned. But whenever selfishness threatened to take root, the villagers recalled the girl who'd whispered to trees and the sprite who'd befriended the stars. They remembered that magic grows strongest where hearts and hands work together. And in the deepest part of the forest, if you're very quiet, you might hear the locket's song, a melody of courage, kinship, and roots that run deeper than fear. Story 38. Story 38. The soft hum of the Starcruiser's engines faded into silence as the last of its power cells sputtered out, leaving young Tobin alone in the lavender-tinted twilight of an uncharted planet. His breath fogged the viewport as he pressed his nose against the cool glass, watching six-legged creatures with bioluminescent fur drift like living lanterns through the towering crystalline forests. The scent of ozone and something sweet, like caramelized stardust, tickled his nostrils. He'd only meant to chart asteroid clusters for the Galactic Junior Explorers program, not crash land on a world where the very trees seemed to hum with secret melodies. It was the scraping sound against the hull that first made his heart leap, a rhythmic shhhk like claws on metal. Tobin froze, the emergency blanket slipping from his shoulders as a shadow darker than the twilight pooled beneath the ship. What emerged wasn't the razor-toothed predator he'd feared, but a creature all shifting angles and iridescent scales, its 4 eyes blinking in staggered rhythms like Morse code. It carried a basket woven from glowing vines, filled with oblong fruits that pulsed gently in time with the forest's hum. Hello. Tobin stammered, pressing his palms against the viewport. The creature startled, dropping its basket. A fruit rolled toward the ship, splitting open to reveal swirling galaxies of seeds that floated upward like miniature nebulas. For 3 heartbeats they stared at each other, human boy and alien being, before the creature let out a warble that shook the air like a cello string plucked deep underwater. It fled, leaving bioluminescent footprints that faded like dying stars. Over the next 3 planetary rotations, Tobin counted by the way the crystals refracted sunlight into rainbows that danced across his control panels, the creature returned. It began by leaving offerings at the ship's ramp, a feather that changed color with temperature, a stone that sang when stroked, a pod that released butterflies made of smoke. Tobin left gifts in return, a harmonica from his survival kit, a packet of cocoa powder, the shiny buckle from his tool belt. They developed a language of gestures and sketches in the diamond dust sand. Her name was Kael, he learned, from a clan that communicated through color shifts in their throat sacs. She thought his inability to see ultraviolet hues was tragic. He thought her habit of eating metallic rocks was bizarre. The misunderstanding happened on the 7th rotation. Kael arrived agitated, her scales flushed crimson, gesturing wildly at the northern horizon where the crystal forest gave way to obsidian plains. When Tobin didn't comprehend, she grabbed his wrist with her 3-fingered hand, cool and smooth as polished stone, and pulled him toward the glowing woods. He resisted, fear flashing hot in his chest. What if this was some trap? The more he pulled back, the tighter her grip became, until she accidentally scratched his arm with her claw. Let go. Tobin yelped, stumbling into his ship and slamming the lockdown button. Through the viewport, he watched Kael's throat sac cycle through colors he'd never seen, swirls of indigo and tarnished silver. She placed both hands against the force field, her eyes dimming to a mournful amber before disappearing into the trees. It wasn't until nightfall that Tobin noticed the changes. The sweet ozone scent had sharpened to burning wire. The forest's hum now vibrated in his molars. And when the first meteor streaked across the sky, not a meteor, he realized with dawning horror, but burning debris from the crystal canopy, he understood. The storm came in sapphire and fury. Electrostatic tempests raged through the crystal forest, sending fractal lightning dancing between towers of amethyst and citrine. Kael's people had tried to warn him. This world's magnetic poles shifted weakly, turning the very atmosphere into a weapon. Now Tobin's ship groaned under the assault, its force field flickering as diamond hail scored the hull. Somewhere out there, Kael was braving this maelstrom alone. He found her trapped beneath a fallen crystal monolith, its fractured edges glowing white-hot. Her color-shifting throat sac was pulsing weakly, a distress signal in hues humans couldn't naturally perceive. Tobin's hands shook as he jury-rigged his tool belt into a makeshift lever, the storm screaming around them. "I'm sorry I didn't trust you," he shouted over the wind, though he knew she couldn't understand the words. When the lever slipped, slicing his palm, it was Karin who reacted, spitting a viscous silver fluid onto the wound that immediately sealed it. Together they shifted the stone, her 4 eyes detecting stress points in the crystal's structure, his human fingers working the tools. In the storm's aftermath, they sat in the ship's open hatch sharing cocoa mixed with Karin's glowing nectar, which turned out to taste like peppermint and starlight. Her clan arrived cautiously, beings of shimmering scales and watchful eyes, bearing tools to help repair the starcruiser. Tobin learned their color language, Karin practiced human speech. When she finally said friend, the F sound clicking in her dual throats, they laughed until the ship's lights flickered. The challenges didn't cease. There were still circuits to rewire using crystalline fungi, navigation systems to align with the planet's 3 moons, and the ever-present danger of magnetic shifts. But now there were also moments of wonder, Karin showing him hidden groves where the trees bent to form natural harmonics, Tobin teaching her to whistle constellations. They discovered that her saliva healed human wounds, while his tears, when she accidentally burned herself on a thruster, contained enzymes that soothed her silicate-based skin. On the morning of departure, as twin suns rose in a helix pattern, Tobin found his control panel adorned with luminous vines spelling "Safe Journey" in Karin's written script. She pressed her brow to his, a farewell gesture, her scales cycling through gratitude blue and affection pink. "You'll watch the stars?" Tobin asked, throat tight. Karin trilled a melody they'd composed together, the notes hanging visible in the dawn light. As the starcruiser ascended, Tobin looked down to see the crystal forest alive with shifting colors, her entire clan signaling farewell in a spectrum previously invisible to him. Only then did he notice the gift she'd left on his co-pilot's seat, a lens crafted from her molted scales that allowed him to see every wavelength of their shared sky. Now, when junior explorers on the star lanes speak of the boy who maps asteroid clusters with a strange lens attached to his helmet, they'll tell you he always pauses near uncharted worlds. They say he listens, for the faintest echo of a cello warble melody, for the soft glow of friendship that bridges light years. And if you ever crash land on a world where the trees hum and the storms come in sapphire, don't fear. Knock 3 times on the largest crystal, leave a harmonica where the light bends, and wait for the colors to find you. Story 39. Story 39. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these 2 worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, 2 beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Taros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Taros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 40. Story 41. Once upon a time, there was a curious little girl named Lily, who loved nothing more than discovering new wonders in the world around her. One night, as she gazed out her bedroom window at the twinkling stars, she noticed a strange flickering light in the distance, dancing among the trees of the enchanted forest that bordered her village. Filled with a sense of adventure, Lily slipped out of her cozy cottage and followed the enchanting light deep into the woodland realm. The forest seemed to come alive around her, with towering trees that whispered ancient secrets and a carpet of mushrooms that glowed like tiny lanterns, illuminating her path. As she ventured deeper, Lily encountered the most peculiar sights. A family of miniature rabbits hopped by, their fur shimmering like moonlight, and a swarm of fireflies swirled around her, their lights flickering in a mesmerizing pattern. Even the air seemed to sparkle with magic, carrying the sweet scent of wildflowers and the faint sound of tinkling bells. Suddenly, a tiny creature fluttered before Lily's eyes, a fairy no bigger than her thumb, with delicate wings that shimmered like rainbows. The fairy introduced herself as Gwendolyn and explained that the flickering light Lily had followed was a trail of pixie dust, leading to a secret gathering deep within the forest. Despite her initial trepidation, Lily found courage in her curiosity, and she eagerly followed Gwendolyn deeper into the enchanted realm. Along the way, they encountered whimsical obstacles that tested Lily's resourcefulness and bravery. A babbling brook required her to construct a tiny bridge from fallen twigs, while a maze of thorny vines challenged her to find the path that led through without a scratch. With each challenge, Lily grew more confident in her abilities, learning to trust her instincts and embrace the wonders around her. And at every turn, Gwendolyn and the other forest creatures offered gentle guidance and encouragement, reminding Lily that true courage often lies in embracing the unknown with an open heart. Finally, they arrived at a breathtaking clearing, where hundreds of fairies and other mystical beings had gathered for a celebration. Lily watched in awe as they danced and sang under the stars, their laughter and joy filling the air with a magical warmth. As the night drew to a close, Gwendolyn approached Lily with a parting gift, a tiny vial filled with the shimmering pixie dust that had led her on this extraordinary journey. "Keep this close to your heart," the fairy whispered, "and let it remind you that even in the darkest of times, there is always magic and wonder to be found, if you have the courage to seek it out." With a grateful smile, Lily made her way back home, her heart brimming with the memories of her enchanting adventure. And from that day on, whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she would gaze at the twinkling pixie dust and remember the valuable lessons she had learned in the whimsical forest, to embrace the unknown with curiosity, to face challenges with bravery, and to always keep her sense of wonder alive. Story 42. Story 43? In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering oaks whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lay a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here the boundary between the earthly and the enchanted was as thin as a spider's silk, shimmering with the dew of dawn and the gold of setting sun. This was a realm where the natural creatures lived hidden lives, weaving tales of harmony and balance in concert with the rhythm of the seasons. As the first blush of spring unfurled across the forest, a gentle awakening stirred among its denizens. The air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the babble of brooks was a lullaby for all who dwelled within. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Berwin, whose shell was etched with the stories of centuries. Berwin moved slowly, but his mind was sharp as the breeze that danced through the budding branches. Berwin had a special bond with a young squirrel named Leora. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Leora loved to scamper through the treetops, her heart beating in time with the flutter of new leaves. She was always eager to learn, and Berwin, with his ancient wisdom, was her favorite teacher. One bright morning, as the sun cast dappled patterns on the forest floor, Leora found Berwin near a gnarled oak, basking in the warmth. "Berwin," she chattered, her voice as lively as the songbirds, "why do the seasons change? And what makes the weather dance between sun and rain?" Berwin opened his eyes slowly, a smile creasing his leathery face. "Ah, Leora, that's a tale old as the forest itself," he began, his voice deep and soothing, like the murmur of distant thunder. "The seasons are the breath of the earth. Each one has its time and purpose, a harmony that holds the world together." He gestured with a slow movement of his head towards the sky, where clouds drifted lazily. "It is said that the winds carry whispers from the ancients, and with them the magic that changes leaf to bloom, bloom to fruit, and fruit to rest. This magic, dear Leora, is the balance we all must keep." Leora listened, her eyes wide with wonder. "But how do we keep this balance, Berwin?" "Through respect and care, my dear," Berwin replied. "Each creature, no matter how small, plays a part. The bees that dance from flower to flower, the roots that drink from the earth, and even the rain that nourishes us all. We live not just for ourselves, but for the world around us." As spring gave way to the golden hues of summer and the forest buzzed with life, Leora took Berwin's words to heart. She watched as the bees hummed their tireless song, gathering nectar with a precision that only nature could command. She marveled at the way the sun's warmth coaxed the sweet scent of pine into the air, a fragrance that mingled with the laughter of brooks and the rustle of leaves. The forest was a tapestry of life, each thread vibrant and essential. Leora learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to feel the pulse of life beneath her paws. She understood the importance of her place within this delicate dance. As the sun began to dip lower in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and sienna, the whispers of change rustled through the leaves once more. The air grew crisp, and the scent of earth and wood smoke mingled, signaling the approach of autumn. One evening, as the moon hung low and round like a lantern, Leora found Berwin nestled beneath a canopy of red and gold. "Berwin, the air feels different, and the forest is changing again," she observed, her voice now tinged with the wisdom she had gathered through the seasons. Berwin nodded, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the moon. "Yes, Leora, the earth is preparing to rest, and soon the world will be blanketed in the quiet of winter. It is a time for reflection and renewal." Leora settled beside him, the crisp leaves crunching softly beneath her. "And when will spring return, bringing its magic and life?" "In time, dear Leora," Berwin said softly. The world turns in its gentle rhythm, a cycle that teaches us patience and trust. We must honor the gifts of each season, for they are the heartbeats of the earth. As the stars twinkled like fireflies in the vast expanse above, Leora understood the deep truth in Berwin's words. The forest, with all its hidden lives and magical phenomena, was a testament to the power of balance and harmony. Each season brought its own gifts and lessons, a reminder that life was a wondrous journey, best traveled with kindness and wisdom. With this knowledge cradled in her heart, Leora curled up beside Berwin, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. Together they listened to the lullaby of the forest, a melody as timeless as the stars above. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the ancient forest continued its eternal dance. A sanctuary of peace and magic, where creatures great and small lived in harmony with the world and each other. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the days drifted by like lazy clouds across a summer sky. The villagers were a tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, each with tales of old passed down through generations, tales that spoke of magic and wonder, hidden secrets, and the mysteries of the woods that framed their idyllic world. In the heart of this village lived a young girl named Lila, with eyes the color of a moonlit lake and hair spun from the golden rays of the sun. Lila had a curious mind and a heart that beat in time with the rhythm of the world around her. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the wind carried the scent of adventure. Her closest companion on these sojourns was a small, fluffy squirrel named Pip, whose mischievous eyes sparkled with the promise of mischief and joy. One warm spring morning, as the first hints of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila and Pip set off on one of their usual adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the distant babble of a hidden brook. As they delved deeper into the woods, Lila noticed a path she hadn't seen before, a narrow trail veiled by an archway of intertwining branches adorned with delicate white flowers. "Where do you suppose this path leads, Pip?" Lila mused aloud, her voice a gentle whisper in the quiet of the morning. Pip twitched his nose and flicked his tail, as if urging her to follow the mysterious trail. Together, they ventured through the floral archway, leaving the familiar forest behind. The path wound through clusters of ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and roots twisted like the fingers of time. The canopy above was dense, allowing only slivers of sunlight to dance upon the forest floor. After what felt like hours, they emerged into a hidden grove, a place that seemed untouched by time. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft glow of morning light filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that swayed with the gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Lila approached the grand tree, she noticed something unusual nestled among its roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly light. Her heart skipped with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "Look, Pip, a treasure!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. Carefully, Lila picked up the box, feeling a tingling sensation as her fingers traced the delicate carvings. The box was surprisingly light, and as she opened it, a soft glow emanated from within, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a gentle rhythmic light, like a heartbeat. It was a stone of unimaginable beauty, capturing the colors of the forest and the sky, holding them within its crystalline depths. "What do you think it is, Pip?" Lila asked, her voice hushed with awe. Pip chattered excitedly, his tiny paws reaching out to touch the stone, and as he did, a warm, comforting sensation washed over them both, like a gentle hug from the sun. Lila closed the box and tucked it safely into her satchel, a sense of purpose settling over her like a warm blanket. With the stone cradled against her side, Lila and Pip made their way back to the village, the grove's magic lingering in the air around them. The journey back seemed quicker, as if the forest itself was guiding them home. Along the way, Layla's mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone and its origins, the possibilities it held, and the mystery it presented. As they reached the edge of the village, the sun hung high in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched across the cobblestone streets. Lila's heart felt lighter, buoyed by the enchanting discovery and the promise of adventure that lay ahead. She knew the stone was special, a gift from the forest, and she was determined to uncover its secrets. That evening, as the village settled into the tranquil embrace of twilight, Lila sat by the hearth, the comforting warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a soft woolen shawl. She carefully placed the box on the table, its carvings glowing softly in the flickering light. "I wonder if anyone in the village knows about this stone, Pip," Lila mused, her voice thoughtful. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with curiosity, and together they devised a plan to seek the counsel of the village elder, a wise and gentle soul named Eldrick, who was known for his vast knowledge and stories of the world beyond the village. The next morning, the village was alive with the vibrant energy of a new day. The sun's rays kissed the rooftops, and the air was filled with the cheerful sounds of villagers going about their daily routines. Lila and Pip made their way to Eldrick's cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, where the forest began to reclaim the land. Eldrick's home was a quaint, ivy-covered abode, with a garden overflowing with herbs and wildflowers. The scent of lavender and rosemary greeted them as they approached the door, and a sense of calm washed over Lila, as if the very air was steeped in wisdom. Eldrick welcomed them with a warm smile, his eyes twinkling with a kindness that seemed to transcend time. "Ah, Lila, my dear, and Pip, what brings you to my humble home on this fine morning?" he asked, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. With a sense of reverence, Lila presented the box to Eldrick, her hands trembling with excitement. "We found this in the forest, near the old oak," she explained, her voice a mixture of awe and anticipation. "Do you know what it is?" Eldrick's eyes widened with surprise and delight as he examined the stone, his fingers gently tracing the carved patterns. "This, my dear child, is a heartstone," he said softly, his voice filled with wonder, "a rare and precious gift from the forest, imbued with the magic of the earth and the sky." Lila's heart soared with the revelation, her imagination dancing with the possibilities. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice a whisper. Eldrick chuckled, a warm, hearty sound that filled the room. "The Heartstone is said to hold great power, but its true magic lies in its ability to connect the hearts of those who possess it," he explained. "It can reveal hidden truths, mend broken bonds, and guide those who seek its wisdom." Lila listened, her heart swelling with hope and excitement. She knew the Heartstone was meant for her, a beacon of light guiding her on a path of discovery and transformation. With Eldrick's blessing, Lila and Pip set off on a journey that would take them beyond the boundaries of their village, into a world teeming with wonder and mystery. The Heartstone pulsed with a gentle light, its magic resonating with the rhythm of their hearts. As they ventured deeper into the unknown, Lila and Pip encountered new friends and faced unexpected challenges, each step bringing them closer to understanding the true essence of the Heartstone. Through their journey, they learned the value of friendship, the strength found in unity, and the power of love to heal and transform. In the heart of the enchanted forest, they discovered a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural and magical worlds blurred, and the air shimmered with possibility. Here, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the gentle song of the wind, Lila and Pip uncovered the secret of the Heartstone, a truth that transcended time and space, a connection that bound all living things in a tapestry of light and love. With newfound wisdom and a heart full of gratitude, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed by the journey. The village welcomed her with open arms, their hearts touched by the magic of the Heartstone and the lessons it imparted. As the sun set over the village, casting a golden glow over the rooftops, Lila sat by the hearth, the Heartstone cradled in her hands, its light a comforting presence in the quiet of the evening. She knew her journey was only just beginning, and with Pip by her side, she was ready to embrace the adventures that lay ahead. In the gentle embrace of night, as the village drifted into slumber, the Heartstone's light flickered softly, a beacon of hope and love in the darkness. And in that moment, Lila understood the true magic of the Heartstone, the power to illuminate the path of those who dared to dream and to guide them home. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, the magic of the Heartstone lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, love, and the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond the edge of the forest. As the village slept, wrapped in the warmth of the night, the Heartstone's light continued to shine, a promise of new beginnings and the endless possibilities of the heart. Story 52. Story 53. In the serene village of Willowgrove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willowgrove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend Finn. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. Nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks, Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are? Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless. Why are they restless? Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods, Selwyn explained, a hidden sadness that needs healing. The light seeks someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony. Mira's eyes widened with determination. I want to help. How can I do that? Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way. Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the whispering woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help. The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage. Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it. Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his 3 eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Faronian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Story 98. Story 99. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and the cobblestones remembered every footstep, there came a winter when the teacups began singing. Not the rowdy tavern songs that made apples ferment in their barrels, but soft, shivery melodies that left frost patterns on windows. Young Leela first noticed it while scrubbing the hearth in her aunt's bookshop, a porcelain cup trembling on its shelf, its handle quivering as it hummed a tune like wind through icicle teeth. By week's end, the entire village murmured with peculiarities. Milk pitchers filled with starlight instead of cream. Boot prints appearing on ceilings. The great copper weather vane at the town square spun not with the wind, but with the rhythm of distant laughter. "The frost fairies are restless," declared old Granny Heddleworth, her knitting needles clicking like beetle mandibles. But Leela, whose braids perpetually smelled of pine needles and curiosity, noticed the clues others missed, how the singing always began near the abandoned clock tower, how the frost patterns formed tiny arrowheads pointing northwest. Her investigation began with a lantern carved from a winter melon, its light smelling faintly of candied rind. The trail led past Mrs. Bramble's bakery, where raisin buns levitated in apologetic formations, to the edge of the whispering woods. There beneath a moon-washed oak sat a hedgehog wearing a waistcoat of frost crystals. "You're smaller than the last troubleshooter," it observed, adjusting its pince-nez. "But your shadow has the right shape for mysteries." The hedgehog, introduced as Professor Quillen of the Northern Thorn University, became Layla's first ally. Together they discovered that the disturbances followed a pattern. Every odd hour, the chaos rippled outward from the clock tower like pond rings. During the quiet moments between, they found peculiarities: a family of field mice ice dancing in misses, brambles cooling pie tins, a colony of ladybugs polishing the weather vane with warmed honey. "They're not causing the trouble," Quillen noted, tapping his spectacles. "They are tidying up after it." The mystery deepened when they consulted the night librarian, an owl named Hootridge, who lived in the bookshop's rafters, his feathers dusted with the pollen of ancient stories. "What if," he mused, turning a page with his beak, "the clock tower isn't abandoned at all?" His talon tapped an illustration of frost sparrows, shy winter spirits who nest in forgotten places, their fluttering wings stirring up harmless mischief. Midnight found Leela and her companions at the clock tower's ivy-choked door. The stones hummed beneath her mittened palm, not cold but thrumming like a sleeping cat's purr. Inside, gears glimmered with hoarfrost constellations. And there, in the rafters, a nest woven from lost buttons and piano wires, sheltering 3 frost sparrow chicks whose breath crystallized into snowflake lullabies. Their parents, it seemed, had flown south to mend a broken aurora, leaving the hatchlings to accidentally stir the village into gentle disarray. The solution came not through magic, but compassion. Mrs. Bramble baked seed cakes that steamed like tiny geysers, keeping the chicks fed. The mice knitted minuscule scarves from dandelion fluff. Even Granny Heddleworth contributed, her needles clicking out a snug blanket patterned with cloud formations. By the time the parent sparrows returned trailing ribbons of green and violet light, the clock tower chimed again, its hands kept steady by a family of enthusiastic pill bugs who'd taken a liking to gear mechanics. Years later, when travelers asked about Willowbrook's weather vane, now spinning tales instead of wind directions, or the teacups that occasionally harmonized with passing songbirds, villagers would smile and say, "All homes have hearts, even those we think are empty." And if you linger near the clock tower at twilight, you might glimpse a young woman with pine-scented braids, reading aloud to a hedgehog in a frost-trimmed waistcoat, while owl wings turn the pages of a story that hasn't quite ended, only paused for tea. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Leela's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more. The stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship. A bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was Old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a babbling brook, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the same curiosity as the brook rippling outside her window, forever whispering tales of lands unknown. Lila loved her village, with its cobblestone paths and flower-laden windowsills, but her heart yearned for adventure beyond the familiar fields and orchards. One misty morning, as the sun began its gentle climb above the horizon, Lila set off on a journey, wrapped in a cloak of soft wool and armed with nothing but a small satchel filled with bread and cheese. She followed the brook's melodious tune, which seemed to invite her to discover its source. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the air shimmered with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. She soon arrived at a place where the brook widened into a serene pond, its surface a mirror of the azure sky. Here, Lila paused, enchanted by the sight of lily pads floating like tiny green islands. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a gentle splash. Lila turned to see a curious creature peeking out from behind a lily pad. It was a frog, but unlike any she had seen before. Its skin was a vibrant mosaic of emerald and gold, and its eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages. "Hello there," croaked the frog in a voice that sounded like the rustle of leaves. "I am Finn, the guardian of this pond. Few travelers venture this far. What brings you here, young one?" "I seek adventure and the wonders of the unknown," Lila replied, her voice filled with the earnestness of a true explorer. Finn nodded, his eyes crinkling with approval. "Then you must follow the path of the fireflies," he said, gesturing to a trail of glowing lights that danced in the air, leading deeper into the forest. Lila thanked Finn and set off once more, her heart alight with excitement. The fireflies twinkled like tiny stars, guiding her through groves of whispering willows and fields of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures hidden in the underbrush. As she walked, Lila encountered a family of rabbits, their fur as soft and white as freshly fallen snow. The youngest rabbit, with ears too large for his little head, hopped over to her, offering a carrot from their stash. Touched by their kindness, Lila shared her bread and cheese, and they all feasted together under the shade of a towering oak. The path of the fireflies led Lila to a clearing bathed in golden sunlight, where a shimmering waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of bees. Here Lila rested, letting the soothing sound of the waterfall wash over her. As she sat in peaceful contemplation, a soft voice floated to her on the breeze. "Welcome, brave traveler," it said. Lila turned to see a figure emerging from the mist of the waterfall. It was a deer with antlers that glistened like silver in the sunlight, adorned with delicate flowers. "I am Seraphina," the deer said, her eyes as deep and calm as the pool at her hooves. "Few have the courage to follow the path of the fireflies. You possess a rare spirit, Lila." Lila blushed at the compliment, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Thank you, Seraphina, but I only followed where the brook and fireflies led me." "Ah," Seraphina nodded, "but it takes courage to step into the unknown, to trust your heart and the kindness of strangers along the way." With these words, Seraphina dipped her head, and the air shimmered with a soft luminescence. Lila felt a gentle tingling, as if the forest itself was wrapping her in an embrace. The feeling was one of unity, of being part of something larger and wondrous. After a time, Lila knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Seraphina and retraced her steps, the path now familiar, yet filled with a newfound wonder. The forest seemed to hum with a melody she had not noticed before, a song of life and harmony. When Lila finally emerged from the forest, the sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Her village lay before her, a tapestry of warmth and welcome. As she crossed the stone bridge over the brook, she paused, looking back at the path she had traveled. In her heart, she carried the magic of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the courage she had discovered within herself. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the whisper of the brook lulled her to sleep. She dreamed of fireflies and waterfalls, of silver-antlered deer and emerald frogs. Her adventure had taught her that the world was full of wonders, waiting just beyond the horizon, and that sometimes the greatest journey was the one that led back home, with eyes opened anew to the beauty all around. And so, with a heart full of courage and dreams as bright as the stars, Lila's adventures continued. Each day a new story waiting to unfold, each night a gentle reminder that the world is a place of endless magic and possibility. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Vale. In a village nestled between silver birch forests and meadows of twilight blue flax, there lived a girl named Lila, whose hands could mend anything broken. Her fingers, quick as minnows, wove splintered chair legs back together, patched torn quilts with threads spun from dandelion fluff, and even fixed the cracked music box old Mrs. Bramble kept above her fireplace. But Lila's true gift lay in listening, not just to people's words, but to the secret language of creaking floorboards, sighing tea kettles, and the way the wind hummed through the chimney at dusk. One evening, as the last amber light bled from the sky, Lila discovered a peculiar object half buried in the roots of the ancient oak behind her cottage. It was a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with filigree patterns that seemed to shift like living vines under her touch. When she pressed the clasp, it sprang open to reveal not a portrait, but a tiny prism that cast rainbows on her palms. A voice, soft as moth wings, whispered from it, "Seek the veil where shadows dance, and mend the tear in twilight's trance." The hidden path. Guided by the locket's prism, which glowed brighter when she faced north, Lila packed a satchel with gingerbread stars, a jar of firefly light, and her grandmother's woolen cloak. The forest deepened around her, birches giving way to pines that murmured in harmonies older than time. Just as the first stars pricked the sky, she stumbled upon a stone archway veiled in ivy. Through it she glimpsed a world where trees bore lantern-like fruits glowing peach and lavender, and streams trickled upward into floating ponds. "You're late," said a dry, crackling voice. A fox with fur like smoldering embers sat atop a toadstool, tail flicking impatiently. "I've been waiting since the third chime of the twilight bells." "Waiting for me." Lila blinked. "Obviously you've got the Whispering Locket, haven't you? That means you're the mender." The fox hopped down, revealing a crooked left paw wrapped in cobweb bandages. "Name's Ember, and before you ask, no, I didn't get caught in a trap. I tripped over a particularly melodramatic weeping willow root." Ember explained that the Moonlit Vale, a realm where dreams took physical form, was fraying at the edges. "The night spinners, those are the spiders who weave moonlight into silk, say the tear's getting bigger. If it isn't mended, the veil will dissolve into chaos. And you're the only one who can fix it, apparently." The fractured realm. The veil was both breathtaking and unsettling. Meadows of stardust clover dissolved into patches of void, where colors leaked away like water down a drain. They passed a hill where clockwork songbirds looped the same three notes endlessly, their gears rusted, and a lake where reflections showed not faces but memories, a baker laughing as she burnt her first loaf, a child tenderly bandaging a sparrow's wing. "The tear's influence," Ember muttered. "It warps everything it touches." Their first test came at the Bridge of Whispers, a fragile span of crystallized mist. As Lila stepped onto it, the locket flared, and the bridge solidified beneath her feet. Halfway across, shadowy figures materialized, a boy with her eyes and smile, a woman humming a lullaby Lila felt she'd known in infancy. "Stay," they crooned. "Stay, and we'll be a family again." Lila's breath hitched. Her parents had vanished when she was 4, leaving only a lullaby fragment in her memory. The shadows stretched their arms toward her, their edges blurring into the abyss below. Ember nipped her sleeve. "They're just echoes, the tear preys on longing." Steeling herself, Lila focused on the locket's warmth. "I choose what's real," she said firmly. The shadows shattered like glass, and the bridge carried them safely across. The night spinner's request. In a grove of diamond-barked trees, they found the night spinners, enormous spiders with abdomens like opal marbles, their legs moving in hypnotic patterns as they spun strands of liquid moonlight. Their leader, Aurelia, descended on a silk thread, her 8 eyes gleaming sorrowfully. The tear began as a pinprick, she said, pointing to the eastern horizon where a jagged rift pulsed like an infected wound. It feeds on loneliness, grows stronger with every unspoken grief. We've tried to weave patches, but the threads unravel. She gestured to a tapestry nearby, a beautiful landscape fraying at the center. Only a mender can heal it permanently. To repair the tear, Leela needed 3 things: a feather from the stormbird nesting in the peaks of Sorrowspire, a teardrop from the solitary river guardian, and a thread from the very first loom of the veil. But beware, Aurelia warned. The tear will try to turn your own heart against you. The stormbird's gift. Sorrowspire's cliffs were sheer and icy, the wind howling like a wounded beast. The stormbird, a colossal creature with crackling violet feathers and eyes like lightning, screeched at their approach. "Leave," it thundered. "My chicks need me." Layla noticed the nest beneath the bird, 3 chicks, their wings clipped by glowing chains. The tear's corruption had manifested here as fear, trapping the stormbird in endless protectiveness. "You're hurting them by staying so close," Leela called over the gale. "They can't learn to fly if you never let go." The stormbird reared back, but Ember added, "She's a mender. She knows about these things." With a shuddering cry, the bird allowed Leela to snap the chains. As the chicks soared into the clouds, their joyful cries melting the frost, the stormbird plucked a feather. "You've mended more than you know," it rumbled. The river guardian's sorrow. The river was a serpentine ribbon of mercury, its surface reflecting Leela's face as an old woman, then a toddler, then a stranger. The guardian emerged, a translucent figure with waterweed hair and a crown of broken promises. "Why should I help you?" she hissed. "No one stays, everyone leaves." Leela sat at the water's edge. "I lost people too, but holding on to the hurt just makes it heavier." She opened the locket, showing the guardian her own reflection, not as a victim of abandonment, but as a girl surrounded by friends, Ember stealing a honey cake, the stormbird's chicks perched on her shoulders. The guardian's rigid posture softened. A single teardrop crystallized in her palm. "You've shown me a different current," she murmured. The first loom. Deep in the veil's heart lay the first loom, a massive frame of interlocking roots. But guarding it was a figure Leela never expected, a shadowy mirror image of herself, eyes cold and hands clawed. "You'll fail," the shadow sneered. "You're just a lonely girl playing hero." Leela's chest tightened. The shadow voiced every doubt she'd buried, the fear that she'd never find her family, that she wasn't truly needed. But then she noticed something. The shadow had no locket. "You're right," Leela said quietly. "I am lonely sometimes, but that's why I understand the veil's pain, and why I have to try." She reached out, not in anger, but pity. The shadow shrieked and dissolved, leaving behind a shimmering thread. Mending the tear. At the rift's edge, chaos reigned. Time looped and stuttered, a butterfly became a caterpillar mid-flight. Leela combined the feather, teardrop, and thread into a needle. As she stitched, memories flooded her, not just her own, but the veil's. A child's first laugh echoing through the trees, a spider's pride in her first web, the stormbird's awe at her chick's first flight. The tear fought back. Visions of her parents beckoned, their faces blurring. "Come with us," they urged. But Leela whispered, "I'll always love you. But my story isn't yours anymore." With a final pull, the rift sealed, leaving a scar that glittered like a constellation. Homecoming. The veil blossomed. Meadows sprouted flowers that chimed when touched. The river sang lullabies. Aurelia wove Leela a cloak of moonlight silk, while the stormbird gifted her a feather that would always guide her home. At the stone archway, Ember pressed his nose to her hand. "You'll visit right. I've gotten used to your terrible sense of direction." Leela laughed. Always. Back in her cottage, she hung the locket by her window. Some nights when the moon was full, she'd wake to find a fox-shaped shadow darting through the garden, or a feather glowing on her pillow. And though her parents' absence still ached, it no longer gnawed, for she'd learned that love could take many forms, and that every mending, no matter how small, wove the world a little closer together. As the village slept, the locket's prism cast rainbows across the walls, and if one listened closely, they might hear the faintest whisper of a fox's chuckle, or the distant hum of a loom spinning starlight into silk. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship. A bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. "Any friend of the stars is welcome here." And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. I'll do my best, he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny, perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. But, he continued, we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature. Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles? Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back. As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. Tiberius, he said softly, I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do? The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself. The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony. As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. The season threads are fraying, she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. The maple saplings are shivering, he said, and the river's song has gone flat. Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. We must mend the threads before the solstice, she declared, but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there. Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys, where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem, she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. The air's gone still as a held breath, Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow, autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclery bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ila's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Isla found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Isla felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Isla felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Ila's adventures in the enchanted wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze. "Come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds. The call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature, the whispering woods, and the lantern of truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the Whispering Woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the lantern of truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The whispering woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. and in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young rabbit named Thistle. Though small in stature, Thistle possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her. On a crisp autumn evening, as Thistle nestled beneath the twisted roots of an ancient oak, she heard a faint whisper carried by the wind. It was the voice of the forest, calling out to her in a language only she could understand. "Thistle, brave one," the trees rustled. "A great darkness has fallen upon our realm, and only you can restore the balance." Thistle's eyes widened as a glimmering acorn tumbled from the oak's branches and landed at her feet. This was no ordinary acorn, for it radiated with a warm golden glow. "Within this sacred acorn lies the power to dispel the shadows that threaten our home," the trees explained. "You must embark on a journey beyond the forest's edge and seek out the forgotten realm of the Dryads, ancient guardians of nature's harmony." Though fear stirred within her, Thistle knew she could not ignore the forest's plea. With the enchanted acorn tucked safely beneath her chin, she bid farewell to her woodland friends and set off into the unknown. The path ahead was long and treacherous, winding through sun-dappled glades and misty ravines. Thistle encountered many wonders and perils along the way, towering mountains that scraped the sky, rushing rivers that roared with ancient voices, and creatures both friendly and fearsome. Yet through it all, the acorn's warm glow guided her steps, reminding her of the sacred duties she had sworn to uphold. After many moons of travel, Thistle found herself standing before a massive willow tree, its branches heavy with trailing vines and crystalline dewdrops. This, she knew, was the gateway to the Dryad's realm. With a deep breath, Thistle stepped through the curtain of vines and emerged in a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched as far as the eye could see, their branches intertwined in a canopy of verdant splendor. And there, among the ancient trunks, stood the Dryads themselves, lithe, graceful beings whose very existences seemed woven from the fabric of nature itself. "Welcome, Thistle," their melodic voices chimed in unison. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Thistle trembled as she recounted the darkness that had befallen her forest home, and the Dryads listened with solemn reverence. "The shadows you speak of are born of an ancient evil, a force that seeks to sever the sacred bond between the natural world and those who dwell within it," they explained. "But you have carried the light of hope and perseverance through your journey, and for that, we shall aid you in your quest." With a wave of their slender hands, the Dryads conjured a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water. Within its depths, Thistle saw visions of a hidden glade, where a twisted, gnarled tree stood sentinel over a dark, foreboding chasm. "There lies the source of the shadows," the Dryads whispered. "Deep within that chasm dwells Noctis, the embodiment of eternal night. Only by confronting Noctis and restoring the balance can your forest be saved." Thistle's heart quailed at the thought of facing such a foe, but the determination within her burned brighter than ever before. Armed with the enchanted acorn and the wisdom of the Dryads, she set off once more, her paws treading the paths of destiny. After many trials and tribulations, Thistle finally reached the glade where the twisted tree stood guard. A sense of dread hung heavy in the air, and the very ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet. Taking a deep breath, Thistle stepped towards the chasm, the acorn's golden glow burning brighter than ever before. "Noctis!" she called out, her voice echoing through the endless darkness. "I come bearing the light of hope and the strength of the natural world. Your reign of shadow ends here." A deep, rumbling laugh echoed from the depths of the chasm, sending shivers down Thistle's spine. "Foolish creature," a voice like crackling thunder boomed. "You think your paltry light can pierce the eternal night I have wrought? Your hopes are but embers, soon to be snuffed out. From the inky blackness, a writhing mass of shadows emerged, coalescing into the towering form of Noctis. His very presence seemed to leach warmth and light from the world around him. Thistle trembled, but she refused to back down. Clutching the acorn tightly, she summoned every ounce of courage and defiance within her. "You may cloak the world in darkness, Noctis," she cried, "but the light of hope burns eternal within the hearts of those who refuse to surrender." With those words, Thistle hurled the acorn into the swirling vortex of shadows. For a moment, all seemed lost as the darkness threatened to consume the tiny seed of light. But then, a brilliant burst of golden radiance erupted from within the chasm, banishing the shadows and bathing the world in a warm, comforting glow. Noctis howled in anguish as his shadowy form disintegrated, reduced to mere wisps of smoke scattered by the wind. The battle was won, and the balance restored. As Thistle emerged from the glade, she was greeted by a wondrous sight. The forest had been reborn, its trees and plants bursting with vibrant life and color. The dryads appeared once more, their faces aglow with joy and reverence. "Well done, brave Thistle," they sang. "Through your courage and unwavering spirit, you have proven yourself a true guardian of nature's harmony." From that day forth, Thistle became a living symbol of hope and resilience. Her tale passed down through generations, as a reminder that even the smallest creatures can achieve greatness when guided by the light of their own convictions. And though the shadows may rise again, the world would forever know that as long as there are those willing to stand against the darkness, the light of hope can never be extinguished. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbrook, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbrook, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Leora. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Leora loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Leora set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Leora," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Leora replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Leora thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Leora approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Leora," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Leora explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Leora's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating. But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Leora nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Leora made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Leora shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbrook, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Leora, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley the wise old oak tree, and Flutter the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the enchanted grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willowtree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willowtree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home.